Let's have a look. I'll be touching down probably in about five hours. Well, today is Friday. I'm now in the car with Alex and the ladies behind to go and see Miller. We're 10 minutes away. I'm with full colon David-Wynn, full colon Miller, and period at the end. He invited me along for 6 hours when I originally just asked for 2.5 hours because I wanted to share some knowledge with him. So thank you very much, David. I've been looking forward to this since I first saw you on YouTube. For me, this journey actually started around about 16 to 17, when I was 16 or 17 years old. And at that time, my theology teacher, George Christian Azariah, was teaching me Egyptology, theology, and he was a linguist as well, so he was teaching me languages. And he was married to the great-great-great-great-granddaughter of Simon Bolivar, postmaster of South Americas. Full stop. He also taught me what he had received, and shall we say, in a revelation, as it were, what he called the levels. And the levels were the mathematical interface on the world of language, thought, and behavior. Okay, and I've got it with me. I looked at it, I understood what he was going with it, and that stayed with me the rest of my life, but I knew there was something very large missing. It was as if I was looking at myself or his technology in the mirror. I wasn't looking at it as a fact. So about 1.5 years ago, my little brother, my little baby brother, passed away, circumstances of which I will not speak about because it just takes time. That piece of paper, that the mathematical interface and language and thought and behavior, fell into my possession again. He had it in his briefcase. So I looked at it again, and about 20 years had passed since then. But it's always been in my mind, as there isn't a day that hasn't go past without me thinking about it. It's been with me. It's within my psyche. It's within my fabric, as it were. And of course, I have your syntax key. And of course, the conversations that we've had about mirroring, and my knowledge about mirroring with amputees and stuff like that, I worked out what he was seeing. He was looking at your mirror image of yours in a mirror. He was looking at the syntax master in a mirror, and what he was describing is actually the stratification of what happens when you take language, talk, behavior, and corrupt it. And I got it then.
Okay, here's what you're trying to say. When you have a contract, you sign your name at the bottom because it has jurisdiction for everything above it and in front of it. Okay? So therefore, all words created worldwide are actually words of contract. All words and the definition of words come from a judge making a judicial decision as to the value of that word. There it is. Pen, P-E-N. Look it up in a dictionary. It's a writing instrument. Put it in a prison. Now it's a stabbing instrument, a concealed weapon, and it kills people. So, all things in the way they're performed are exactly what a judge makes a determination of. What was your volition? Was it to write with it, or was it to do harm with it? Thank you. That's just an example. So every word, when it ends, the last two letters of a word are a vowel and a consonant. When a word ends in a vowel and a consonant, it means contract. if the word starts with a vowel and two consonants, it means no contract. If a vowel is used as a single syllable, which is a hollow sound, it means no. So a vowel and two consonants means no also. And we spent 8,000 hours, Russell and I did, over a 2-year period. That's all we did for 2 years. And he lived here with me. And we brainstormed this way back in 1999 when we wrote these laws on this. And no one's been able to disprove that anywhere on the planet for the English language in all the countries that use the English language. So from that, we were able to make a determination when we break these words down. I go ahead and I use the number codes, 1 adverb, 2 verb, 3 adjective, 4 pronoun. But I also, when I see a word starts with a vowel and 2 consonants, I go ahead and I put no above that prefix, because P-R-E, A-E-I-O-N-U mean no. So all prefixes mean no, because it means to come before. Well, we live in now time. So if the future doesn't exist, because pre represents the future, then therefore the prefix, which is a future, is a no. So when you put a prefix, re, and d, and un, and in, and it means no. Now, you have the your taxation. It says pay your income tax. Now, if I said 3 plus 3 equals 6, you'd say that's correct. If I said 3 plus 3 equals 7, you'd say that's incorrect. We put in front of the word correct, which means no correct. So if I want you to join with me, I say come. C-O means to corporate. It means join with me. So come me, C-O and M-E, come. And if I don't want you to come with me, I say income. No, come to me. So pay your taxes on the no, come to me. Therefore, you sign your tax form, but the IRS doesn't. It's a unilateral contract, so it's not a contract.
And unilateral means it's a one-way contract.
One-way
contract means one.
It just means one, and you're gifting or donating, but there's no contract for you to do that. They say, well, if you don't participate in our negative condition of, we're going to throw your negative, no person, into a no jail. That's why no law or fact should be tried in court. They make you into a no. And what is a no person? It's a nom de guerre, or studio, which is a dead person, which is not allowed to make contract or own property. And property, P-R-O, means no, P-E-R is person, and T-Y is contract. No person contract, property. Now, how does property become a no person contract? Because all land on planet Earth has been subject to war, which means it's ailing, A-I-L-I-N-G, corruption from the beginning. So if we're going to have signs, simulations, signatures placed anywhere to tell people what to do, the sign is going to be trespassing, because all the grammar, laws, rules, regulations, and codes, and 4 billion codes are written in adverb, verb, and say nothing. So if we have no people that say nothing, write in nothing, contract in nothing, are advertised in nothing, our world is a nothing world, where you can't, everyone is dead under nom de guerre. So we capitalize your name, and if you want to see where caps go to any graveyard. All your tombstones are in caps, uppercase spelling. So that's where we keep our dead people. And that's when you have peace on earth, when you're dead.
That tells me what you just told me, that there is a very well-oiled mechanism to keep human beings
Dead.
completely subdued.
Correct.
And not being able to function.
Subdue means no contract.
Yeah.
And they only teach you no contract in school, so when you graduate, I don't care if you got a PhD, you have a 2nd grade reading level. The 3 words, see the ball, or state of Wisconsin, is a pronoun, adverb, verb. There's no such thing as a verb Wisconsin, or a verb America.
Just for a little bit more clarification, the adverb, so this is how I understand adverb when I'm doing passe and syntax.
And it's ADV, no contract.
Yeah. So you have, for example, the bank. The would be a straightforward adverb.
Correct.
But in the world of conventional grammar, what we also have is that the the, an, and a are known as articles. And an article is usually found in conventional grammar in front of a fact. But of course they don't call it a fact, they call it a noun, which is a modified fact.
It's a no-no.
It's a no-no. So this is how I began to syntax. I realized that they are communicating, the people that corrupt the language, they're communicating to me in different parts of my processor. It's different parts of my brain. So I'm aware of RAM state and what trans state is. And I realize that's how they're speaking to me, because article quite literally is the process of artistry.
ART is creation,
Creation.
which
And
is
that
illusion, imagination,
an adverb.
IMM, ILL, no contract.
And they're telling me, my subconscious mind, albeit my RAM state, my trance state, exactly how the poison is being injected into me and subduing me, subduing my biology, and as you folks say, controlling my vessel in love.
TV, radio, newspapers, magazines, all written in fiction.
And that's how we know that an adverb is actually like an article, because an article changes it and changes modification, as you say, and that's done by grammar, which are the rules of writing near perfect poetry.
This interview is done in Babel, because Babel is the only language that everyone understands. But as we pick out the key words in our Babel, we will break those down into no contract and explain to the people that they may hear one thing, but they're actually hearing nothing until we explain and pull the nothings out and make them aware of the nothings. So the first rule of a teacher is to communicate with its student. Once the communication is established, we can then break it down into writing, which are the hieroglyphs on paper. Paper is a vessel in a sea of space. All vessels must have flags and advertise their transportation, and must pay the postage to move it between point A and point B if they wish to make contract with another human being.
You say paper is in maritime. Can you tell me why paper is in maritime?
Because it's a vessel in a sea of space.
Staring me right in my face.
Earth is a vessel in a sea of space. Earth is a vessel. All things on the vessel are cargo. So therefore, all things are maritime. In 1969, we never went to the moon, I'll tell you that right now. You can't get through the radiation belt. We don't have technology to protect the astronauts from that. And of course, there was 38 different angles of shadows in the video that we saw on our little fuzzy 280-line black and white TVs in 1969. And so nobody would know the difference, you know. But when you break it all down, the whole thing was to make a statement. Oh, look at Earth. It's a vessel in a sea of space. And the next day, the yellow French flag went up under maritime law on every courtroom on the planet, in every flag on the planet. You go to the United Nations, they have 7 flags in front of each of the 200 embassies. And they're all yellow French flags with a gold braid on it and a gold rope. And anything you put on top of the standard cancels the constitution of the flag, contract of the flag. You put a Coke can on top of the standard and it cancels the flag. And when you look at a United States dollar bill, the wings of the eagle are up. That's postal. But when you see the eagle's wings down, that's a phoenix. And a phoenix is a fiction bird from Harry Potter. And that's the Vatican. It's fiction.
So let me just recap. They cannot pull off the moon landing unless I taught in adverb fiction thoughts. So the manner in which they transmitted can only be done if I was already speaking an adverb world. So I just buy into the images, even though if I was to analyze the images of the moon landing, it would be quite clear that such a thing could not possibly be done because of the shadows that have been thrown. And of course the Coca-Cola can that was in the scene as well, and the string behind it. But because I think in adverb verb fiction world, I think like that, I behave like that, you can sell anything to me that is just an illusion, and I accept it as a fact. And then they call that a noun, which means no more.
Oh, and one giant step for man. How does a retro rocket land a 8,000-pound vehicle in dust? That would have the force of that rocket would have cleared out everything for a quarter of a mile around it as a blast zone. They would have landed in a pool of glass because it would have melted the surface from the rocket. And for him to then step off the rocket into moon dust, that's totally illogical.
So my conscious mind, which thinks in adverb, thinks in articles, thinks that I write beautiful language, but it's all just poetry, because that's what I'm doing, that's what I'm behaving as. But the facts are left out, and there's a great deal of evidence to show any person analysing it that what I'm looking at is just nothing more than a show.
Mm-hmm.
And my subconscious mind, or RAM state, would know this because is analysing at 120 times faster than my conscious mind. My conscious mind is locked out of being logical because I'm so overwhelmed by the illusion of the moon landing. There is no chance of me, in my emotional state, my conscious mind, performing a single analytic operation using, of course, fictional language. Am I paraphrasing this correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much. One of the students that came in through my webinar, he uses your technology. He knows you. You've spoken to him, a guy called Raven. He paraphrased it beautifully.
Raven's from Hawaii.
Yeah, that's correct. So he paraphrased it beautifully. He said he was actually being prosecuted for taking water out of a stream because he only drinks river water where he is. They were prosecuting him for taking power out of the river and robbing the river of H2O, as it were. Okay, and we was talking about London water. And now in London water, it's about 70 to 75% sewage water, and they sell that to us by using aluminium sulfate, which makes the water crystal clear and takes the odor away. Okay, and then put it through some simple
Filters.
Yeah, to take out the large particles, as it were.
See, in Hawaii.
So, where I was going with this is that what he was saying is that they cannot get away with this unless I really was thinking in complete modified forms. I was thinking in adverb words, and that's the only way they can sell me, buy me to drink sewage water, and that's the potency of what you have exposed, as it were, through your language, is that they are poisoning us, manipulating us, removing our sweat equity, our commercial energy, by keeping us in that illusionary world, as I wandered, as lonely as a cloud, humanizing a cloud, and therefore its modification, and now I get emotionally involved in it, and they are able to sell these garbages to me, and I just accept it into my vessel and carry it as cargo, whether it's ideology or food, or the rest of it. Is that what I'm thinking?
Yeah. In Hawaii, the sugarcane people own the water rights. This goes back to 150 years ago. And they build aqueducts all over the island to catch the rain, 500 inches a year, and channel it down to the sugarcane fields. So whether you take a cup of water out of the aqueduct or you want to rechannel an aqueduct for your own purposes, they own the water rights. So if they don't prosecute the cup, then everybody would take and rechannel it elsewhere. So it's, and you might think it's a small thing, but if they allow the little things to get away, then it turns into big things, because it sets precedents. But then I came along as the King of Hawaii and I said, show me the correct sentence structure, communication, parse, syntax, contract, written at any time from an invading person or invading government into the Hawaiian Islands that did not pay their docking fees before they got here, or when they did get here, that they paid their docking fees to put their roads up on the land, because the roads are foreign material, foreign building material on the land. The aqueducts were foreign material built on the land, and they didn't pay docking fees to put the aqueducts in. And the treaty and the contracts that they that they created were written in adverb verb. All the mortgages in Hawaii are written in italicizing for the Hawaiians since 1919. So they're blank sheets of paper except for capitalizing the Hawaiian's name, which means they're dead on paper. And in 1959, Eisenhower stands up and says all Hawaiians are dead, because all the Hawaiians took the $1 a year for housing and free water, making it a commercial contract, and then going ahead and capitalizing all their names to make them dead. If they're dead and off the land for 20 years, from the 1849 King Kamehameha I declaration that if you're dead or off the land for 20 years, the land is free for settlement. So they capitalized everybody's names from 1919 to 1958, an italicized document which made everybody confess to being dead, and then they went ahead and took the islands. But the Hawaiian Islands filed bankruptcy October 22nd, 1871. The United States filed bankruptcy September 17th, 1859, for 70 years. The Hawaiian Island, the Americas, were in bankruptcy and invaded a Hawaiian island in bankruptcy with Rothschild. That's illegal under international law. So everybody from Hawaii, Germany, Portugal, England, were all illegal in their bankruptcies. And so in 1893, when the United States declared the Hawaiian Islands as their territory, they were in bankruptcy. That was illegal. And when they made it a state, they were still in bankruptcy until November 2nd, 1999. And Hawaii didn't come out of bankruptcy until March 8th, 2013, and then it became sovereign. There are no offshore banking anywhere in Hawaii from any country in the world. There's
That's
only
because of you and what you did by exposing
everything.
and revealing.
There's only Hawaiian Bank and Bank of Hawaii and the Pacific Rim Bank in Hawaii. It's a savings and loan. That's it. There's no, and if you write a check from Hawaii, and I have a Hawaii checking account, and I write it to my bank here in Milwaukee, I got to pay a $20 service charge because it's a foreign instrument from a foreign country. They don't recognize Hawaii, the banks do not recognize Hawaii as the 50th state anymore.
Martin, one of the pupils, discovered that himself, and he shared that with us on the webinars.
I published that on my website in 1999. And I was elected King of Hawaii because I knew I was the first person to break the history of Hawaii, tell timelines, how the Masons captured the Hawaiian Islands, and then set that up through the post office. And it was the post office, worldwide post office, through the Universal Postal Union in Bern, Switzerland, that set up this thing that established a new world order on October 22nd, 1871 in Hawaii, and start from there and then work backwards to Switzerland, Bern, Switzerland.
Well, thank you very much for that. I'm going to backtrack a little bit.
Sure.
Italics. We now know that from the information that you gave us, that when you write things in italic, it's actually part of the cursive writing. It's completely removed from the paper just by making it artistic, because it's not a claim and it's not contract form of writing, and it's not recognized as a contract form of writing. And to do that, you make it in italic.
Correct.
and it's also part of necromancy to write in italic. They also name ships in italics. They write the names of the ships in all capitals and in italics as well. So we know that's in maritime.
Well, that's corporate.
So you have to elaborate a little bit more.
Okay, when you write in all caps, it's called a shout. It's a command. And the captain of a ship gives commands. Once you go past 12 mile or whatever flag you fly on your ship, the captain is then the lord of that ship. He can hang people, make them walk the plank. He can marry people. That's his country.
I think I came across the word God King. He is the God King
of that vessel. That goes back in maritime. Even when you watch the movie Moby Dick, each person came on the boat and they either signed in blood or they put their name and their fingerprint, their thumbprint, and if they could not write and just make an X, they'd make an X, they put their fingerprint down, which was their notary, and two other sailors would then notarize or put their autograph next to that, two simulating one. So, and that's how, and that was actually put on the film, to advertise that. And then in the movie South Pacific with Burt Lancaster, he said if it wasn't for that flag flying there, I'd own the copra business on these islands, on the Pacific Islands in the Philippines. And then at that point, it was flag technology. When you watch the movie Kingdom of Heaven with Saracen attacking Jerusalem with 200,000 soldiers, you have 20,000 flags flying in the picture because each family was represented by their flag. And so they were advertising. The flag was the advertisement of their contract, of their flag. And even in the movie, what the flag that flew over Jerusalem was setting up jurisdiction as to who won the battle. And when the Muslim flag then was posted, the king of Jerusalem ran out and pulled it down and threw it on the ground, putting his flag back up. So flags were very important in that movie, Kingdom of Heaven.
Flag, of course, or flag protocol is the language that one captain will speak to another captain aboard another
All the
vessel.
ships, whether they fly the pirate ships or the England or France or whatever, the flags were advertisement.
Yeah. And the black flag is
Death
a private operation.
No, black flag was the death flag, that if there's disease, like smallpox or scurvy on board that ship, and you put that flag up, no other ship would come within miles of it, because if you were downwind, then all your people on your boat would die also.
So that's a quarantine flag.
Yeah, and nobody in the maritime ever violated quarantine flags.
Okay.
Some people used it falsely. Merchantmen would put it up to say we have smallpox on board, and the pirates would not take that ship.
Okay. So, if I had a black passport, does that mean I'm in quarantine?
No. All the passports around the world are different colors. It's just unique to their countries.
Each passport color is a particular flag, and it's advertising to the world my position. Like I have a red flag, a red passport, which means blood will be spilled. Blue is maritime. Green is peaceful games. So I was going through this, and I noticed that the black passport or the black flag was to say that you're in the private. But I also realized that it also explains that you might be in quarantine as well. So I'm just kind of sharing.
Well, today the passport industry worldwide is controlled by artificial intelligence. So if it's a counterfeit passport, you will be arrested and taken into custody.
Okay.
Every place I go, an iPassport has been stamped in like 30 countries. I get taken into custody the minute I hit the door. They're going like, "You're Miller." Okay, we know who you are. What are you doing in our country?
I suppose what I was saying is that the passport colours are. Can I look at it as a open statement as to what the ship's captain his intention is, while he moves from one point to another. I'm saying that's what my passport colours are doing, is that they're advertising to the world that if I'm in red, that blood.
Color is an opinion because you can't prove red. There's 1,200 shades of red, 1,200 shades of black, 1,200 shades of white.
So it is up to us to point out.
If you're colorblind, you can't see it anyways. I was on a plane sitting next to a lady, and I says, "Can I have the red pen?" She says, "Where's there a red pen?" I says, "Right there in front of you." She says, "No, it's brown. I'm colorblind." So you have to be able to communicate on the same level in order to have a contract with somebody.
And that's how you would bring your passport, or red passport, black passport, green passport, into the fact, and you take possession of it, just as a document allowing me to move from one port to another.
See, when a judge, as a judge, we have specific duties to establish. The first thing is knowledge in a courtroom or in a contract. So that the judge will send you through a series of questions. Can you read and write? Did you go to school? How many years of school did you go to? Do you understand how to count? So he's running you through a series of questions to establish a communication. At the same time, he's asking you questions in adverb-verb. And if you're answering, you understand adverb-verb, and you're talking in adverb-verb, and they call that plain language. Plain is an adjective of language, so therefore you're a colorful opinion saying nothing, better known as babble. Under Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 44 and 44.1, all vessels or human beings are foreign to a court. Courthouses worldwide are foreign vessels in dry dock. You need a passport to go into a courthouse.
I've read that.
You've left planet Earth, and that's why when you go through security to get into the building, you have to have a passport or personal ID before they let you board the vessel, because you're leaving Earth and you're going onto a foreign vessel in dry dock. So when you speak babble, which is a foreign language. Therefore, nobody can understand or see you or hear you. That's why we call you pro se. P-R-O means no, and S-A is speak, no speak. So we come into court with quantum language, and the judge says, "I can't understand correct parse, syntax, grammar," because this is a fiction court where only fiction grammar is allowed here. 3 plus 3 equals the infinity of a wrong answer here. We only study perjury in all courts worldwide. They do not allow correct parse, syntax, grammar. Under Title 28, Section 636, when the necessity of correctness must be established, I'm authorized as a federal judge to open a court up anywhere, any place, whether it's in my front room, in a hotel room, pay the duty to rent that room, pay for the electricity, put up my flag, advertise at the door that by entering this vessel or this four corners, you have now entered a court of correct parse, syntax, grammar. And that will be the rule here today. And we will discuss, or we will identify the correct parse, syntax, grammar, and how it is mathematically used, and we also identify fraud and how it is mathematically certified frontwards and backwards. Henceforth, I do my syntaxing.
Thank you very much for that. With the all caps name, this is what I discovered. Yes, the all caps name, and then you have a title. Now, as I remember from my sailor friend, when you have an all caps name and they give you a title like a Mr., it means a low rank aboard a vessel. So when you receive court papers through your letterbox and it's got all caps name as well as the title Mr., it's bringing you into a foreign vessel as the lowest rank in their ship, as it were, and you are answerable to the captain that's in the courtroom. So what I'm saying is that when you go aboard a vessel or you buy a plane ticket or an airplane ticket, your name will always be put in all capitals because they can't guarantee your life, as it were, because travel is precarious. Can't guarantee from one point to another.
That's okay. What happens when you buy a ticket? You then become cargo. If a plane crashes, they don't say people died. They said souls were lost. They only talk about souls. They don't talk about the cargo being destroyed. Because when you bought that ticket and you went on there, you were just cargo, no more than your baggage. And it says right on your ticket that you're just cargo. So it's a maritime bill of lading. You paid money for it. It got stamped. And so you are being transported, and your boarding pass is your postage stamp that you personally are carrying with you. So, and if you buy an insurance policy, it's written in adverb verb. And if the plane drives, you die with the insurance policy. So, because in means no surety contract, no surety contract.
Thank you very much for that. International law, maritime law, international law, they're all one and the same thing. They're all, no?
In means no, TER is terra. Nation is people, AL is contract.
I will withdraw that. So
maritime means that you're a vessel traveling in a sea of space. International means you are no earth people contract. So it's they're trying to remove you from your possession of being an earthling, making you a alien, same as an alien. A is no, and lean, L-I, which is lie, and E-N is contract. No lie contract. So because no is there, 0 times the lean contract is 0. And as an alien, you have no contract. And so therefore you're trespassing. And the only physical entity, vessel standing before the judge or captain of the boat, is a vessel that walked onto a Chinese freighter. And he doesn't have a seaman's paper, doesn't have his medical papers, doesn't have a passport, so he's arrested for trespassing. You know, I don't care if you go to, these people get these traffic tickets and 1,000 other crimes. There's 4 billion codes in the United States codes. Just like this here nonsense. They just create nothingness, but the only thing that happened was he was a vessel in a foreign vessel without a passport or seaman's papers. So he was arrested for trespassing. Pretty elementary.
Thank you. I'm asking these questions for the people that's going to be listening to the YouTube as well. I want to make this very clear. International law, maritime law. What you've just pointed out is that she gets international law, and if I'm savvy, I get maritime law because that's the knowledge that I have. But I know that international law is in maritime, and maritime is in maritime, but by just using that prefix, IN, she has vacated her position in maritime law, and then gone into this no law, no terrestrial national contract law. No?
Federal rules superseded 44. All people are foreign to each other. All people babble to each other. All laws, rules, regulations, and codes for 8,500 years are written in adverb, verb, and say nothing. What maritime law is written in correct parsing, syntax, grammar that you are in possession of, that you gave notice to, not notice. Now notice, NO is no, TI is title, C is contract. No title contract. That you gave a warning for your 10-day advertisement that you were going to come to court. You see, people don't look at the timelines. 5-day, 10-day, 21 days, 45-day trust law, and
90 days.
90, 180, 270 days, runs in 90-day jumps.
1 year, 1 day. Salvage law.
Salvage law, right? 1 year, 1 day, because the first day doesn't count. So everything is being salvaged on the trespassing, because people don't take time to do their paperwork. They don't take time to write your paperwork in correct grammar. And even to use the definition of maritime is written in adverb verb in Black's Law Dictionary as well as in Webster's Dictionary and all the dictionaries worldwide. So if you don't pay attention to syntax, which is the most powerful word, and know how to use syntax correct, then you will make a mistake, and one mistake is zero, and 0 times all your correctness means 0. And so you're right back in the fiction. So because the movie Matrix with Keanu Reeves, I'm Neo in the movie Matrix. Matrix was built off of my program after I published. And everything that's happened in the movie Matrix, from myself going up against the government of the world, isn't about the United States government. You see, when I developed this technology, it wasn't, I was fighting for my children, but it had to be correct in Milwaukee court. It also had to be correct in county court, and state court, and federal court. But if it's only correct here, it must also be correct in international courts, or global courts, or the World Court, The Hague. It must be correct in all countries worldwide in all languages. So I had to develop the technology that could be translated to all languages, all 5,000 languages, and built a procedure that 1 + 2 = 3, 3 - 2 = 1, that 2 × 3 = 6, and 6 divided by 3 = 2. I had to use add, subtract, multiply, and divide, sine, cosine, tangent. Everything written frontwards can be checked backwards. Everything written in language could be checked backwards. And I proved that. And I proved that in any language and in any scenario. So then they come to me and they say, well, the Hebrew language has no prepositional phrases. What are you going to do? I says, I'm going to take their symbols, I'm going to use the English translation, and then I'm going to put the English prepositional phrases in between the words, so it is mathematically certified frontwards and backwards. They say, we have no vowels in our language, only consonants, because the vowel is a hollow sound. I says, what? The Hebrew language goes back to one of the first languages on the planet. Written language. And it was set down that they would put the vowel sounds in where it was convenient, so that the words gave the bankers jurisdiction for collection as money changers. And then when Jesus came along and he wanted to interfere with the money changers, he was crucified for interfering with money. He didn't die for his sins, he died because he interfered with the money and commerce. So they had to have a real unique experiment here and fool the people. You see, I'm a keymaster for the Vatican. I got my keymastership in 2005. I could syntax the secrets of the Vatican, the written words in Arabic, Latin, English, and I could put all the missing words in, and they realized that I knew the secrets to the cross and what it meant, and the symbolisms, and I could define everything. They couldn't figure out how I knew that, because the cardinals, the bishops, and the nuns didn't know it. And the cross has been around for a long time, crucifying people. The Romans used it for thousands of years before Christ was ever used on it. And the cross is, the top of it is energy, lightning, fire. The left side is wind, the right side is water, and the bottom, that's why the cross is always on the dome, is earth. Earth, the 4 elements of banking, control the 4 elements of the people, their food, their energy, their breathing, their air, and the crops that they grow in the soil. And you will have, and tax all of it, and you will have a bank and build your bank. So Jesus had 2 keys. 2 keys made corporate. And the keys were always on Peter's belt.
Silver and gold.
No, keys. There's 32 keys there's 32 positive, 32 negative, 64 keys altogether.
This is new to me. It's
You don't know about it because you're not a bishop or a cardinal. I'm a key master. The symbols on your playing cards are keys. The zodiacs are keys. Tarot is keys. The symbols in tarot. In astrology are keys. And those are what make up the keys.
When I hear the word keys, now this subject is completely new to me. I only know St. Peter's Cross as in...
Well, we're not going to get into keys right now, okay? That's a little bit on the... I would have to sit down with the books with you, and that would take an entire day of just showing you the keys and showing you where the keys are and how to use the keys.
That's fine, but I want to understand the word key is to unlock something.
These are the there's a TV show right now called The Magicians, and right now they're talking about keys in The Magicians TV show, and I don't even know how they got that on the TV. For one thing, they're trying to put a spin on it with The Magicians, but they shouldn't really be doing that because that's goes with a whole bunch of secrets and stuff.
I do need to track back a little bit. The reason why is there's a few spaces here that's missing in my head, okay? And the audience is listening as well.
You're gonna open up a lot of cans of worms here, and they're gonna be cross-referencing. There's a lot of cross-referencing. You want an answer to something, a 32-word sentence is a 6,400-word delivery. It takes about 4 hours, just to give you an idea how in-depth I am to breaking something up.
Sure. What I can do is that I do know what you are talking about, but this is new to me. But let me just add the thought a little bit. The symbolism of the cross is completely new to me, but I won't question about it because I've now got the clues, as it were, and I can go off and do my own searches.
Who's been to the Vatican? None of you? When you go to the Vatican, you cross a granite step. It's about 4 feet by 6 feet. On the granite step, there are 2 granite keys connected to a rope that goes around, and the rope holds the 2 keys together because it's corporate. There are 2 keys to open the door to the Vatican. Two making corporate, and the Vatican was the bank. So when you take the keys, you have, it's like 2 hands together. I'm making a cross now, okay? And the keys are laid on the ground like this. My thumbs being the lock, and my hands being the straight. And they're connected by a rope. When you put the keys together, it makes the cross. When you look at the keys hanging on the Pope's seal, they're turned like this. And then when you have, and the keys are always on Peter's belt. Now, because it was corporate. Now, Jesus had the keys until 34 AD, and he gave them to Peter. Peter had them until 79 AD, when he then gave them to the first pope. And the first pope didn't have money, so he went to Persia and borrowed money from Persia to build the Vatican. And that's why all the arches are Persian arches. And the clock is money, is time, interest. Now, the Muslim religion only has rent, R-E-N-T. They're not allowed to charge interest. Because in means no, and T-E-R is terra, no earth, contract. Because all the contracts for interest are written in adverb verb. It's a lie. And that goes back to the beginning, 2,000 years ago.
Thank you for that.
I'm not done yet. So when you take the keys, which are faced like this, and you put them together like this, they then create the cross. So the cross is the advertisement of the keys. And that's why there's always 2 towers in all the Catholic churches around the world, because they represent the 2 keys. And if you look at the church, the way it's built, and if you're here in Milwaukee, you go down to Marquette University on 13th and Wisconsin Avenue, which is Masonic, and you'll see the keys. Park about a block on Wells Street and then look at the church, looking down 13th Street at the church, and you see the keys staring you right in the face. And the clock in the middle, which is interest for banking. It's a big bank. And I've been in the gold vaults at the Vatican. When I established myself as a key master, and I went up to this nun, she was 86 years old, and I had my book with me. I says, "You ever see this?" She says, "Yeah, that's Federal Judge David-Wynn Miller's book. He broke the math interface on grammar." She says, so I pulled out my passport and my driver's license and I held it up to her. She says, "Oh my God, it's you. Can I have your autograph?" And she closed up her information booth, and she then, because she had been at the Vatican for 45 years, she then called all her bishops and cardinals that were friends of hers as an entourage for 3 days. We went everywhere around the Vatican. Everything that was closed to the public. All the back rooms up in the dome, in the gold vaults, and down the basements, or the catacombs, and everything that I saw, I could translate. And I never met anybody that could translate, put the missing words in. And when I walked up to see Cardinal Sedana, the clown, Swiss stripe security guard, says, "No, you can't." So I pulled out my little piece of paper and I folded it, made the cross, the keys. He says, and he bowed to me. He said, "You're a key master." And he went, "God, Cardinal Sedana."
See, that's...
And we wrote a treaty together. We wrote a treaty together, and he's going like, where did you come from?" Well, after I published the Lord's Prayer on my internet, and Pope Paul read it, he said it was the first time in his life he ever understood the Lord's Prayer, because it was written in frontwards and backwards in correct grammar. And so he invited me to come to the Vatican. And then when I was there, they opened, in 1999, they opened a seminar in Austin, Texas, to teach David-Wynn Miller's syntax grammar and syntax the Bible for the cardinals, bishops, and nuns, so they could go into their churches. And every time I walk into a church and I start syntaxing, they charge me for trespassing and kick me out of the church. I kicked out of 9 churches now.
Statements like that leave me speechless. I don't have anything to say. But
Well, walk into a church and start syntaxing the Bible or the hymnals. The hymnals of all churches are Parse. You want to learn Parse? Pick up a hymnal. It's all written in Parse. Right there, plain view. And music is mathematics. So now you got mathematics and Parse all written together. Henceforth music, and white people sing. And anybody that was successful and wrote a hit song, like Michael Jackson or the Beatles, they understood Parse and mathematics, and rhythm, and frequency of the mind. It's 4 elements of becoming successful in music. I play violin, 2nd year, Milwaukee Symphony Orchestra when I was 12, and piano.
So I don't think anybody knows that. I think that's the first time that's ever been said, and I've watched all your videos.
My granddaughter now uses my violin and plays violin and guitar and piano. It's pretty good too.
Well, there's a few things that's left me speechless. I feel like I need a moment to recap in my own head. I saw Russell in Montana. I think it was in 2013, and he showed us the key master, the actual keys, solid gold, triangle, and the key was inside the triangle, locked in. It was a tiny little thing, and I tried to do a lot of searches on the key master roll.
Oh, that's for our coinage for the United States of our World Corporation. Those coins are like $480 a piece. Those coins, they're one troy ounce. Or no, $1,400 a piece. Those are made out of solid gold, but they're $1,380 an ounce. But because we only had a few of them minted, they're a little bit more expensive because they're collectible item.
It's well, Russell's got his bank up, and the minted platinum. We've
Yeah, it's a
seen it.
platinum gold one. See, it's 92% gold, 8% platinum, and 1% copper. When you mix that together, it's called a eutectic, because I was a metallurgist. And it makes it a very, very durable coin, very super hard coin. And they're forged under 40 tons of pressure when they blank those out.
Okay. I'll share this for you and the audiences as well. When we invited Russell over to Ireland, I wanted to put an ad out in the newspaper, and I wrote it out, and it was quantumized, and had the full colons and everything. And the lady took the ad, and said, "Yeah, that's fine. We could run that." And when I tried to make the payment, it wouldn't go through. And then I phoned them up, and as soon as she heard what it was, the phone went down. Everything went silent after that. I was advertising Russell was coming as the keymaster to Ireland, and then the whole thing was run out of City of London. Everything went silent, So I began at that stage to realize the potency of what I just thought to myself.
Well, you have a dominant Catholic and Protestant issues in the English Isles in England, and depends on who's controlling the newspaper, which is the judges own your newspapers and your press, and the judges are all Masonic, and so all the technology that Russell and I have tips on keymaster technology from the Vatican as well as the Masonic codes. And a lot of this is pretty deep secret stuff. It's been secret since the beginning. And they don't want the public getting into that. I was invited to, there's 1,600 samurai in Japan. Those are your lawyers. And I broke the samurai code, and I was going to go to Tokyo. I was going to put on a seminar in a baseball stadium with 10,000 seating. And they were selling tickets for 30,000 yen a piece. And they were sold out in 48 hours because I was going to come and talk about the samurai codes.
This is the general public.
Yeah. That kind of money was being thrown on the table to listen to me. And this goes back like 15 years ago. And the United States government got a call from the Masons and the samurai in Japan, and I was not allowed a visa to leave the country.
To leave the country?
Yeah, I can't go to Japan. I've been to Tokyo already, but only transferring. I was flying in a plane. I couldn't leave the plane. I could change planes at the airport, but I couldn't leave the airport. I was under strict security. I was coming back from Perth, Australia, through Brisbane, then Beijing, to Tokyo, Tokyo to Honolulu, Honolulu to LA, LA to Midway, and Midway to Milwaukee. 34-hour flight. Brutal.
So you broke the code on what samurais do.
Well, I syntaxed it. I put it in the missing words.
Their writing is in symbolic form, so you broke that as well.
Yeah, I translated that into English and then put the missing words in and rewrote it in the Chinese language. The Japanese language, and of course they went ballistic on that. And it.
Now I get what you're saying. Okay.
There's secrets. There's a lot of secrets that people don't just talk about.
And there are in plain sight. They're all in plain sight.
Well, just because I did it didn't mean I published it. They wanted their secrets. They've had their secrets for thousands of years. So did the Chinese language. There was 12,000 dialects of Chinese. Mao Zedong brought it to China, the Chinese and Mandarin Chinese. And I broke the code in 45 minutes, something that has never been done in history. They said they couldn't do it in 9 months with a team. When I took a day to myself, and I was running around at the university, took a cab over to university from the hotel I was at the Bird's Nest. And I went to Beijing University, and I walked in there and I wanted to talk. I said, does anybody speak English? There was I said it out loud, and the whole hallway was between classes or something like that. And there was a young guy who was about maybe 28, 30 years old, was a professor in English and Chinese. And he could speak English. I could ask him where I would go to meet somebody to talk to him about the math interface on Chinese and English. And I started talking to him in correct grammar. He didn't go to his class. We stood there on the steps for an hour and 15 minutes, and his class sat there. And he was just completely blown away by meeting me because he knew of me, and that he met me in person by just an accident. And I was invited to come back, and when I came back the next day, he wasn't there. Somebody put a kibosh on it. So they wanted to protect the integrity of their adverb-illusion. But then when the banking industry found out about the correctness of this, they wanted to have their people have a monopoly on this technology, because you control the banking in correct grammar, you control China. So then you have to start educating people all at once, all over the universities, colleges, and high schools.
That statement that you just made makes the synapses in my brain fire. The audience is listening on YouTube as well as I'm filming, and I'm just going to take some sentences out from what you say. Is that once you're in control of your language, you're quite literally able to control your maritime law and banking.
Exactly, and all your international trade. Nobody can cheat your country anymore.
And that includes the individuals going from one port to another.
That's why China won't accept U.S. dollars anymore, because America's a verb on the money.
And theirs is gold standard.
Yeah, they've been on the gold standard for 6,000 years. It's one thing about gold: people live and they die. The gold just keeps passing along. Do you know that there are 2 million metric tons of gold bullion missing from inventory around the world in the last 900 years?
Last 900 years.
900 years. And this is the rule, and I'll share this with you. When no person comes for the gold, they will be arrested and put in prison for life. It's a riddle. And that's why nobody's been able to recover. Because you've got 12 billion no people on planet Earth. And the gold just sits there, and it's insured by Lloyd's of London, and all the insurance policies are written in adverb fiction. So how does fiction move? Authority, authorization, authentic. What's the symbol for gold on the periodic table? AU, authority. So until mankind learns how to be correct and use correct grammar, and have the authority to use correct grammar, and doesn't create wars or use gold for war, or to buy armies for war, then mankind will learn peace on earth.
And the gold will be used for trade and communal reasons.
Correct. And help people, educate, so people don't live in sewers and are homeless. Or just like Star Trek with Roddenberry. You follow the whole series, it's all about not using money, but using intelligence and correctness to share your intelligence for the betterment of all things. It isn't an issue of communism, where it's a commune. It's an issue of a good standard of living for all people, good medical, and that it's free to everybody, and everybody participates and do the best they can, because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, let's go with Tesla. You were sharing about their death rate.
Oh, yeah. Well, the cover story is that an asteroid exploded above Tuntasca, in Siberia, but they had built, and this was kept classified by the military, and they had, because I'm a federal judge, I have access to classified material, and in certain areas, and because I was always doing the research with the syntax, I got off in other areas. But they built the death ray, and when they fired it, it created the blast that killed 38,000 people in the area, and laid all the trees down flat, and vaporized the facility where they had built it.
Now, this only took place a few years back.
1906.
Oh, okay. Then I've got the grand dates.
Yeah, that was 1906. And then Tesla came from Czechoslovakia, I think it was, or Poland, where they have a museum, and there's a vault. All the secrets, we believe he was from 500 years in the future because of the technology he was in possession of. And a lot of the things that he invented were sealed in this vault. And it's really deep underground, so nobody's going to get to it for hundreds of years because the world's not ready for this technology. It would be, people were stupid with nuclear weapons, and with this death ray technology, that would completely, it would kill the planet. So, especially to put it in the satellites and artificial intelligence, the movie Terminator would take place. So,
there's something that I don't understand.
What?
It's
okay, that's going back to Jay Leno and David Letterman. They wanted to know the four most influential people, and Nikola Tesla got first billing. I got second billing because the mathematical interface and grammar would stop war on planet Earth, legalize all contracts that have been fraud for 8,500 years. And then third went to Bill Gates for the internet and Microsoft and computers, because he was a good marketing agent. And now 60% of the people in the world make a living off the internet. And then fourth went to Louis Pasteur for medicine, because he solved over 1,000 diseases with inoculations. So it was nice that I got second billing. Even I agree with Nikola Tesla and his technology predated me by 100 years. So, and now that my website has got 4 or 5 billion people and it's written in 150 languages worldwide, and there's no competition, no plagiarizing on it. So the world, the scholars, everyone that's out there is making a statement that when you have a procedure that's correct, plagiarizing it would be incorrect. And I've been in control of its expansion without disrupting the world economy. I've been managing this technology for 30 years and not creating a disaster that would virtually bring the planet to a standstill. We do it in little bites and educate people accordingly. Even though you put this up on the internet, people will look at it and there'll be curiosity, but they still have to study. And the judges all agree one thing: human beings are lazy. They will do the absolute least amount of work to get through anything. And there's only 1% of the people control 99% of the people because they do the work. They're go-getters. That's why there's millionaires and billionaires. And they're the ones that the 1% runs the world because they built the technology. And when the government came to my house here, it's a little house in the hood, I guess they call it here, the hood. And I've been here 30 years. When I moved here, there was 2 black families on my street. Now there's only 2 white families on my street. The whole entire neighborhood is black. But I've been here 30 years, and all my neighbors know I'm a federal judge, and I help people when they knock on my door and they have a legal problem. And I don't charge anybody. I do it for free. And when I first bought this house, there were 9 boys in the street playing baseball. And this thing had 39 trees on it. It was completely overgrown. The house was a wreck. And I'm out here pulling weeds and trying to cut down these trees. And the 12-year-old boy walks up and he says, "Hey, you need some help?" He says, "Yeah, I pay $5 an hour." And this is back in 1990. So that's a pretty good wage for a 12-year-old. And a few minutes later, one of the other boys playing baseball walks up and says, "Hey, what are you doing, Johnny?" He says, "Well, I'm working for Mr. Miller here, and he's going to pay me $5 an hour." He says, "Well, can I have a job and work too?" I says, "Yeah." I said, "We've got all these trees and all brushes and all these hedges to take down and everything. I got to chop out the basement floor. We got to tear down all the walls and redo the whole house." So within, I'd say about 20 minutes, all 9 boys were working for me, paying them $5 an hour. And their parents came down and interviewed me because their boys were down here all day working together. I was teaching them carpentry and concrete work and how to dig out trees and work as a team. The oldest boy had made the foreman, and he had to manage the other boys because they all knew each other. And at the end of each day, they all got paid. And then one day, one of the boys just stood around. He didn't want to work, so the foreman fired him. I didn't fire him. The foreman did. I said, "That's your job. You get $6 an hour, and the rest of you get $5 an hour." And but all the boys worked, and they worked hard, and they learned carpentry and electrical and plumbing. And as we rebuilt this house, it took us 30 days. And as the years went by after I moved in, all those boys lived on the street, and nobody bothered my house. I had a Corvette parked in the driveway. Nobody vandalized or tried to steal my Corvette. Everybody on the block, the parents, the kids, they all watched to make sure that David was okay because he was our employer. Same thing when I rebuilt my 8-family apartment building. I employed all the kids in the neighborhood to work for me. And they worked for me for a year. And I was the only white guy in 212 families. And I got $150 a month more rent than anybody else in the neighborhood. This is 85-ounce Monsanto carpeting. It sells for $65 a yard. My entire building had 85-ounce Monsanto carpentry. I bought a semi of it in Dalton, Georgia, and drove it up here and laid 6,000 square feet of carpeting in my 8-family apartment building in white and powder blue. And all my homes, I did the same thing, my 5 homes. And when the people came in where they had been used to living on outdoor carpeting or linoleum, and they saw an apartment done in white carpeting like this, an inch deep, I got quality people, and I had 100% rents for 8 years with 100% occupancy in my building. And I was lived in the building, so I was an on-point landlord. So I had to respect the law, and then I organized all the landlords in the neighborhood. We created the Can Do Corporation, 240 landlords from Silver Spring to Call Avenue and from 60th Street up to 76th Street. And we cleaned up all the drug dealers, got them all arrested, got them out of the neighborhood. We had 39 undercover vice cops living in the neighborhood, which kept it clean. We were in advertising on TV and how to clean up a neighborhood. We turned around the whole north side here, made it a safe place to live. And I was the president of that organization.
Heartwarming story. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Between doing it for grammar and doing it for, I had all this grammar going on at the same time, all my legal stuff, while running my real estate company and working full-time at A.O. Smith, putting in 60 hours, 70 hours a week. So I would work at 3 full-time jobs all the time. I didn't have to sleep like other people did. You see, I'm 68 years old now, but I stopped sleeping after 1975. And so, from 1975 to 2015, when I had my heart attack, or 2013 that is, I was awake working a 24-hour day. Or you people have to sleep that 8 hours a day for those 50 years or 40 years. I got that added to my age. I'm here at 68, but I'm actually 102 years old in living experience, travel, education, and learning with oxygen, because I can learn 10 times faster with oxygen than a normal person will. So I'm actually about 102 right now for living experience and traveling around the world 5 times. 5 million miles I've gone.
David,
Yeah.
you mentioned that the whole world will have to eventually learn this if they want access to that gold, make peaceful trade. Which I'm teaching people, correct sentence structure. Passe, I'm good at passe now.
Good.
I'm very good at it. I'm very happy with that. Now, when I got passe, it had a purging effect on me. It was like, I know that I've got viruses in my head. Of course, that's what the passe is, the poison prefixes and the suffixes. So I've got that out of my head. And then when I worked out the adverb, fiction world, what actually constitutes an adverb, I realized that there is almost like a chain of custody moving from one point to another, just like Al Capone's bookkeeping got him convicted.
But you know what they did with Al Capone? Bookkeeping? The IRS copied his business format and created the IRS. And that's how IRS, you see, he sold fire insurance to brick buildings. And if you didn't buy his fire insurance, your building blew up the next day. It didn't burn down, it blew up. Who would know?
So the IRS took his business plan and made it their own.
Yes.
Now I get it.
We don't pay your taxes. We take your house, your car, everything you own, and we throw you out on the street.
That definitely sounds like a way a virus would think and do things. Yeah. So with the passe, I realized that it's all right in front of my face. And the syntax, it's all right in front of my face.
There's only 5 patterns in grammar.
5 patterns. I've been trying to work on those patterns so I can teach it. I haven't cracked it. I've cracked the...
Oh, it's real simple. I'll give it to you right now. You have...
Get this down.
You have... the first pattern is 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Adverb, verb, adverb, verb, adverb, verb.
I've got that written down. It's just right here. I've
Okay.
got it written down. It's just that
it's for the camera.
Sorry?
It's for your cameras.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
And if you want to write a perfect lawsuit in the world of fiction and impress the judge and get paid $500 an hour, you write an adverb, verb, adverb, verb, adverb, verb sentence structure, and you specifically engineer it so it comes out that way. That's what this is. Then, if you want to, the second one is an adverb, adjective, pronoun. Adverb, adjective, pronoun. Adverb, adjective, pronoun. Well, adverb, verb is a quick step. Music. Adverb, adjective, pronoun is a two-step, country western two-step. Then if you do a pronoun, adverb, verb, pronoun, adverb, you do pronoun, adverb, verb, comma. Pronoun, adverb, verb, comma. Pronoun, adverb, verb. And you do three-word phrases. 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2. You're doing a polka. So then you've got 3, 3, 3, 4, 3, 3, 3, 4, 3, 3, 3, 4, or a 1, 3, 3, 3, 4, 1, 3, 3, 4. And they draw it out for a waltz. But it's music. And everybody's got this music in their head the way they want to color and write. But the first word is always going to be a pronoun. and then they're going to follow it with a 1-2 or a 1-3-4, and they're going to keep doing that as patterns in their sentence structures and using commas. And then when they don't have a comma, they will double space to break the continuance of evidence on the page. Now there's an attorney, district attorney, he's been in Petersburg, Alaska, which is an island, 27 years now, 30 years. He writes the first three words together, with just a single space, and the next four words of each sentence are double space. So it's a pronoun, adverb, verb, pronoun, 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 because he puts a double space between each word, so they're all independent words. And he does this in everything he writes, so it says absolutely nothing, and there's no continuance of evidence. Then, several years ago, they used to single space everything. And when computers were, before computers, you would type and you would do single space. Then what they did is there was roughly 200 to 250 words on a page. And they got paid $100 a page. Well, we need a pay increase. So instead of writing a 3/4 inch border, let's go to 1 inch border and put 200 words on a page. Now let's go to a quarter inch border and put 150 words on a page. And then we got to get some more money out of this thing. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to do space and a half. Now we're going to get 100 words on a page. Now we're going to go double spacing. Double spacing lines breaks the continuance of evidence between each line plus the borders. So now we only got 75, maybe 50 to 75 words on a page for the same $100 a page. But because of inflation, we can bump up and get $200 a page or $300 a page. You see, this is how they got a pay increase, by putting less words on the page. They didn't say, well, we got a double space because it's easier to read. No, that's to break the continuance of evidence. So they were using the styles and putting and to break up sentences so that the sentences would never have a legal phraseology. Double spacing, putting numbers within the words, dropping in dates, because dates use numbers. Now, when you use a date, you have to have the tilde. Tilde is your S on the side, which means location. A date is a location. The address on this house is a location. It's not a value. So they use values amongst words, which is a totally different hieroglyphs. So therefore, it breaks the continuance of evidence. Then he would use commas, brackets, or parentheses, put a parenthesis around S's at the end of words, because that added 3 spaces or 4 spaces between words, and it would break the continuance of evidence. When it comes to numbers, you have, now it's 2018, so they're going to do 2018 CR, which is criminal codes in capital letters, 00123. Next time you see it, it's 2018 space CR space 00123. Third time you see it, and every 45 days they have to change this number. It's going to be 2018 space lowercase CR. And now they take the second space out, and it's 0123. And they can keep doing this using uppercase, lowercase, and spacing.
And each time they change the reference.
Every 45 days, yes.
And I've witnessed that myself when I was in Queen's Bench. One number came in, and the clerk of the court dismissed it with another number.
Yes.
So there was a break.
And the people, if you don't know you're being cheated, the case was actually dismissed because they changed the number. And so you're being charged, prosecuted 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times for the same offense. They do it to everybody all over the planet. As I exposed each one of these syntax violations that they did through our publications and lawsuits, and won these lawsuits, they came back and saying, how's this welder from Wisconsin beating us all up and killing us all the time. And so they studied it at all the law schools and taught everyone about how I'm exposed all the secrets. And every time they thought they had all the secrets, I exposed another secret. They said, well, gee, how many secrets are there? I said, well, it's 50 secrets. That's why there's 50 stars on my flag. 50 procedures. And I says, you only got 37 of them right now. And I've won all my cases, 12,000 of them. So you go ahead and you don't even know what you're doing. I says, and I'll keep bringing out one at a time when it's necessary. And that'll take you years to catch up with that one, because each one is an exponential of the one before it.
Now, what you just told me, that last segment, I do not understand. You may have to add a little bit more words.
There's secret and procedures. So every time they think they've won their case, I bring out more procedures to show that they don't know what they're doing. If you lack knowledge, then you can't be a judge. You can't have an oath that's fiction. You can't arrest people.
So you're changing your procedures by adding a few more.
I'm not changing them. I'm perfecting. Right, I'm advertising. Now, when I use, I just said you cannot. Well, that's a negative statement because you understand negativity. When I bring out a new procedure, it's a performance. I add more performance. Just like we had the correct sentence structure, communication, parsing, syntax, grammar. And 5 years ago, I added the word performance to that. And what is performance? It's motion. It moves things. When we put tildes in front of numbers, we qualified our numbers and we moved to things. And we did it right there in front of them. But you couldn't get past the fact that it was correct.
Which means that in a world of fiction, when I'm reading a document, if somebody was to ask me what a single word means or what that lettering in that word means, I could not give them 100% closure because I'm not in control of the words or the grammar, but you are actually in control of every single symbol, every single letter, every single space, every single symbol on your document.
Yes.
And you're able to create 100% closure.
And
as a result, nobody can trespass on your document.
That's
And if they
copyright.
do want to access your documents, they will have to have a reading level of your level,
29 grade reading level.
29 grade level. And the way that I'm now seeing that is if I have that level of creativity and understanding to begin with, why would I want to go around cheating people? I can
Well, then you would have knowledge. If I went out and wrote a fiction document, I had knowledge to create a fraud. Therefore, that's wrong. That's why my documents are perfected by me. And under the McNaughton rule, which means I have knowledge of right wrong, and I do right. And when the judges, attorneys, and lawyers, and sheriffs write like this, they have knowledge they're doing wrong because this is engineered wrong.
Yes.
This isn't an accident.
No.
This is perfectly engineered to be wrong. The signatures are scribbled. You can't write it. There's no words in any English language to identify who the foreman is. And F-O-R-M-E means no man. That's what foreman means. So how do you have a no man of a grand jury? It's nonsense. And then they call it a true bill. A is an adverb, making true to be an opinion adjective of a bill. But they don't say what the bill means. They didn't define the word bill. They didn't define the word a. They didn't define the word true. They don't take jurisdiction for the words they use.
So everything is a dangling participle verb at the beginning and at the very end of it.
In this case, Bill's uses a pronoun, no, because it's been colored and modified.
And a pronoun, as it stands in every single word, is which or whatever it is a pronoun because it's just a no-no. And in contract writing, 3 strikes and you're out. Never use a pronoun in contract writing. I can't call you a we, can't call you an I. and as a result they substitute names, and that voids contract, and that's what pronoun means. Am I thinking correctly?
A pronoun is a no, because it's been modified under perjury. If you don't assign something to a word using a prepositional phrase to establish it, that's why every sentence I write starts with for the. Because the is gender neutral. So for the claimant's knowledge, establishing knowledge of the facts is or are with the claim or with a damage claim. There's only two claims. Either damage, you're either getting paid or you're paying somebody to make contract. For the correct sentence structure, communication, parsing, syntax, grammar, performance of the laws, rules, regulations, and codes with the contract by an author. You see, in the last three words, by is your assignment of authority for the author. So the opposite of by is for, and the opposite of is with. So the prepositions written backwards are the same. Now, if you want to learn sentence diagramming, you do grafting. You write in a column. You make three columns. Your first column is for, of, is, with, by. Your second column is, like that. Your second column is the, or any one of the, this, these. A could be used, and could be used in front of a vowel. The word starts with a vowel, but we don't use words that start with a vowel except authority. And then you can take your words and you move your words up and down the list. Always says the same thing.
I love that analogy. That helped me more with sentence structure than anything else.
Yeah, when you do things linear, you don't see it. When you do grafting, it means you go to your right brain and it all clicks, just like a math problem.
So that's what I did, and that's how I created this chart. For the water is under the bridge, as you said. For the bridge is over the water. It's exactly the same image. I'm never going to disagree with him. He's never going to disagree with me. She doesn't ever need to sell an armament to me to protect myself from him, and vice versa. And that's the beauty of Miller's technology. And I'm a kind of a romantic person. I just kind of fell in love with it. And it's
well, when people get it, they really get it. And when they get it, you ain't not going to move them back into the world of fiction. It's just as simple as that.
I just cannot go back into it. Before I forget, when I was going through customs for Detroit, to get to the domestic flights, they pulled me in, full security checks. I think it was just random.
No, you're like me. You're one of my business partners. FBI's got you flagged because you call me, Skype me, and we talk, and you do seminars. So you're flagged by Secret Service all over the planet. Just like the Canadian CSIS, FBI, CIA, NSA, MI5.
Yeah, MI5. Metropolitan Place came to mind.
And in Paris, you got Interpol. I'm real big with Interpol all over Europe because I went all over Europe and I had 2 cars of secret agents following me all over Europe for 2,000 miles. I drove 2,000 miles, didn't sleep for 222 hours. They continually drove. We went to all the churches. That was really, I got lost. And every time I got lost, I wound up at a Gothic church.
Where you supposed to be, I remember.
And then we plotted all the Gothic churches in France on a 4-foot map. It made the Star of David, with the church in Paris in the middle with a cross on it. And then when you do the ley lines on top of the Star of David in France, it intersects with London at the Masonic Lodge, with the obelisk at Vatican Square, with the obelisk at Mecca, with the dome where Christ and Muhammad were born, and goes to Giza, where the obelisk, the Sphinx, and the pyramid is. Then when it goes around the world, you draw a straight line, you pull the string on the globe, it winds up in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Lexer Hotel, where you got a Sphinx, an obelisk, and a pyramid. And the pyramid, when they turned it on, was a radio transmitter that created 1,000 times more powerful signal than they were planning on when all the pyramids on planet Earth vibrated in sequence with that at the same time. It sent a message out into the universe. And they had the frequency for it, and they found out that when they built the Luxor Hotel. And then you've got the pyramid in London. You got the pyramid in the glass
I
pyramid.
got a pyramid in London.
Yeah, it's on the Rose Line
I'm ignorant, I'm sorry, but I will
at the
look it up.
Masonic Lodge. Yeah,
Okay.
and it's above. It was done on Demons with Tom Hanks when he made that movie. What was the name of that movie?
Da Vinci Code.
The Da Vinci Code. And they show the glass pyramid.
That was at the Louvre, I think.
Yeah. And then when they were digging, they were putting in the expressway in Memphis, Tennessee, and they got 65 feet down in the ground, and they found a 24-karat gold pyramid about the size of this room, and it had all the symbols on it. They were all Masonic symbols, and so they built a glass pyramid above it, and the expressway was rerouted 1 mile around it. So when you come into Memphis, you go this way. Then you got to go all the way around the city, and the glass pyramid is above that. That became a big holy site, and it was next to the river. The river sediment had covered it over. It was over 100,000 years old. But then you've got the spacecraft in Greenland, which has been up there. It's the size of Lake Michigan, 300 miles long, 55 miles wide, and 2 miles high. Now it sticks out of the ice almost a mile. It's a big obelisk. It's a big spacecraft, and there's another one in Antarctica, and there's 3 more on the dark side of the moon. On September 21st, 2012, I got an email from my buddy who works at Hummel Telescope, and he showed me a picture of these 3 spacecrafts coming in beyond Pluto. 1 year later, it docked on the dark side of the moon on the 12th, at the 21st of September 2013. 5 days later, the moon was moved 17.6 degrees out of orbit, and now we have 4 full moons every month. And the orbit was changed from 240,000 miles to 222 through 256,000 miles, and last night was the blood moon. For the first, normally we have 1 blood moon every 5,000 years, now we have 6 blood moons a year because of the moving of the moon. On February 6th, 2014, a few weeks later, an asteroid slammed into the moon, moving to 41,000 miles an hour and blew a hole in the moon 41 miles wide and 10 miles deep. If the moon had not been moved by putting a dampening field around it into the new orbit, the asteroid would have hit Nebraska. 2 miles below Nebraska is a lake of water 2 miles deep. Now we're going to go into physics. An asteroid moving through our atmosphere at 41,000 miles an hour would heat up to about 4,000 degrees, because it would be iron as it burned off. But because of its energy impact, it would have penetrated through the 2 mile surface and hit the water under Nebraska. That lake of water goes from the Gulf of Mexico all the way to Canada. At 900 degrees, water boils at 212. And when water boils, it turns to steam. When steam turns to hydrogen and oxygen, it separates at 900 degrees Fahrenheit and burns. At 1250 degrees Fahrenheit, water explodes. The hydrogen-oxygen reaction becomes rocket fuel. So that's how you put satellites. So the compression speed and impact into the water would have detonated the water at 1250 degrees, expanding at 1.3 million to 1, and creating a fireball which would have encompassed the entire planet, killing all life on the planet. Plants, humans, animals, everything. Even bacteria would have died. And so, and what is water? Water is cold fusion. 1 gallon of water would drive a car 250,000 miles. It could be frozen in ice and space because of the temperature and used for rocket fuel, hydrogen and oxygen, in cold fusion reaction. and propel spacecrafts anywhere. 2/3 of the Earth, or 3/4 of the Earth is covered in water. Enough that a spacecraft like the one in Greenland, even though its size, can hold enough water to jump between galaxies and be an intergalactic spacecraft, moving at astronomical speeds in the gravitational fields between galaxies. And now we've got 3 of them on the dark side of the moon, and one in Antarctica and one in Greenland. They can set up what's called a dampening field around planet Earth and shut down electricity. If you stop electricity with a dampening field, no cars, planes, automobiles, trains, shipping, internet, cell phones, the whole world stops. The world's 12 billion people. There's no way to get food to the population areas of California or all of our high populated areas. Without electricity or fuel, you can't drive anywhere, so you'd be restricted to walk. And the entire planet only has a 10-day food supply. And people can't get the food to market in time. Steam engines would become relevant again. Diesel engines are relevant because they don't use electricity. So they built Caterpillar diesels to run across the glacier from western Greenland to the spaceship. And the spaceship has 200 decks, 100 feet each. I had a program up on my website for 3 years before the Air Force found out about it and took it down.
What year did they take it down?
2005.
Well, I'm going to search through historical.
They washed the internet.
It's washed up.
The only thing that's up there is a strange object in Greenland right now.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And that's before the glacier melted. And we're 13 years past the glacier when it started melting and exposing the spacecraft up there.
Google
And
took it off.
Huh?
Can't find it on Google anymore.
Oh yeah, strange object in Greenland still's up there.
No, but I mean on Google you could see it.
Oh yeah, they erased it.
It's
If
erased now.
Before that, you could go on to
That's
Google
what
Maps
makes
and you could
work
actually
about
see
You
it
go
there.
on and go, what the heck is that? That's just a glitch in the program. I said, that's no glitch.
And that was the
And all of a
spacecraft.
sudden it disappeared.
All the maps have been redone. See, because the existence of that spacecraft disqualifies all religions on the planet.
Yes, I remember you saying.
Now, my argument, and what I said to the government, well, when ET shows up with a 300-mile spacecraft, what are you going to do, babble? Or are you going to call Dave Miller to talk to him in correct grammar? It's mathematically certified. And I can translate their language into a treaty that is mathematically certified, because no one ever went to war in the history of mankind over over mathematics. And throughout history, they have, if you watch Alien, Alien programs on TV, Ancient Aliens is the name of the TV show. They show going back 10,000 years of how ET has been influencing things around here. Peru, crop circles. They had a thing on the other day from our first spacecraft that we sent out on the Voyager. The symbol on it was done as a crop circle in England, over by Stonehenge. And then they compared that to NASA, and it was identical. So, somebody's making statements, you know. But when no matter how much they hate me for a lot of things, they need me, and they need me to be alive and healthy. And when I was at Tripler, and I was dying, the surgeon came in and said, we have orders to keep you alive. If we have to give you a new heart, a new liver, a new kidney, we're going to keep you alive, period. Keep your brain alive, no matter what. And I'm here, in spite of being dead for 55 hours. So, next question.
The reason why I mentioned the customs is because when the customs looked through to me, he was smiling at me, And he looked through all the paperwork and stuff like that. And yes, yeah, we know that. They looked at the flag, the stamp. I had my book, your book with me. Yeah, we know that. We call it dictionarized language. He said.
Mm.
Yeah. And he asked me some basic questions, and said hello and thank you very much, and that was it. I had my stamps cancelled out my stamps. So
You were postmaster transporting your vessel,
Yeah.
and they were fully aware that you were moving legal.
I wanted to share that with everybody. So I've had so much experiences with your flag, with your technology, that the evidence is so overwhelming. I just can't ignore it. I don't bother surprising myself anymore. When I sued for correct language and correct name with the Inland Revenue, we call them HMR there. I only had the capacity at that time to point out 3 mistakes on their document. They vacated.
Mm-hmm.
Third time, I did it third time, I was able to do more, but they kept on vacating. And then I realized just by pointing out a simple, even one error, and letting them know that I was a live-life claimant, therefore not under the c.s.s.c.p.s.g.p. charge, they just simply vacated.
Did the same thing in Australia and New Zealand.
And then so many closures, and I got you to thank for my safety, essentially. I'm giggling with a sarcastic laugh because I just can't believe, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
When I did the health talk, by that time, through Russell's postal roads, I knew how to do the postmastership. So when I did my health program in England, they wrote articles about me, day and night, television programs.
Trying to slander you.
Yeah, but what I found out what I did not understand at that stage is that why they would publish my postmaster treatise in the Telegraph, and I realized the Telegraph is actually part of the federal system. And they
Post office owns everything.
Yeah, so they published it with me, with the registered post sticker, with the postage stamp, with my thumbprint, with my autograph, safeguarding all of my speakers into Britain, and then safely left. Yeah.
Technically, what they told everybody, if you don't know Christopher, leave him the hell alone. We don't want him in our courts. So stop bringing him in here.
So when I done so much with the evidence, I taught everybody how to hold seminars, health seminars, because we were getting shut down. They were shutting us down, The way that they would do it is that they would hire the hall, take the money off you, and then cancel the hall the next day, not giving you a chance to be able to revenue yourself as it were. So I taught everybody, and they never did that to us. We even held it without publicizing the actual location, met them at a train station, safeguarded them, walked them into the venue, walked them back into the train station.
13 years ago, I mailed Russell to France through Montreal. I put a postage stamp on him, registered mail, as bills of lading for cargo, and I was the postmaster transporting the document. I signed my name across it. He signed his name across it. We mailed them through Montreal to Paris, because Montreal and Paris are connected. When I got to Montreal, though, I'm not allowed in Canada. So I was under four guards and held in security for 2 hours. Russell, he was taken off of my plane and walked with 4 guards on a red carpet through immigrations and customs right onto the plane and said, "You sit here until the plane leaves." They didn't even let him sit in the gallery or, in the waiting area. They put him on the plane and said, "Here, you sit here." And they had a security sit there with him for 2 hours until everybody boarded the plane, and then we flew. When we got off in Paris, as we're landing, it was announced over the PA system that the Paris airport just went on strike, and all the customs and immigration workers walked off the thing, so all the supervisors were in charge. And we just had 10 747s land, 4,000 people, all hitting the gate at the same time. So when Russell and I came up to the gate, I had my passport, and they stamped it. Russell didn't even have a driver's license or any ID or anything. He just had his registered mail sticker on his chest that I signed across. It says, I'm transporting this cargo. I'm the postmaster and he's my cargo. And I'm signing for him. Okay, you can go. That was in front of an immigration's customs officer. And then we went and got our car over at Nuremberg, and then drove to Paris. Well, first from the airport, we got off at the airport, and we took the shuttle. It was supposed to take us to the station, so we get on a train, and there was a fire, so they had to discharge us at the church that was built in 300 AD, which was the center of Paris. That was the first Gothic church that we saw. And I photographed that, not knowing that we were supposed to be there and go through the church as a museum. And then we had to walk 3 blocks, 95-degree heat, to get to the train to go get our car. Well, when we left there, we got up to Nuremberg, and there was a church built in 1006. It was another Gothic church. So we went through that, looked at that. Well, when we left there, we headed south, and they have roundabouts in here. And we came out of the wrong roundabout and wound up over here in front of another Gothic church. We left there and went down the Riviera, ran into another Gothic church on the Riviera. When we left there, we got lost and we went north too far. Found another Gothic church. From there, we went over to Giza, Leaning Tower of Giza, and then down to Rome for 3 days. Then headed north to Venice, and then into Switzerland to Bern to meet with the Universal Postal Union. And then when we left there with the bank treaties, they wanted us in Zurich, Germany in 2 hours. We didn't get there until 6, and the bank's closed at 5 to get the bank open for us. We walked in, took care of business, gave them our bank treaties for Germany. Then we headed back, and we went south, and then we changed our mind. We didn't want to go through Paris because of the traffic issue. So we got on the wrong side of a roundabout, and we wound up at a Gothic church again over here. And as we're heading back across northern France, north of Paris, to go back to Nuremberg, my buddy says, well, there's another one north of us here. Why don't we go see that one too? So we drove north and went to the 7th Gothic Church. Then when we got back, the spelling of all the cities that had the Gothic Church are P space A space R space I space S space. It was coded on all the maps where the Gothic Church are to create the Star of David, 300 miles wide. And every 5 miles along the lines, the ley lines, there was an obelisk as a straight line. And we were actually following the Star of David around France. And every time we got lost, we were in front of a church. 24 hours a day. Sometimes it was 3 o'clock in the morning. And we get out, park our cars, there's nobody around. We get in to go through the side door, photograph the whole inside of the church, find the keys in each of the churches, because we knew where the keys were.
You eventually unlocked the keys because you knew where the keys
And when I was in Sydney, in Brisbane, did the same thing, went to the Catholic churches, found the keys. In Melbourne, Perth.
What year would this be?
Well, I spent 3 years in Australia. And about 3 months in North Island, Australia, and New Zealand. And spent a week in Fiji, a week at Guadalcanal in the Solomons. They brought me to the Solomon Islands to fight the case of 1,129 Solomon Island people who were genocided in 1929 by the British Admiralty. I wrote the lawsuit for that. I did a 3-day seminar. On the 3rd day, the ambassador of the Marshall Island, of Solomon Islands found out I was on island. And I was supposed to check in with him first, but it was already published, videotaped, and was in the press. I had a big press article this big. And the British and the Canadians were there, Australians were there at the seminar, and when they saw me syntax the genocide of 1929, the Admiralty's orders, and showed there's written an adverb verb, said nothing was a lie, that they committed murder. There's no statute of limitations for murder. So I wrote a 9-page lawsuit in quantum language and took it to The Hague, and we won the case. And The Hague ordered, because of genocide, $880 million paid to the Solomon Island survivors in Guadalcanal. Nobody would touch that case since 1929. It was paid in 2012. Did a lot of things in 2012. So, even the 12/21/2012, when we opened the federal postal court, the Mayans said 1,800 years earlier that would be the day of the end of the world. The being the adverb modifying the verb world. And it was 3 days after that when we realized that on 12/21/2012 that we had opened the federal postal court and created the new court system in quantum language to prosecute the world of fiction.
Is that court still up and running?
Yeah, I'm the federal postal court chief judge. So is Russell. So is Keeley Kahau, Monty Miller.
I have not spoken to Monty Miller in maybe 3 years. I've not heard from him.
Well, he's been busy doing other things. But he still has all of his knowledge and status. So, next question.
Yeah, so many things that you say just blow me away. The level of closure you're talking about on a grand scale. I forget what I'm supposed to ask, what I want to ask, and I apologize about that. I'm going to ask you your permission to do something. Now, the syntaxing that you do, okay, I'm able to syntax the first 2 words, okay. After that, I get unsure.
You got to be able to syntax frontwards and backwards. You can start at the end of the sentence, the beginning of the sentence, the middle of the sentence. Doesn't matter where you start in the sentence. It's the same going frontwards and backwards.
Now, I can't see the patterns that you're referring to, but I can see the patterns, especially on Wikipedia. Now, I can syntax Wikipedia because it is quite literally written in adverb, and
Yeah.
I can see it. You know?
Wikipedia hates me because I told them their whole entire program is bullshit.
Yeah, and
Excuse
it's
my
copyrighted to burn Switzerland.
Yeah.
Wikipedia, it says so. It's copyrighted to burn Switzerland, and it's not the property of that so-called philanthropist. That's, so, any coherent, methodical way of me being able to see what you see with the patterns, because I can't see the patterns. I can see the adverb, but I can't see the adverb, adjective, pronoun. I can see the pronoun, adjective, and that's it, and the pronoun, adjective, and that's it. Any cloud?
Pronoun, adjective. Pronoun always precedes an adverb. An adjective always precedes a pronoun.
That's
Anytime
any
you have
part.
2 facts together, the first one is an adjective, the second one is a pronoun.
Unless it has 4 colons, with a hyphen underlined as a compound.
Then it's a compound verb.
That's that.
It'll be used as a compound verb. In 1834, the Congress of the United States passed a law that all the states' names, New York, New Hampshire, North Carolina, South Carolina, New Mexico, North Dakota, South Dakota, were compound words. So it said state of, and then it was a compound, so it was a 4-1-3-4. But the money says the United States of America, 1-3-4-1-2. So they had to make America had to be a 2, therefore all 50 state names had to be 2. So they had to change all the compound names of the states and make them compound verbs to go with the American verb. And A means no, M-E-R-I is Latin for mercy, E-C-A is Latin for sheep, no mercy for the sheep. They fleeced the sheep of the wool. They fleeced the people of their money. It's called slavery. So we're a slave community in fiction. They don't teach you how to read and write so that they can harvest you when you walk in the courtroom. When you leave your country, all 50 states are territories. But when you leave the territory, you walk into the state of Wisconsin, which is a fiction court of birth, or the state of North hyphen Carolina, or North hyphen Illinois.
So the way that I would understand that in maritime is if I have a ship docked there, my sailors are given leave or liberty for an 18-kilometer radius of that ship, and the MPs, military police, would make sure they don't exceed that, and their behaviour and conduct.
It's 12 miles.
It's 12 miles, but 18 kilometers.
Oh,
Yeah.
18 kilometers, okay.
So is that, am I thinking in the correct
Yes,
line?
you're thinking right.
Thank you very much.
In Hawaii, when I brought that to the attention of the Hawaiian government, being the king of Hawaii, I said, well, you got all these holes here, and you don't have any jurisdiction to foreclose those. Sheriff doesn't have any jurisdiction to go on Hawaiian land and foreclose those houses. They're outside your venue. So the next thing the fiction government did is they authorized the building of police stations all over Hawaii, even in remote areas where nobody lived, to blanket the entire island with 18-mile radius overlays so that the sheriff's department had jurisdiction.
I remember that you said it before. Thank you
They
very
did
much.
the same thing here in America. If you look at our map system, every time you see a name on a map, it can be in the middle of a desert. When you go to that location, there will be a building as small as this function room with mailboxes inside of it. And everybody within 12 miles of that building, that's the county seat, the post office. There may not be anybody working there, but they'll
So
have
that's
a,
the county seat, did you say?
yeah.
What does that mean, county seat? Oh, okay.
They could, because it's all these buildings that are put up as post offices are then courts, and courts have sheriffs, so they can work a 12-mile radius off that point. That's why it shows on a map that we're claiming this as a post office, because the post office claims all water and land in America. So they had to blanket the entire, even when you go out west, there's nothing, complete barrenness. Nevada's has got that. You can fly over it, and you look down, there's nothing, not even any roads, but you'll have a post office every 12 miles, or 18 kilometers.
I'm going to use Google Maps to see that.
Even if they have a mailbox, because a mailbox is a federal building. When Russell was arrested because he wouldn't join with fiction, they put him in a mental hospital. And the sheriff's department was going to transport him out of the hospital back to the jail. And he was in his hospital gown, and he jumped up on the federal mailbox, and he wouldn't come down. And the sheriff's department and the police department couldn't touch him. They had to call the federal court and get a federal marshal to drive over and pick him up off the mailbox and put him into a federal licensed vehicle and drive him over to the federal court to put him in a federal court, because he was a federal postmaster and federal judge.
Because he signed the
I stood there for almost 45 minutes next to him, and they wouldn't touch him. I witnessed all this take place. These are stories we tell people that you would never see this happen anywhere unless you had the knowledge of a postmaster, like Russell does, at maritime law. We've done some really outlandish things.
Yeah.
We deputized all the sheriffs at Madison County Jail in Dane County to be postmasters so they could mail the food to Russell when he was locked up. And as I was postmaster, I had to go out to the grocery store and buy food that he could cook that was approved in the jail, and put postage stamps on it and deliver the mail to him so he could cook his own food in his own jail cell. These are the extremes that the county went to. And he was known throughout the entire prison system of Wisconsin for what he was doing, and nobody understood it, but he was a story they tell. And so am I in all the prisons in the United States about David Miller and his capturing Shawano, Wisconsin, creating 400 federal lawsuits, and polluting, 320 jails 6 weeks after they arrested me. So it's
Teaching a prisoner quantum language.
yeah, they didn't watch TV or radio. I had a captured audience for 5 days, and they threw me out in the snow in my underwear. No kidding. I just had an undershirt, my t-shirt, and a pair of underpants on. No socks. It was 20 below zero. They threw me on 18 inch, we had about 15 inches of snow on the ground at 5 a.m. in the morning when they discharged me from Shawano Prison, Rogers County Jail. And I ran 3 city blocks to a cornered tavern that was open. I knew it was open at 6 in the morning for third shift getting off. And when I went in there, every single man that was in that bar had been at the trial 5 days earlier, and everyone knew me. So they scampered around and they got pants and shirts and shoes and socks, and they dressed me. And to keep me warm, gave me coats, called Milwaukee, and my brother came up and picked me up from Shawano. It was a 3-hour drive.
You was detained in prison.
Yeah, 5 days. Because
I was there when you arrested him.
Yeah.
He was there.
He was in court. And it was Judge Schmidt and Grover. And Grover confessed to treason against the American people. Look up the definition of treason in the dictionary. And I walked him through the definition, and he confessed the entire definition. He says, you just confessed to treason in front of the people. A jury of 12 and 120 of the people you put in prison during the 1983 Shawano Indian Wars. And all those people were in the courtroom, and all their children were there because they closed the high school. The seniors and the juniors were now the children of the parents that went to jail in 1983. And they all, 125 people were in the courtroom. And they witnessed Grover confessing the treason. And that was payback. And it was the first time in American history that a state sitting judge of 38 years confessed to treason in front of the people. And that was such an embarrassment, they shut down the entire court system, state and federal. All 11,000 courts in the United States were shut down for a week to figure out what the hell just happened. How did Miller punch a hole through this thing in 1999? January 15, 1999. I remember that like it was yesterday. I got a story for every court appearance. I could talk to you for weeks and weeks and weeks of all the adventures around the world. Kuala Lumpur and Solomons. I went to Fiji. They wouldn't let me go to Fiji. You know why? Because they had a coup going on.
The military, the general, that...
No, there was a coup going on between the Indians and the Fiji people.
Yes.
Back in 1850, they had to import Indians to handle the sugar crops, again, because they didn't have enough Fiji people when they opened up the sugarcane industry down there. So they wanted to build railroads too. So they brought in the Indians because they were willing to work for cheap. Well, they stayed, and now we're 6, 7, 8 generations later, and the Indians are great bankers and businessmen, but the Fiji people own all the land, and they were fighting. So I was brought down there to put on a seminar for 50 businessmen from Australia because I was banned from Australia. I couldn't go back. And had a 3-year moratorium freeze on me because I prosecuted 129 judges in Australia. So then the chiefs, there were 3 chiefs in the back of the room, and they were watching about 4 hours of my seminar. And they were back there dancing, realizing that the fictitious conveyance of language is what the Indians were using against the Fiji people to try and secure their land rights, and why the Constitution was fraud. And they were jumping up and down. I go, what the heck's going on? So they said, hey, would you come with us? So I walked into this room, and they had 30 chiefs were in the room in a circle. They had folding tables set up in a big circle. And Steve and Al were there. And Steve and Al were secret police, CIA, from Pearl Harbor. And they had just dealt with them 2 weeks earlier at one of my seminars. Like I'm walking in the room, I go, hey Steve, what are you doing here? Miller, what are you doing here? I says, well, I was invited here by the chiefs. I looked around the room and I says, what are you people doing here? He says, we're writing a new constitution for the Fiji government. I looked at the easels, because everybody had what they were going to talk about on the easels. I was surrounded by all these people because it was a break. And so I started walking around the room like this here, and I go like, I hereby charge all the chiefs in Fiji with treason against the people for using the fictitious conveyance of language and of syntax. And then I put on it must have been a 20-minute presentation on syntax on one of the easels. You know what they did for the next 5 days? They studied syntax. So they got the grammar right. And they came to an understanding. The Fiji people would own all the land, and that only a Fiji person could own land, and that the contracts had to be written correct, and the Constitution had to be written correct in the Fiji government.
In your technology.
In my technology, yes.
And they all live life claimants as well.
And Fiji is a heavy meaning it can land 747s. There's only 2 heavies in the Pacific Ocean. Well, it's 3 now. You had Pearl Harbor, Fiji, and Tonga. We're getting across the Pacific, but now the planes can fly 14,000 miles. That's irrelevant now. But that was the importance of Fiji back then.
I remember you saying that the Fiji people all have live life claims of the land.
Yeah. And the Fijis claim the Hawaiian Islands as theirs. But then I said, show me your contract written in correct grammar, which they can't do. And so the Hawaiian Islands got their sovereignty, and so did Fiji. It's with correct grammar because I assisted with the Constitution of the Fiji government. So I put on a 5-day seminar for the 50 millionaires that were there, and I got pictures around here someplace of all the. Wait a minute. Just hang on a second.
I got to ask him about the pyramid, because I've never really figured out why pyramid is why it's an energy generator.
This is a photograph of us at Turtle Bay in Hawaii after the Constitution was signed.
Okay.
A little dusty. You can pass around. All the names are in the back, and the dates and phone numbers.
Where are you, David?
I'm right there, right in front.
I'm missing something.
Must be the dust.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, that was 2000. I think that's what's say 2000. What was that?
Oh, it was about 2002, wasn't it?
This was in Hawaii there.
He looks like a native.
This is 2009. This picture was taken. This was the rewrite of the new Constitution. We improved it because we had, when we wrote the original one in 1997, we used the word "to." We took the word "to" out, and then in 2009 we added the word the performance, and we cleaned it up in now time, and it was mathematically better in 2009, and that was accepted by The Hague. And we went to The Hague in 2009. That's when the blood diamond lawsuits were going on, where 385,000 people were murdered over blood diamonds. And they stopped the trial to hear the Hawaiians' quantum language, because the 4 times I went to The Hague, all 4 times The Hague shut down and gave me audience for 5 days to hear quantum language, because I was the only person on the planet that had correct grammar.
Before I forget, David, the pyramid. I don't understand why the pyramid is a...
Radio transmitter?
yeah, I don't
It's a
understand.
crystal. It's a diamond. There's the same amount of... It's an 8-sided diamond. Diamonds have 8 sides. It's carbon. We're carbon-based people. The hardest substance on our planet is diamond. Diamond is the highest piezoelectric substance transmitter on this planet for frequency. It can sustain the highest frequency for transmission. That's why all pyramids are built in the shape of a diamond.
Thank you very much.
It's all physics.
Yeah.
You study metallurgy and physics and the periodic tables and everything, it all goes back to diamonds.
It can maintain and hold a great level of frequency indefinitely, is what you're saying.
how can I say this? A 1 cubic inch quartz crystal run on a green holographic laser is a 64 gigabyte storage facility. 1 cubic inch of quartz crystal will hold 64 times 64 is 3.6 billion, not billion, but trillion. So it's almost 4 terabytes on one square. And a green holographic laser can write information to 4 terabytes. Potassium silicon must have current electricity always present to maintain a memory. Potassium does not require electricity. A single 1/1,000,000th of an inch piece of potassium, the size of a dime, can hold 3 billion pieces of information. And that's only a millionth of an inch thick, and that's permanent. So you could take Encyclopedia Britannica and put the entire information on a microscopic wafer and implant it in your brain, and you'd have all the information in Encyclopedia Britannica in your brain that could be wired in, hardwired. And if you had layers of it, where these wafers of potassium were stacked, maybe 1,000 layers, you could have a 500 terabyte storage system on instant recall, just like a computer, like the internet, for instance, in anybody's brain walking around. So this is technology that's in the future, but the technology is actually 20 years old. You just haven't perfected how to graft it into a brain. But today you talk to your cell phone, and it tells you anything you want to know just by talking to it. So voice activated, sound activated, memory recall, you program it for your voice frequency and it's done. My phone's really good, someplace around here.
Thank you very much. I have many other questions. Is it okay if we take a few minutes out?
So
You are heavy. There's no doubt about it. You are heavy.
I told you I got 400 hours worth of material, so it's whatever you guys can stand.
Yeah, I'm going to start asking the questions just after this, because I need to get.
We haven't had any questions yet.
Anybody got
We've been at
questions?
this for 4 hours, 4.5 hours. We've been at this. Does it feel like 4.5 hours just went by?
No.
No.
Yes,
We have actually. We have. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
We're keeping record
We
as
do.
well.
My friends from Chicago come up here and they get here at 9 o'clock in the morning, and it's usually 4 in the afternoon, 6, 7 hours later. And it's just interchange it back and forth. And they don't even realize they've been here 6 hours.
What about in the 90s when I used to come down and we'd sit on your computer from about noon on Friday till Sunday night when I'd leave to go back up to Appleton.
Yeah, him and I
nonstop.
pull 70-hour sessions without sleep. We just sit there and type and type and
I
type
don't
and
sleep
type,
either. I go to
brainstorm.
bed between 12 and 1 and I'm up at 4. My clock shorted out. I've been doing that for 20 years. And I
Yep.
feel a hell of a lot better. And I'll be 60 in a month.
How? How do you do that?
How?
Yeah.
Well, what started was my divorce or whatever, and the judge was a personal friend of my ex-father-in-law. My ex-wife's brother-in-law is a police chief up there by me. So if that tells you what I ended up getting in the court system.
Okay.
I think it's stacked
And I was arrested once for basically lies, but my side of the story that make no difference. The guy went to jail regardless. And with the threats that you guys made to me, sleep became not an option because it's kind of hard to sleep when you're not knowing is this the night the Gestapo's going to show up?
I get it.
So my internal clock shorted out.
See, when you wanna go without sleep,
Form of dissonance.
Huh?
It's that form of dissonance you're talking about. It doesn't matter. I'm thinking out loud. But thank you very much for that.
So
I'm starting to make the connections.
Your body only needs about 3 minutes a day of REM sleep. You have to acquire REM every 24 hours. There's something in the REM chemistry that takes place in your body to re-energize yourself. Now, a normal person sleeps 8 hours a day and works 16, or is up and active 16 hours. Now, if you change your pattern and you work 8, sleep 4, work 8, sleep 4, and you get yourself into a rhythm, once you get used to that, then you work 9 hours and sleep 3, then you work 10 hours and sleep 2, then you work 11 hours and sleep 1. Now you're getting by with a 1 hour nap. You have standard temperature and pressure in your body never breaks down. You get your 1 hour nap in, you work 11 hours, you get your 1 hour nap in, now you're productive 22 hours a day. And instead of only having 8 hours a day worth of productivity to increase the assets of your life, now you're working 22 hours a day to increase the assets of your life. And so you do twice as much in half the time that anybody else does. And it doesn't hurt you one
We
bit.
can just come down there and it'd be, I'd be sitting next to him going over stuff and we'd be talking and stuff and next thing you know, I'd stop hearing this. I'd look over and he'd be, so I figure, okay, he's exhausted, I'm gonna let him sleep. 5 minutes, 10 minutes later, well, I'm good for another 12. So then we start again.
Yeah, you just got to shut down, get REM sleep.
It's like me. I
Mind
go to bed,
control.
I'm dead to the world. In fact, I missed the tornado sirens going off one night. I walked up the next morning and the buildings all around me are all like, what the hell happened last night? You didn't hear that? I go, hear what? Tornado went through here. Sirens were going off. I says, ooh, I didn't hear nothing. But when I wake up, it's done. It's over with. I haven't heard my alarm clock in probably 15 years. And I got it set an hour before I get up, would get up to go to work. 4 o'clock every morning. It's like somebody kicked me and I'm up and I'm up. But I used to go with guys out of state to work or whatever, and they used to get ticked off at me. Jump up out of bed, get dressed, I'm ready to go to work, and they're still laying in bed going like, oh, I hate you.
You ever wake up to an emergency? Okay. If you remember how to wake up to an emergency, that's going from a sound sleep to what I call forced override on your body system, where you're forcing your awareness, your adrenaline, your body. It takes maybe 5 seconds to do a forced override, and you're fully awake and functioning. And that's what you have to train yourself to do. Driving from Milwaukee to Key West, Florida, it's let's see, 14, it's about 1,800, 1,900 mile drive. That's about 27, 28 hours. And staying sharp the whole distance, one thing. Driving from Los Angeles to Milwaukee, 34 hours nonstop. Staying 100% focused the whole time. That's doing a forced override. And I've done that my whole life. Been staying awake with forced override, getting a lot of work done, accomplishing a lot of things. I made 125 trips to Florida, Fort Myers, and Clearwater.
Straight.
I just straight drive it. I'll get up today and look outside. It's cold, 7 degrees out, snow, and I say, well, it takes me 18 hours to drive from here to Fort Myers. So tomorrow this time I'll be sitting on a sunny beach. I just get in my car and set my mind to it, and 18 hours later I'm on a sunny beach in 85 degree heat.
That's will.
That's our answers to how we can live here.
And you go down there and you spend a week. You relax, enjoy. You hit the tiki bars and at night and walk the beach and get relaxed, and get in your car and you drive 18 hours, come back, and go to work. And going to work, you're relaxed because you had your vacation. And after, it could be a few weeks later, and I want warm weather again. So you get in your car and drive 18 hours, and it's warm weather again. Simple as that.
I was joking with everybody that when I get here, I'm going to convince you to move to a warmer part of the world where I come and visit you more often.
Well, I've done since 1995. I planned all my seminars in the South: California, Texas, Arizona, New Orleans, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, in the warm climates for the winter. And I worked around the weather, so it was always 75, 80 degrees. And I was usually out 4 days a week in hot weather and 3 days back here in Wisconsin to prepare for the next out, but I was in the house warm, so I was always warm. And I did that for 22 years. So,
I can give attest to that. He's never home.
now, if you want to invite me to your court, I
Just
have to pull your high school records to see if you cheated on your high school exam, your college exam, because you have to have a 4-year college degree to become a sheriff, and your sheriff's exam to see if it was written in adverb verb. If it was written in adverb verb, then you cheated, and you're not who you say you are. You're not licensed to carry a badge or a gun, and you don't have an oath of office. You get out of my county right now, and don't come back. I'm not going to give you a ticket, because I don't want you coming into my jurisdiction and syntaxing or challenging the sheriff, the other sheriffs, the district attorney, and the judge. I know who you are. I've heard stories about you my whole life. You're that guy. Now get out of here. And then I left. And I drove the speed limit. But
What about the time I left down here with you? Washington County, I'm doing the speed limit. Washington County Sheriff's Deputy goes wheeling past me doing about 85, so I thought, well, what the heck? Drafting him, right on his bumper. About a mile down the road, turns his lights on and sticks his arm out the window, pulling behind him. And he says, can I see driver's license and registration? I says, for what reason? He says, well, you were speeding. I says, well, how do you know I was speeding? He says, because I was doing 85 miles an hour and you were on my bumper. I says, oh, thank you. You just confessed to speeding. You broke the law, and thereby you can't enforce the law. So therefore, I says, first correction is give yourself a ticket.
Title 42, 1988.
Then he wanted to know who I was, and then I told him, and he says, oh, he says, I heard about you. He says, well, just let this go. He says, you go on your way. And I says, okay. I says, just about remember, though. I says, speeding for coffee and donuts does not constitute an emergency. And he just kind of gave me a dirty look. And I thought, well, that's it. You were speeding, so I thought I was getting a police escort.
I didn't realize you guys were so cheeky as well.
Oh, yeah. Him and I put on a 20-hour seminar without breaking wind and kicking stories back and forth and keep the audience roaring.
Before I forget, there are some students that want to ask some questions.
Yeah.
It's questions that unfortunately you've already answered, but they would have liked it answered this way. But before I do any of that, certain people wanted to extend their love to you.
Don't know her.
You've spoken to her, my girlfriend.
Oh.
Yeah. So
I speak, you're going to have to understand, I speak to people 12 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yeah. She also said, watching your videos, she has spent more time in bed with you than she has with me.
My apologies.
My good friend Richard, he wishes to extend his love to you. He has spoken to you once or twice. He's in Ireland. My tutor, the way that I went about studying your technology, I couldn't. My mind seized. So what I did is I put a YouTube link out calling for anybody that can tutor me in Miller's technology. So 2 people answered. One of them was David Anthony, full colon David Anthony. Yeah? And we still keep in contact, so he wishes to extend his, he wishes to extend his love to you as well. And he said quite remarkable things about you. He said, it'll be a shame if that man goes to the grave without getting all that information out of his head.
Well, that's why I made the videos and put them up on the internet for the world to see. Because I knew I was terminal at some point. And that's just gravity, you know, just a human being. But I've died 8 times now, and I'm still here, so it's, they keep rebooting me.
Yeah. I also want to thank you because I rang you last Christmas, and you was in hospital at that time, just about barely speaking. So I wanted to thank you.
Yeah, Christmas Day was pretty rough on me. I had 3 heart attacks in less than 8 hours.
Yeah. And for the record, as it were, he answered the phone.
No.
Yeah.
Answered the phone, took my call. How you doing, buddy? A little bit slower.
I was I was almost paralyzed then. A couple hours, a few days later, I was fully paralyzed. I couldn't speak anymore. They put a trach in my throat, cut my throat open, put a tube down my lungs, had edema. And they were draining me every 20 minutes, 24 hours a day. I went 40, I forget how many days. I think it was 22 consecutive days without any sleep. And I had one 6-hour session where I actually shut down and went to sleep. And then I was up for another 22 days without any sleep. Because every 10 minutes I had to come in and drain my lungs. I was never able to fall asleep. I couldn't change the channel on TV either. I was paralyzed. Some of the shows that I had up there, I just turned it off.
And there's another one, first thing being is there anything that we can do? These are the people that are asking. Is there anything that I can do for you? I don't want to take things away from you. Sorry about the negative. I want to add value to all of this.
Yeah, just keep teaching people. You know, keep getting the word out. That's all. To people and.
Anything else?
What's that?
Anything else? We also have.
Well, the video.
frequency
You know,
machines.
if you want to watch, you know, most of the people just go back as far as 2012 to watch the video. But if you type in 1995, 1996, 1997, Australia, David-Wynn Miller, you're going to pull up all the Australian seminars. I've done almost 1,000 videos up there. There's thousands of hours of stuff up on the internet.
Fortunately, it's not accessible. I have tried many things. It's not accessible. But such is life. We got
A lot of stuff was taken down by the government because it compromised them too seriously.
So I'll ask these questions. This is full cold one. Bernice. I don't fully quite understand the question, but I'll ask it anyway. First question. I know the syntax grammar of the Constitution. Which one did you do? Was there 2? She's referring to the 1776 Constitution of the Organic States of Americas and the 1871 Constitution. Did you do any one of them? Did you write?
Yeah, I syntaxed all the seminars. I mean, all those constitutions over the time, and as far as publishing them on the internet, no. I syntaxed them just the same to prove that they were a lie, and because everybody was always trying to make, you know, which way the flag was being hung or what something said in the Constitution, and I said, no, that's irrelevant. I says, it's still written in adverb and says nothing, means nothing. I says, so don't put any value in that. I says, it's just the United States government, 100%, 240 years has been in fiction. I says, how does fiction rule the world as a military force? And use, then you go back to the animal kingdom. The judge says, well, the fox has a right to eat, the chicken has a right to eat. Enough said about rights. So might controls right. So they're saying, we might be adverb fiction, we got a bigger gun. But they won't invade China or Russia because they got just as big a guns, you see. So it all comes down to the world of fiction versus common sense. And because there are no laws, rules, regulations, or codes written in any language on planet Earth, you have to put volition on trial. Why did you do something? Did you do it for because it was correct? Was it honest? Or did you do it because you were trying to extort money from somebody? Now, Ian,
And that is what you're doing when you go into the language, because you only touch the language. You're exposing the volition of a person's thinking.
we don't go after their established. Look at a law library. Marquette Law Library is the size of a city block, and it's got tens of thousands of books in it of case law. They're all 100% fraud. And after 10 years in the law library syntaxing, I finally got caught one day syntaxing. And a lawyer stood over my shoulder and watched me put the number codes on. And he goes like, what are you doing? I says, I'm syntaxing this. I says, it's fraud. So he went and got the dean of the Marquette University and four county Milwaukee sheriffs. And they took me in the dean's office. He says, you know what the word syntax means? I says, yeah. He says, who are you? I says, I'm federal judge David-Wynn Miller. And he goes like, hands me a paragraph. He says, can you syntax this? I says, yeah. And I identified it, just like I do these paragraphs here, these documents. And he looks at it, he goes, can you rewrite this in correct grammar? I says, yeah. So I rewrote it in correct grammar. He looked at it and he says, took my picture. He says, there. He said, within 10 minutes, every guard at Marquette University had an 8x10 glossy of me to at their shack and said, if you see this man, have him arrested for trespassing on Marquette University property. He just disqualified every book in the library, every book in our law library, all the courses we teach here at Marquette University. If he talks to our students, they can sue us all for fraud, for teaching fraud. And so I was posted off at Marquette University campus. And every campus I've been to across the United States does the same thing to me. When my daughter was in high school, they invited me to come and teach the math interface on grammar. When I got done after 45 minutes, 2 English teachers and a social study teacher at the high school handed in their IDs and quit 3 weeks before exams because they would not go back to class and lie to their students. Russell had the same thing with his high school teachers. 38 years English teacher. He met her in a restaurant in Riverton, Wyoming, and she resigned after he did a presentation for her. What's that?
I need to talk to you. I'm from Lander.
You're from Landers?
Mm-hmm.
What's a Russell list? You know Russell?
I haven't met him.
How old are you?
I'll be 50 in June.
Cool.
I don't know how old he is.
Russell's 44. Oh,
So,
43, he's 25 years younger than me. So that makes him 43 years old. Yeah. Well, now when I come to Landers to go fishing every August, and we can get together. Take you fishing with us. We go up to Wind River, trout fishing, or the Yellowstone. We fish at the volcano there.
Fish out of the volcano.
No, there's a Dickinson's Park. I forget the name. Dubai's. You go to Dubai volcano there. We got a lot of good pictures there. We're catching 15-inch rainbows all day long, fishing 65 feet down with sinkers and off the bottom.
Jackie, the other gal that's taking your course with me, she lives in Du Bois.
Okay.
Yeah, Russell had a bank in Du Bois there in the little town.
He did?
Yeah. Oh, that was maybe 15 years ago.
He had a bank.
Yeah, he also opened up a bank in Du Bois. When I got into banking and postal.
He needs to get connected with Jackie because she has visions of what's supposed to happen in Du Bois.
Well, Du Bois is just a little cow town. Not even a cow town. It's just a little tourist stop, actually. Only maybe 1,000 people live there. I think 1,090, something like that.
Yeah.
Tiny. Good food though at the restaurant. They got that really big country western. But I've been to Du Bois a dozen times. I've been all over Wyoming since 1995.
Beautiful country.
Oh yeah, I like it. Fishing is awesome.
This next question is more self-fulfilling than anything else. What he's saying is, since the words were changed, is the 1871 Constitution one for the debt slaves or for everybody? I suppose I could answer that, which is, it is all about slavery and it is about harvesting people.
That's it. Harvesting people, yeah, but it's still all fiction.
Yeah.
Don't forget, syntax we didn't actually come out and advertise until 1992 on the radio. In 1992, when I did my first radio show, there were 2,500 organizations in the United States suing the United States government. And so the FBI had to investigate all these organizations because they constantly were harassing the government. But they were doing it in fiction. After I did about 6 weeks of radio shows, there was only 10 organizations left. They totally wiped out everybody in the United States. Nobody knew syntax, and they knew they were lying. So you can't sue a lie with a lie. And then the Republic of Texas was causing such a big thing, and they arrested all seven of their officers, including the president. So the Republic of Texas, with 50,000 members, called me up and said, "Can you come to Dallas and get these guys out of jail?" So I flew into Dallas, and I told them, I says, "You bring these officers, and we'll hold court. I'm a federal judge. And if they can make an argument in front of me, then you've got to let them go. If they can't make an argument in front of you, then they don't exist at all, and you got to let them go." So they assigned 7 marshals to bring the 7 men to my seminar that I did. And they got there about noon, so we pushed all the tables to the side, and they took one side of the room, I took the other side of the room, and all the people, 45 people that were there were our jurors. And in a 35-minute presentation, they lost all their arguments. How does a italicized 1834 Constitution, written in adverb verb, constitute republic, which means no people contract? It said nothing. And you have 50,000 members suing for nothing. I says, and then they put a box around it, which is an enclosed area and can't be considered.
I remember that from the gallery.
And you know what they said? The marshals looked at them and said, "You guys don't exist. I don't know why we're bothering with you. You're not going back to jail. You're free to go right now. You can call your friends, have pick you up." I got them all out of jail, and the Republic of Texas was disbanded and has never been able to get back together again. They meet every year, and maybe 10% of the people show up from all over Texas. And there's always my students in the audience saying, "Have you written a quantum constitution yet? Have you got this thing straightened out? Do you people know how to use correct grammar?" The answer is no, and everybody gets up and walks out, and it's over in 15, 20 minutes.
Yes, I've seen that on YouTube. The next question, I don't understand it, but I'll read it out. It's from Jason, Matthews. What is Parsee Graph Treaty? I've never heard of it. And where may I find it and a copy of it? Would you know what he's talking about?
Yes. He wants the Masonic codes on Parsee. And he wants to know how to graft, to understand how to break down words through grafting. He goes, grafting is the way I teach sentence structure now. So he wants me to show him how to break down single words. Well, it's real simple. In all words, if they end in a vowel and a consonant, it means contract. If they start with a vowel, it means no. If it starts with a vowel and 2 consonants, it means no. If it means no, it's disqualified. Now, when you read a document, when you read something, it says on or about. Well, about means no contract. So, on or no contract, the 9th of May, in the vicinity of North McCollum Boulevard, Lake Havasu, Arizona. No contract, Layton, pursuant to scheme or scheme or no contract, to no contract, knowingly no contract, any benefit by no contract. You see, you start reading no contract instead of what the word is, and the charging document says they have no contract to talk about to this person. And then his name is nom de guerre as a dead person. So how does a dead person is not allowed to make contract? A dead person is not allowed to own property, and a dead person can't be prosecuted. It's just an illusion, and it's nonsense. That's why I identify the no contract words.
I could teach him that. He's a student of mine, and he wishes to write contracts now with Alibaba.
Get on my website. There are no contract words on my website, unless I'm explaining about this word is a no contract word. And that's found in the dictionary in the book.
Thank you. There's a question here. What is the definition of the word capital? Is written as in all capital.
It means shout.
Yeah.
S-H-O-U-T.
And a shout, of course, would be a capital S, a capital T, capital O, capital P. If it's in German, it will be in all capitals, and it will be bold, which means cease in fiction. I know what shout is, so I'm just explaining it for the camera. Okay. In the first sentence of the page titled Sea Treaty, that's the full question. I don't fully understand it, perhaps you do.
Sea treaty. Well, you have an S-E-A treaty and you have an S-E-E. You see, you have to be able to see where you're going, and you have to have a C.S.S.C.P.s.g.p. treaty to pass the vessel in a sea of space. And then you have to have a drogue law, D-R-O-G-U-E, to anchor your body on planet Earth. As a country, that's required of our organization, Russell and my organization. So we have our sea treaty and our sea pass and our drogue law, our postage, our banking, our constitution, and it's all done through registered mail.
Same person. Is the Federal Postal Court website going to be put up online again?
The only reason, the Federal Postal Court website, because Leighton has the access codes and he's in jail. You see, so he didn't, it's on a 30-day rotation, and he didn't pay his 30 days, so the carrier took it down, not the government. It's just been, it's whoever pays the fine, whoever pays for it with the access code can put it back up.
Fourth question from him. Is there a written glossary of definitions available for the contract terms such as passe, draft, treaty, drogue laws, transshipments, laws of the bailment, freight waybills, transit waybills, switch waybills, etc.?
That's all on the website.
That's all on the website.
It's already published.
Thank you for that. This is from Stefan Parker. Where should a person wanting to learn syntax and the bigger picture of the course and contracts start to learn from ground zero, perhaps with syntax or perhaps something else first? For an example, I can't distinguish nouns, verbs anymore, and I have to relearn my grammar. What is the best place to start and the best way to learn all David-Wynn Miller's website? The main problem that the students are having, which I have greatly closure with because I've given them all the information, is that they do not know grammar. They've never been taught verbs, pronouns, adjectives, or what they actually mean.
You have my book, right?
Sorry?
You got my book.
Yes, of course.
The cover of my book,
Syntax.
right here. That took 6 years to write that.
Yeah. Now I did a presentation on that, and I've shared it with all the students. Yes, Alex.
you gotta remember too is, like the guys at work.
New ones. Plastic.
Very nice. I've got to buy some of these off you as well.
Yeah, can we buy some today?
Sure. You know, the hardest, I tell everybody who gets the books, the hardest thing you got to do is make sure somebody don't steal them from you.
Can I just pause a minute? Could you speak up much more louder so they can hear it?
Oh,
Because you guys are gold, made out of gold and
all right.
silver.
Well, like,
Yes, you are.
like the
Yeah,
guy.
these are the only books. These are the only books written in the world that use the correct grammar syntax.
Thank you.
I think I've got one now.
Like I was saying, guys at work, you know, I'll ask them where do they live, and they'll go state of Wisconsin, city of the Appleton. I go, or city of Appleton. I says, well, no, you don't. I said, do you live in Appleton in a die-strict territory in Wisconsin? I said, you have to remember when they put the word state, county, united or whatever in there. I said, do they ask for commerce value? Do they pay commerce value? Well, yes, they do. I says, well, then that's not a land dirt location, is it? That's a banking vessel corporation. So right there, and when you know right there, well, that's kind of a fraud too, because it has nothing to do with the land location. Trick.
We've been talking to shadows, dancing with shadows, communicating with shadows, and the shadows have walked us into being slaves.
Well, just like the word cursive, if you can't define an adjective cursive, you look at the word curse, it'll take you through the dictionary, look at this, look at this, look at this. Well, it all leads to a word called necromancy, and then when you look at the definition, NE means no, chromacy, which means fiction, communication of dead. Well, if you're
To
dead,
do evil to
paper
hurt
says
people.
nothing.
Right.
So you don't use cursive.
See, the dictionary here shows you the wrong words, and it shows you what right words you can use. And knowing the dictionary, and then studying the back of the cover page there, and learning how the direction, I use the arrows to point the direction of modification. And I explained that on the page there. But people don't read with understanding. They skim read, but they need to study that for the mechanics of it.
See, I'm
And then
not the brightest.
there's lawsuits in there so that people get an idea of. But if you copy the lawsuits out of the book, you also have to have a definition page, abbreviation page. You have to take jurisdiction for your preposition, your article, and your verbs. And you have to claim those on a document. And if you don't claim it, then it's all going to be bonded together, including your forensic evidence that you're talking about. Otherwise, you don't have a vessel that's complete. It's just a lot of loose paper.
Document preparation, I think, is what Dave was talking about.
Yeah. People go ahead and write stuff up, and if they don't prepare it correctly, it still says nothing. When I went to court the first time I was in a trial back in 1995, and back then I was using spiral notebooks. And the judge said, "What are you doing?" I says, "Well, I have this book." He says, "No, that's loose paper in a spiral notebook." He says, "It's only legal if it's bonded, glued, stitched, or riveted. Then you have a bonded published book. In order to be a novel, it has to be more than 5,000 words." Well, that's more than 5,000 words. So then I bonded everything together with all the information, and as a bonded book, and I'm the author, I can testify on a witness stand to 100% of syntax, because everything on the syntax is in the book, including the Treaty of Versailles, and that's a 3-page document. That took me 5 days to rewrite 60 words and tell the secrets within 60 words, which took a 3-page document to complete, and 5 days of my work to get it done. So when I say there's 600 words to explain 60 words, no, it's more than that. It's 900, about 900 words to explain 60 words. And when I told the secrets like that, I figured the banking community was going to kill me because of exposing that secret. It's the last page of the book, by the way, that last entry. But I needed something to do, and it doesn't matter what you put in front of me. All the stories in the Bible, I've been syntaxing the Bible for 30 years and showing people what is actually going on. And we do this little exercise with the Bibles, and I've done this about 400 times now, where you hold the Bible and I shake your hand, and then you open the Bible anywhere and point to it. And that's who you are in your heart. And I have got 400 out of 400 correct. So somebody says, well, it can only be done with the Bible? I says, no. We're in a bookstore. It says, randomly, you pick any book in here, walk up to it, pull it off the shelf, shake my hand, and then open the book anywhere and point to it, and that's who you are in your heart. He says, any book? I says, yep. And wherever you pull, it's going to be the right book, it's going to be the right phrase. He says, that's 1,000,000,000 shot that you could get that right. And I've never missed. It's a gift.
I mean, so if I open up your book like this in quantum, what it falls on, and I put my name on it, you do that, and you will know what it is then.
Yeah.
Would I have to do it?
Sure.
Do you have to be involved?
Yeah.
It's through you.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's,
so.
and I,
You can shake his hand.
Oh, sorry. I forgot.
you can hold it, you can hold the book.
I want to get up.
No, you can hold the book.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Now, open it anywhere you want and point to it. Let's see what she said. Okay, Article 8. For the claim of the witness is with the claim of the counsel of the parties counsel, and with the evidence in the claimant's vessel, with the truthful language claimed, with the noun as the noun, and the fact as the fact, with the claim in the paper vessel charter, within the court, and for the speedy trial with the truth within these 45 days. And you're the counsel. You're a teacher. And you're teaching the truth. And
That's what it says.
That is about as solid of a statement.
That's what it is. People do come.
But we took the word noun. We took the word nouns out.
Use facts.
Just facts is facts, and they're hyphenated. So, but it's
That's what that
it's.
is.
I had this man. We were in a basement in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, with about 20 people, and he was 32 years old. He was a teacher, and I did 17 men in the room in a row. Got every one of them with the Bible, spot on who they were. Everybody knew who they were, and he's going like, "That's nonsense," he says. He says, he says, I just seen you do it, and all these men agreed with it. He says, but I don't believe it. He says, okay, your turn. He says, and so it opens it up, and it says, you are a teacher of 10,000. You are a teacher of 10,000 people, or children, is what he pointed to in the Bible. I says, what do you do for a living? He says, I'm a teacher, a 5th grade teacher. And I have 8 classes a day, and I've been doing this for 10 years. So that adds up to 10,000 children, that you teach 10,000 children.
That's
He goes like,
that's numerology.
he just fell apart. I mean, the guy started crying
Yeah.
because he pulled that out of the Bible at a random selection. Just the Bible had 1,000 pages, and it was that kind of something that happened to him. Then I'm in Hawaii, and I did a Hawaiian family. And there were 14. there were 14 people in the family, and the grandmother was the matriarch. And she says, this is witchcraft. She says, I don't believe in this stuff. And they did the whole entire family, the children, the adults, hit everyone spot on. She says, nope, you can't do me. I don't believe in that kind of stuff. Of course, the whole family gangs up there and says, yes, you got to do that. So she held the Bible and shook my hand. It says, you are the matriarch in the guidance of your children. You control the family and the rules of goodness and peace that they live by. And she started crying. Because that's who she was. And that's the, it's a gift, and people challenge that, but they know who they are in their hearts, even though they may not say anything to anybody in their whole life. But because of that, it has for them to watch me do it to everyone in the room, or do it to everyone in the seminar, walk around and get every one of them. They're knowing that there's something very special happening. They can't explain it. It just is. So.
Can we do that with us before the end of the day?
See, to me, what you've just said is it resonates so many things. There's a scene in Pirates of the Caribbean where that compass he holds always points to the wishes in his heart, as if to say he's never had access to his heart. He requires a device, and that's what you're saying. You are that device.
Yeah, the broken compass that only points to the things you desire.
Well, I don't know if we can do it anymore, but 24 years ago when we first started, when we'd be down here, twice he did it to me. He put a 6-page thing on the computer, and he says, go in there. He says, I'm going to leave the room. He says, change a few things in there. He says, let me know when you're done. I'll come in there. He says, and I'm going to tell you exactly where you did the change. So I'd walk out of the room, I'd go through there, and I would change a few things. He'd come in there, sit down, he'd hit run, Oh, page 3, paragraph 2. And I looked at him and I says, are you from this planet? I don't know how the heck he could do that, but he did that 2 times to me or whatever. And I'm just sitting there going like, how in the heck can somebody read that fast and find and tell me exactly where I did the change in the document? That was 24 years ago, though.
Corporation Act 2001 is the England, Canadian, Australian, New Zealand, and South African Bible, like our United States codes. And I was in Sydney, I was speed reading, just hitting the down button as fast as it would roll on the page like that. And one of their 18-year-old boy come up to me and he says, he's been studying speed reading. He says, what are you doing? I says, well, I'm speed reading. He goes like, that's impossible that you can read that fast. He says, that's like 400 words a second. I said, yeah. I'm doing it in math codes, though, not adverb or fiction. So I got to translate it, too. He says, I don't even understand what that means. He says, well, I got this fraud here. He says, what are you going to do about it? I was like, oh, that's 702. I'm going to back it up to 702 using the cursor on the side. He went, here, that's the law you want right there. He read it and he goes like, damn, he says, that's what I needed. How the hell can you read that whole document? It's 1,000 pages long. And then pick out one line out of 1,000 pages and tell me what I needed. You asked me a question, I gave you an answer. The rules are, you ask me a question, I'll answer it. When I stand up in front of an audience, 125 people, I can belly down. I says, I'll answer all your questions today. And the old man on the right-hand side says, that's impossible. You don't even know what our questions are. I said, you're the official question counter. I says, if I miss any questions, he says, you can blow the whistle on me, okay? So we start at 9 o'clock Saturday till 9 o'clock Saturday night, and 9 o'clock Sunday till 5 o'clock Sunday afternoon. By then I was pretty hoarse. I says, well, we're going to wrap this up now. So he stood up and he says, you answered 125 questions, and you did it 100% correct, and I agreed with every answer to every question, and so did the audience. He says, I got a real tight question for you. Now, of all the people in the audience, I think the youngest one was over 50. So this is all senior citizens. He says, who is God? He says, well, that's the easiest question that was asked today. I says, God is a word. I says, there are 5,000 religions on this planet. I says, but the definition of God is a creator. I says, and you look at God as being a good person. And you spend over 1,000 different research positions. You read the Bibles, you read the Quran, you talk to your ministers, you talk to your family members. So you do all kinds of research. And it comes from 1,000 different definitions. But your definition of God is unique to you and you alone. Her definition is different for 1,000. And yours is different. And yours is different. I said, so to come to the definition of a 3-word God, you also have to spend the same 1,000 hours to know what the devil is, what evil is, what is wrong. And that's called choice. That's called perspective. And you get to choose between right and wrong, good and evil. And you choose to be good when you stand in front of the mirror and say, I'm going to be a good person today. And I'm going to do good things. And another person that is evil, well, our jails are full of people like that go out and do wrong. And they think they're going to get away with it, but they really don't. Crime doesn't pay. And so, what is the definition? The definition is subjective interpretation based on the 1,000 definitions that you personally have achieved in your life, that you can stand in front of a mirror, look yourself in the eye and say, I know who that person is. That's what I believe in, and that's why I go to that church, or that's why I hang around with these people. And the audience, I says, and so that is the definition. Who is God? God is you and the definition you give it. I says, and we have 5,000 languages. If you grew up in China, you would speak Chinese, and you would come to your 1,000 definitions in Chinese. If you were Japanese, you would do it in Japanese. If you were Korean or Russian or English or German, you would come to your definitions in your language and the sounds that you make to come to your belief system. And the world, 99.99% of the people in the world are basically good. They have children, they love their children, they love a partner, and they don't go out to do evil, not intentionally, like the guy that shot up over Madeline Bay there and killed all those people. That man was mentally disordered. Okay, so the definition is who you give it, and the audience applauded. And I said, is there anybody in this audience that disagrees with that definition? And everybody said that was the best definition they ever heard for the definition of who is God. It's self-awareness. And it says God will help those that helps themselves. So you have to educate yourself to acquire that position. He says, all right, I'll give you that. One more question. What do you know about women? I says, absolutely nothing. He says, see, you can't answer every question. 38 women stood up and said, that's the right answer. And 87 men applauded and stood up and said, he's right. I says, well, it's 125 to 1. I says, all right, I got to give you that too. So,
next question. Is that okay? Do you want to take a break or anything?
I'm good. I can go out all night.
How does one file properly what he called quiet lodial title land, as specific as one can be explained?
All right, lodial title means it's original, virgin, Tom Hanks on a desert island. He could file lodial title for that little piece of land, okay? All land on planet Earth has been victim to war and fighting. Now, when I lived in Hawaii, Cheryl Marshall had a house. And she was the only person in Hawaii to file a Lodial, L-O-D-I-A-L, Lodial patents on her land. Because we did it, we were the first person. Took 6 months to write a 186-page contract to describe that. The GPS location, that no contract, or all contracts written since the history of written language in 1800 on the Hawaiian Islands was an adverb, verb, and fraudulent. Before that, for 1,000 years, there was no, this was virgin jungle, where no one ever lived there. And so we wrote the first Lodial title for the land. It still sits in the books today, is the only one. Now, Oprah was buying up billions of dollars worth of Hawaiian Maui land. And when she found out we had filed Lodial title in quantum language, she stopped buying and started selling. Because she realized she was buying fraudulent grammar and fraudulent contracts. And then she looked at our mortgage contracts, and they were all fraudulent that she had. She could blow the whistle, being who she is as a billionaire on a TV show, but she would lose her properties, and they would take her off of the TV because the judge owns a TV station. So that's the long and short of.
I suppose what he's asking, how would he go about finding the Lodial title?
You don't have it in Europe. You've been under war for 6,000 years.
In the U.S., I think some of the ladies wanted to know that as well.
There is none. We killed the Indians, stole their land. It's all alien, everything. The only thing that, anywhere that's called a borough, it means the land was purchased. Like in Long Island, for a basket of beads, New York City, there's sections of boroughs, there's Commonwealth.
Borough County, we're spelling it as B-R-O.
EU.
Borough.
Okay, all right.
It's borough, B-O-U-R-G-H. So, cities are called, you have cities, towns, boroughs, and each one of those hold a specific title of how it was acquired, either by purchase or by war. All of California, people are wanting to get Lodial title, but there was a Spanish-American War. We went to war. Other areas, Indians lived there, and they killed the Indians, went to war with the Indians. The Great Plains was purchased, so the land along the Mississippi, Missouri, were classified as boroughs. But when the military came and went across the Great Plains with the Great Plains Indians, there was fighting, so the land was tainted because they killed the Indians. And then all the titles that were written in the Americas from the year 1500 to current time were written in adverb verb. So all the titles are corrupt from the beginning. All the land grants were corrupt. The surrender of Lee to Grant at the end of the Civil War was at the point of a gun. Title 28, Section 1359, collusion by use of force cancels the contract. The contracts were written and the surrender was written in adverb verb. The Japanese surrender was written in adverb verb, says nothing. But at the point of a nuclear bomb going off, everybody quit. That's all he could say. They quit. Then they put the American flags up in the South on the Capitol buildings. And I did one seminar in Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia. And I explained that all the contracts are fraudulent and that the Articles of Confederacy are still a sovereign country because you left at the end of the Second International Bankruptcy in 1859. And so your battle cross flag is legal. And it was hoisted on all the capitals in the South the next day. Then the North screamed, and the carpetbaggers screamed that they put up the Confederate flag on the buildings, and the Supreme Court ruled freedom of speech cannot be challenged, or freedom of expression. And the flags flew until just when Trump took office. I guess he took them down.
Mm-hmm.
There was some loophole they found, but it was still all fiction under presidential order.
So essentially, they can't get quiet Lloyd title, not even
No,
not even through quantum language.
no. Because the land has blood spilled on it.
Thank you very much.
Worldwide. China, the steppes, Russia, India. After Gandhi left, 2 million people. After Gandhi, the British left, the 2 million people died in 5 days from civil war.
This particular question is the amino acids blood type.
You have 12 blood types. You have 8 amino acids. That's 96 to 1. You're going to find out what your amino acid is.
Does anybody want to question that? Because I've tried to work it out.
And you ask a doctor, they will not give you. You can go and find out what your blood type is. Everybody should know what your blood type is,
I
just
know
for a
what
point of
mine is,
medicine. And because of that, and you only have 1 amino acid for the brain. If you know what that is, you can buy it at the GNC store or have it manufactured, and you take a 400% dosage, which is usually about 400 milligrams per day, and you'll increase your IQ 1 point a day.
So essentially, what's the dilemma here is that we can't find such a test kit.
And they won't be with the hospitals.
So as a result, you're finding a solution by experimenting with the amino acid. So say 3 months of one amino acid, 3 months of another amino acid, and monitor the effects of it.
Well, you can go to the library, study your medical books on amino acids, find out which one the categories under your blood type, cross-reference it, and then just start from there. It's pretty elementary.
Elementary for you. It is what it is for my brain. I've been on it for 3 years. I can't get any closure on it. I can't say my brain increases in size because of the amino acids that I use for my blood type.
It's not an issue of
I
increasing
would
in
say
size.
the-
It's making, like, a normal brain probably has 7 or 8 neuron connections per neuron with other neurons. Mine's got 20. So,
And females have got several hundreds, I believe.
I don't know. I don't know anything about females.
Just told us that.
Okay, I think I know where you're going with that. Alex, do you have anything to say with that, because you've been working on it?
Yeah. I mean, so, I know I'm BB positive.
Okay. So just get a book on B positive blood and find out what your amino acids are in your group.
So what's prevalent in my antigen?
If you know an anesthesiologist in blood, they can identify that for you. But since I made that public on the internet and with these videos, the medical profession is told the anesthesiologists and the doctors don't give out that information to people. So if you probably have a friend, they'll do it privately on the side and do your test results. Then you could probably break the code on that.
So what are they testing for?
Oh, they're testing for the specific amino acid for your blood type, for the brain.
But interacting with what?
I'm not an anesthesiologist, so you'd have to contact a person that makes a study of blood to get that information. I had a mentally retarded person. He was damaged in a bicycle accident. His father was a surgeon. This was in Denver, Colorado. And he was like a 3-year-old at the age of 25. And I made the statement just in the audience. So the doctor pulls me over on the side and he says, well, my son's mentally retarded. Can I make him smart? He says, yeah, it's real simple. And I gave him the formula. And so he went and he tested his son. He got the amino acid, had it artificially created in the lab. I came back 14 weeks later. The boy had already graduated from high school and was in college and got up and did a presentation in front of the same audience 14 weeks later, as being as sharp as any of us in this room. And it got his brain back. So I know it works. There's another movie with Robin Williams where he took mentally retarded people that were asleep and revitalized them. And because it was a threat to the hospitals losing business because they get paid to keep mentally retarded people locked up, that they shut him down. What do you think this machine here does? I'm at the hospital. I have myasthenia gravis. There's no cure for myasthenia gravis. In 72 hours, I cured myself of a disease that can't be cured, and did 100% recovery in 48 hours from being paralyzed and dying and being artificially kept alive, using that machine with 5 of the frequencies for against destroying the DNA crystalline of the myasthenia gravis protein against my nervous system. It specifically targeted, got rid of it in 72 hours. That was a year ago, and I'm still 100% with no myasthenia gravis in my system. So when the doctors came in and said, how did you do something? I went in at 205 pounds. I came out at 155 pounds. And they drained blood out of me every 20 minutes, every hour. Vials of blood, size of my finger. I went in at 12 pints. When I hit 7 points, I was dying from suffocation. I didn't have enough red cells in my body to even heal, breathe, or recover. So I ordered three pints of O-negative Rh factor blood put back in me. I did a 100% recovery in 48 hours. Was able to get up and walk.
You look like a Holocaust victim when I see them when they come back.
And so,
Didn't even-
and so the surgeons came in, 3 of them came in, and 2 of them said, don't show anybody that machine and don't use that. And the third one says, why not? He just saved his life. He was a terminal patient, and that machine saved his life, and he's alive today. He said, well, don't tell anybody you got it. They'll close the hospital. With that machine, you could heal all 1,000 patients in this hospital in a matter of hours. You got one machine, and we'd have 1,000 people suing us because we don't have that machine to heal you. I mean, to cure them of all the different cancers. 3,800 cancers that machine will cure, and diseases.
It goes back to what, Johnson, 1973?
No, it's all Clark stuff. And so I explained to him how controlling DNA and targeting DNA crystalline, and all crystals function on radio frequencies. You just vibrate the frequency at the right thing and it breaks like a china glass. Once you break the computer on your car, which is a crystal, your car won't run. And that's only 1/4 inch square. Well, the same thing is true with the human body. If a ballpoint pen represents the DNA, then that coffee table represents a single protein. And if you put 1,000 proteins on the head of a pin, we're talking about something that's very, very, very tiny. So the square wave frequency of radio that this thing generates can pass through your body, just like the airwaves pick up your TV radio wave, and specifically target that one specific thing. And going through the X-ray machines at the airport, they've been doing it for 20 years now. What they're doing is they're recording the frequency of your heart timer. And we've got a couple satellites up there that control frequency. It's the only thing in everybody, because they've mapped out 100 billion people in 20 years, and all their frequencies of the heart. The only thing they have to do is dial in a species of heart timer frequency and turn it on, and people will drop dead because their heart timer will stop, and their heart will stop, and they'll fall down dead. The United States, the government's not worried about one country invading another country. They just dial in that country's frequency, and they don't exist anymore. And that's what we live with on a day-to-day basis. Those are secrets they don't want people to know about. I won't go through the scanner. I opt out. And all those people don't know that they're being programmed when they walk through that machine. with 2,500 flights, 5 million miles. I'm up at 40,000 feet. All the radiation I'm picking up at that elevation. I don't need any more radiation from a machine.
I opt out as well every time.
A lot of people do.
But I do feel that there are attacks happening,
Yeah.
absolutely, from previous times of going through it.
Myself, I've never opted out.
Boy, they got your number.
You got mine too.
People don't know they don't know.
I know about it, but my dilemma is that in London, because I know contractors that do the fittings for doorways and things like that in the underground, overground stations. So they have very large frames, about that big, and they're all scanners. So we're being scanned anyway. So I don't particularly really care, if you know what I mean. So that's my position on it. Are you guys okay with this? I want to ask some more questions. So you go.
Well, we were still on the brain. I wanted to ask what level of oxygen you supplement and how often.
I don't. No, I've got everything memorized already. I haven't.
Oh, that's while you were studying.
Yeah.
And it was just atmospheric or hyperbaric?
No, I had oxygen cylinders because I was a tool and die welder for 17 years at my
So while you were
disposal.
studying,
I also had oxygen here at the house because I have my own welding system in the garage. So I've had a welder, and I've had oxygen cylinders since I was 17. More than that, way back before that. Well, since I was 21, I've been using it to current day. So if I'm going to get into a steady download, I'll put on the oxygen and boost my learning curve so I can get a lot of work done and memorize it.
but that's just at atmospheric pressures.
Oh yeah, it's not. It's just you said it. It just bleeds in, real light, But you feel it in your brain when your oxygen levels not 14, when it goes up to 25%. You feel it in your brain.
So you don't do the pulse, you do
I
the free flow?
Yeah, just free fall. That's all.
Just to let you know, from Alibaba and eBay and things like that, you could buy oxygen compressors. It compresses it and it can regulate it. What he's talking about is entirely something different, which is a whole lot of oxygen that will go through your system, which he survived. All the other studies would say that your back of the eyes will begin to hemorrhage and you'll go blind and stuff. I'm just saying this because of the camera.
They will scare
People
you
are-
out of doing it. Period. They'll say it's dangerous. Don't do it because they don't want you becoming
After
smart.
my dad's stroke, I bought hyperbaric, and I added supplement.
Oh, no. You're talking about the incubator technology, hyperbaric. Now, the cure for cancer in hyperbaric, or your incubator, is 2 atmospheres pressure. That prevents your body from blistering your lips, your genitals, your rectum. You need 16.8% oxygen, but you're going to be at double atmosphere. Use an IV drip to put you into a coma, put you to sleep. So you need an anesthesiologist to give you a IV drip, and you also be fed through IV, so you get your proteins. The longest breast cancer, ovarian cancer is 100, and prostate cancer is 125 hours. And you'll be artificially heated to 105 degrees with a chemical drip. It's a chemical fever. But the barometric chamber is also heated the air inside to 105 degrees also. And the pressure keeps you stable. But the protein can't reproduce itself under fever. Cancer protein. So it dies of old age when it hits its life cycle. It doesn't reproduce. Now, some cancers, you only have to have 103. Now, the cure for yellow fever, for instance, that you get from mosquito bites, is 104 degrees for 8 hours. Now, a person that gets yellow fever, which is the #1 killer in third world countries, we were in Guadalcanal, and there were 2 German scientists there from Berlin University on a 2-year study to find a cure for the yellow fever. And we were having dinner the first night, and they explained why they were there. And I says, well, what, you people don't know what the cure is? I says, that's been around for a long time. He says, well, then how come all the 1/3 of the people in the world are dying from it? He says, well, you just put the person in an incubator, heat them up with an IV drip to 104 degrees for 8 hours, and he'd be cured, permanently cured. The virus will leave the body. And Dickie was my guide and my translator for the Solomon Island language. His son was 9 years old and had yellow fever. And so he had an episode that night, and his fever went up to 103. And what was the first thing people wanted to do? Cool him off. Well, the reason the fever goes up to 103 for 8 hours is because at that time, 98% of all the yellow fever virus is killed because it can't reproduce and it dies. Now that the population is low enough in the body goes back to normal temperature. If you try to refrigerate the body, the virus will expand and absorb all the oxygen, you'll suffocate. If you try to keep the fever down. The secret is to go 1 degree above it and maintain it past the life cycle of 8 hours. And the body will be 100% purged of yellow fever permanently. So we went down to the docks the next day, and they had a Coast Guard cutter there in Guadalcanal. And they had it there, a barometric chamber, because there's 212 wrecks down in the Solomon Island Straits from World War II. And a lot of divers get down there and they get the bends, so they've got to use this machine. So they agreed with the doctors to put the little boy in there for 8 hours at 104 degrees and heat him up to 104 degrees with an IV drip. And at the end of 8 hours, he was cured, and he never had another episode. And I still get postcards from the Solomon Islands that he's a full adult now, and he hasn't had any more trouble with yellow fever. And so they were only there for 10 days, then and went back to Berlin, not 2 years.
Okay, so we're back with Miller again, Foucault Miller, and he said to us, I'm happy to spend another day and another day.
Yeah.
Which is a Saturday and a Sunday. And
You keep asking questions, I'll keep giving you answers.
Thank you very much. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to quiz you as much as we can. And I'm going to try to move it into the general and the Pacific and the general and the Pacific as much as I can to get as many detailed answers as I possibly can. Okay? If there are certain things that you don't want to answer, you just say...
I use a 3-iron when I play golf.
Sorry? Oh, I see what you mean.
It's called a demur.
You can say things like next question or no comment or whatever. I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. I can't answer questions where any of my court proceedings or confidentiality with clients and stuff like that. So.
Nobody asks those things. Okay, so we can get started. For myself, okay, the defensive work rather than the people that are doing the harm are still doing what they're doing, and they just reform themselves again as another company or something. So when we serve them documents, they vacate the position and then we start up somewhere else, which means I'm always constantly defending myself. As you said, they get to kick you, but you can't kick them.
No, well, okay, I'll explain what's going on there. Every 45 days, there's a thing called 45-day trust law that goes back 8,500 years in the history of this planet. Pharaoh set this up because he was a Mason. As you know, the Masons built the pyramids. And this also goes cross-references with the Chinese going back to written language 6,000 BC, which is about 8,000 years now. They went ahead and said, so it is written, so it shall be done. Because 2 plus 2 doesn't equal 4. TO plus TOO does not equal FOR. Or TWO, and the symbol, the hieroglyph 2, which would be a number, so I just gave you 2 numbers, one spelling and one written, doesn't equal FORE. And I can do that 150 times. And before I would show you a correct, the number 2 plus the number 2 equals the number 4.
Right.
So when you hear words spoken, just like I use the terminology, the bandage is wound around the wound. Okay, now that's a fiction sentence. Wound and wound are spelled the same way. Wound is one condition, it's a condition of state of binding. That's the definition for binding, but it's used as an adjective. The second one, wound, is used as a dangling participle verb, which is actually a fact because it's a physical entity of injury. So when you're reading it, because the words around it modify, both in an adjective format as well as the wound itself being modified by an adverb, changes the definitions. The actual definitions are fraught. So just when they say the bridge is over the water, that's adverb, verb, adverb, verb, adverb, verb. When I say for the bridge is over the water, now I have a prepositional phrase, but I have to take jurisdiction for is. And I physically have to take the is out of that sentence. Put underneath there, is equals the verb thinking. And now I can, and I have to say for is a preposition, the is a article, and the word water and bridge then become facts. See, now I took jurisdiction for my parts of speech that I'm using in syntax. Now I have a contract. And when I write it backwards, for the bridge is over the water, or for the water is under the bridge, over and under opposite prepositions, and we do sine, cosine, tangent, add, subtract, multiply, and divide in mathematics, and now I have a mathematical interface. It's certified in grammar the same way as it is in mathematics. So, in a contract that comes under maritime law, Title 46, Chapter 1, Section 1, says that you must give closure for the volition of what you are doing. Well, closure means you have to define your words. It means you have to have a dictionary. If you use a title site with a number, you have to give it a name. You have to give it a definition for that number. If you're just putting a number down, like you said, USC, which stands for United States Codes in the world of fiction, but USC doesn't mean anything. Because you're from England, if I say USC to you, you're like, well, what's that? So, because you don't understand it, and it's an abbreviation, and I didn't take jurisdiction for it, or write it out anywhere on a paper, I can put as many numbers as I want to after that, so you don't know where those numbers apply to where it's going to go. And in the world of fiction, everything is done in secret codes, abbreviations, because it's all criminal. It says nothing. So everything is a presumption as where it is, where it came from. And presumption, assumption violate due process. Well, do is an adverb-making process of verb. PRO means no, and s.s.s.c.p.s.g.p is contract. So you have an adverb modifying a verb contract, or a no contract. And no is an adverb-making contract of verb. You see, so it's a whole series of misdirections of no's modifying whatever you put after it. That's why no law or fact shall be tried in court. And that's the oath that all judges, attorneys, and lawyers and politicians take.
So after 45 days of us serving them documents, as it were, they're resurrecting themselves and coming back with the same document.
They have to reinvent themselves again with a new number, a new case number. And that's why you're always you're going 45-day hops between each hearing. If you ever wondered what was going on.
Okay. So essentially what that means is that you're stuck in their perpetual world of 45-day trust law.
And they can keep you, just like when the Freeman did the Montana thing in 95. They brought me in to save those people. I sent in a 6-hour audio tape on what was going on. And the Freeman walked out and surrendered. And then they took Schweitzer, Peterson, and Clark, and they put them in jail. They had 22 counts of fraud against them, using fictitious conveyance of language to extort money from the government. They didn't know about quantum then. So their fiction grammar under Title 18, 1001 was their Achilles heel. But then the laws, rules, regulations, and codes also were written in fiction. So they only prosecuted on one case every 45 days, times 2,200 prosecutions. And all 3 died in prison. Never going to trial, never resolving the issue, but never being free.
So when it reoccurs every 45 days, you have to be able to be in a position to disqualify their claims and keep that in a perpetual state of them wanting to
Right.
making claims, and you are in a perpetual state of disqualifying their claims.
Correct. And you're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. That was under the old fiction constitution, which expired on November 2nd, 1999. When the United States of America Corporation took over on the 2nd of February 2000, you are guilty until proven innocent. So they arrest anybody they want for anything they want, throw 1,000 or 20 charges against you, and then spend 45 days on each charge and disqualified so they can put you in prison for a year or 2 years and get you off the street. You're never found guilty of anything. And in the meantime, while you're in jail, they have their way with, because the judges own the newspapers, they slander you in the newspapers so bad that when you finally get to trial, the jury, which means no contract, JU means no contract, and RY, or JU means no law, and RY is contract. So they take a no contract jury with a second grade reading level that's been prejudiced for a year before you even get to a jury trial, and then they are so prejudiced already from the newspaper that they find you guilty no matter what you say and throw you in jail for as long as they want. 10, 20, life.
Thank you very much for that. If a person is that vulnerable, when you say that if they don't learn syntax, if they don't learn their parsing and be able to be disqualify these claims, they really will get harvested.
Right, when people get harvested, because they can't read and write above a second grade reading level, they've been brainwashed by watching all the crime shows on television to hire an attorney or a lawyer, and then they will guarantee that this person goes to jail or pleads guilty to something they never did in order to, so the government can't be sued under Sanders versus English, 950 Fed Second for $75,000 an hour for false arrest. And there's 1,900 cases of false arrest where the government had to pay out on those. And right now, Layton's been in jail for 230 days. Layton Lionel Ward, as of May 4th, and they haven't been able to have a correct sentence structure, communication, parse, syntax, grammar, law, rule, regulation, or charge put against him. And he won't speak in anything but correct parse, syntax, grammar, and he keeps syntaxing everything they put in there and disqualifying it. So he's never been charged with any wrongdoing from the government because they can't produce a law that he ever broke. So because of all that taking place, you multiply 230 times 24 hours a day, and that's going to give you about 7,000 hours. I don't know, what's 24 times 70, 75,000 times 24 times 230 days. About $400 million right now is what the damages are. Now you're saying, is $400 million a reasonable number? Yes, it is. Because he is not allowed to buy a lottery ticket and win the $500 million Powerball. And that's why that money is legal at that number.
Because his rights to purchase things by...
And there's 1,800 lotteries a day held in the United States. So because he can't buy a lottery ticket...
He can't participate in the economy.
Right. And so therefore he is being kept away from his ability to do commerce and his ability to make that kind of money. So therefore, stripping him of his freedom allows him to sue for false arrest, and now they have to get him to confess to even jaywalking, so they're not guilty of kidnapping a citizen, and there's not even a law for that written in correct grammar.
We're dealing with you are dealing with a straight kidnap, and he's being held to ransom almost.
Yes.
For him to treat you with them by signing their...
And if he says anything in fiction, or treaties anything in fiction, he has 500 plus lawsuits in quantum language, prosecuting fraudulent banking, fraudulent government practices, fraudulent government laws, rules, regulations, and codes as a whistleblower. Now becomes null and void, and they can prosecute him 500 times and put him in prison for 5,000 years. And he fully understands that.
When we spoke yesterday, he was mentioning that you're going to trial.
February 24th, yes, 9 o'clock in the morning.
Can you tell me a little bit about that, or are you able to
I can
say?
tell you that it's going to be a public trial held at the London Bridge Convention Center. We've got 90 subpoenas, not subpoenas, the summons sent out. The newspapers, the TV and radio have been invited from Los Angeles and several Phoenix and a lot of separate communities in the area. From what I understand, they've also subpoenaed President Trump to appear.
So when you say they, it's not you that's subpoenaing, bringing him in?
I wrote the summons for these people, but the case is about Leighton Leonard Ward. That's about his case. It's about grammar and how grammar was fraudulently used with signed confessions to hold him in jail where he hasn't done anything wrong. They have said that his right to freedom of speech is denied. His right to freedom of grievance is denied as a citizen of Arizona to go into a county court or go into a county recorder's office and file documents.
Leighton is a citizen of Arizona.
Yes, of Lake Havasu, Arizona. And they're telling him he's does not have a right to file grievances or have a right to a translator, right to counsel. They're assigning right to counsel. They've ordered him to do Article 11, which is a psychiatric, but the order is written in adverb verb, which says nothing. He wrote it in correct parsing, syntax, grammar, but the doctor and the judge won't sign it. So therefore, there's no communications between the world of fiction and the world of fact.
And you're going to hold this trial and you're going to transmit live, I think is what you said.
Well, the trial will be videotaped. There will be TV cameras. There will be private cameras. It will be posted on the Federal Postal Court website. It will be put up on YouTube. It will go up by the TV stations, and it will go viral. It's going to be a long trial because there's 90 people. It'll take all day. There'll be, as a judge, I will set down the foundation of communication skills.
Can I get that full address for you later on where you're going to be holding court? And it's going to be a postal court and you're going to be the chief federal judge there?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get that address now, so Darcy, if you can do that, that would be good. Okay, any questions from anybody? No? Okay.
You got your list.
The average person, what they hear is that there are consequences at this stage in what you're saying if they use quantum grammar. Okay. Now, when I hit the ground, running as it were, every time I filed paperwork and things like that, there was never any consequences to me, which kind of surprised me because I always thought there would be kickbacks, as it were, but nothing happened.
England's courts in New Zealand, Australia, in England, Ireland, Hong Kong, South Africa, when you hit them with correct grammar, they back off because they don't have. And we won all the cases in those countries when I went in and was acting counsel for all the cases that I went into. And I was there at the request of their government. So they invited me into cases that they had no way to stop. And so the government backed off and dropped the charges against them. No matter how many attorneys they brought forward or other judges to come in and talk with me, there wasn't a single one of them that could make an argument that they could prosecute a case. So the people that they were trying to hold had to be set free. And to this day, all those people are still free.
So it would appear that I'm in a fortunate position myself, because I think I've filed probably loads of documents and I've got them to vacate whatever it was.
You're also a public figure. You've been doing this for, 5 years now, publicly?
Yeah.
And you have
you've
been out there all over Europe and the United States, and you're networked. And for them to touch you, they're going to have a flashback. This is going to come back to them from 100 different organizations all over the world, the English-speaking world. That's going to yell foul play. Queen Elizabeth already has enough foul play after the genocide cases that I fought for the Solomon Island people, and she's getting the kickbacks from Gandhi and all his work, and that was 1900, where they tried to tax the people for salt. You've seen the movie Gandhi.
Yeah.
If you haven't, watch it. It's a very, and the way they tortured those people is the same thing they're doing to Leighton as they did to Gandhi. The same thing they did to Martin Luther King, they're doing to Leighton. Anybody that stands up against this organized crime group of fiction, judges, attorneys, and lawyers, they slander the press and the people don't know, and the 60-odd criminal shows that they have on TV, where they go out there and they show people doing crimes and arresting them for crimes. Those are people that are killing people, raping people, and doing really serious crimes, where these people, no matter what language you speak, in all countries of the world, will put you in a box, will arrest you and put you in a box. But the laws, rules, regulations, and codes that they are never spoken. They show you the crime, but they never on TV will show you the written language, because they do not want my organization of 5 billion people to syntax it worldwide in any language on their TV shows and go back and say that's a lie. Because there are no, of the 4 billion codes that our law library possesses, there isn't a single one of them that is legal. They're all fiction.
The way that I've always understood code is that you need a cipher for it, otherwise you're not going to break the code. So when they give you a code, you have to break it, because that's what a code means. I've always understood parsing language in that sense, in that it is right before my eyes, and hence the ability to syntax and parse reveals what they're doing to you right in front of your eyes. As you pointed out when you got that document in Hawaii, and just said this is the physical evidence that we have of their crimes, first-hand knowledge.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for that. When I rang you, and I said, David, I want to do this, okay, I remember quite clearly you said, don't get yourself dead right. Don't get yourself dead right. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes.
You asking me. That was you asking me on the phone conversation. I said, yeah, I understand what you mean. So what would I do? You said, use Facebook, use YouTube, make yourself public. And one other key element that struck me, and I've always kept to that, don't make it about yourself. Don't go messianic on this. I'm not the center of attraction. I'm going to move educational claims. I'm going to teach people how to do it, how to win their cases. That way it's not about me, but about the ideology.
Right. You teach the syntax. You don't teach you.
No.
And no one can do anything to you. You cannot point to anyone and say that person did something to me. It's like I do this. What just happened? Correct, the pen dropped. You can't say, I dropped a pen. Now 90% of the people come back and say, I dropped a pen. I'll do it again. You see, an object at rest remains at rest until set in motion by an opposing force. This is I'm holding it. So therefore my thinking makes me liable for the security of this pen. And when I stop thinking, I stop holding. If I stop holding, then gravity takes over. Or somebody in here has telekinesis and can move the pen out of my hand. But I can't see the movement of telekinesis. So therefore, I can't point my finger at who caused the telekinesis to take place.
So, no accusations.
You can never talk about anybody but yourself. You are the only person that has first-hand knowledge of your brain and what your brain has suffered. So, and you also have to establish that you have knowledge about what you're talking about. You have to establish that you can read and write, that you know what the topics are that you're talking about. So, for the David-Wynn Miller's knowledge of the facts is with the claim of the correct sentence structure, communication, parse, syntax, grammar, with the laws, rules, regulations, and codes by the David-Wynn Miller. If I read it backwards, it says, for the David-Wynn Miller of the correct sentence structure, communication, parse, syntax, grammar, is with a claim of the facts by the David-Wynn Miller. It still says the same thing, frontwards and backwards, because the person moving the sentence has to have knowledge, and the person ending the sentence has to be the author, because they have authorization. That's why you sign at the bottom of your document, because they have jurisdiction for everything in front of it.
When a letter arrives to the letter box, we open it. I use the word collectively, we open it. And as soon as we read into it, we get emotional. And that would be called a fishing trip or fishing expedition by the courts.
Mm-hmm.
They hook and sink you because you read it on an emotional level rather than analyze it and do a forensics on it.
You send me anything, I syntax it, I say, and I correct it, and I say, well, you've had 175
So I
mistakes
suppose-
on this document, and I send it back to them. You have 10 days to send me a correct document, otherwise vacate your position. And each judge that gets that piece of paper back quits the case because he knows I know how to syntax. But because I've been doing this now for 38 years, I have a worldwide reputation that almost every judge in the United States, Australia, New Zealand, and Europe, in the English-speaking world, in Canada, has gone head-to-head with me. Well, when they went to law school, all the law schools have to teach my courses now.
I didn't
And I've been
know.
teaching at Scottsdale, Arizona, and Reno, Nevada Judge Institute since 1995. My programs, my videos.
Sorry, can I just recap? Did you say students or the judgeship program?
The judgeship program has to be taught.
Yeah, that I've experienced because, as I said, when I went through customs, they knew who he was, they knew what the flag was and who I was, and certainly when we've been caught and that flag hits the courtroom floor, the judge runs out, the position is vacated, the clerk remains there. I've witnessed all that. The point that I'm making is that when people read their documents, they fall for that hook, line, and sinker. They contract with it by getting defensive. Contract is now established. Now that you've done successful interpretation as to what that letter means, they've essentially walked you into contracting with them, and therefore it's just...
There's still no contract, because even if you couldn't syntax and you only do one law, the law of double spacing, all lines are double spaced, so there's no continuance of evidence from any one line to the next. So it's just a lot of straight lines and curved lines on a piece of paper called art, like the pictures in this room. It's just artwork.
So there's no linear thought.
Exactly, there is no thought. If you read, what is a sentence? A sentence has only one verb in it, and there's only two verbs in the English language, is and are. I have, in 2 million words of research, I have never found any two verbs except is and are. And if somebody says that they have a verb, then I guarantee you that sentence that they pulled it out of has probably 10 verbs in it, because it's written adverb, verb, adverb, verb, adverb, verb, adverb, verb all the way through it, because it's been modified.
So that would explain why, when I won one of my cases, I just simply pointed out the nature of the box and the lack of the autograph. There was none. But they wanted sums of money, and the value of that money was somewhere else and not adjacent to the money that they were asking. I pointed out.
There's 50 ways to Sunday to disqualify anything.
So the point I'm making is that I only did 2 of it, or 3 of it, perhaps even by mistake 4 of it. That was my first thing. And I won that.
0 times any number equals 0. Perjury times any factual testimony equals perjury. And your case is disqualified, and your testimony is disqualified. Just like the movie Legally Blonde with Reese Witherspoon. She gets the girl up on the witness stand, she goes in and she testifies to everything, and commits one lie, and henceforth you got your signed confession. Or you have somebody else get up on any one of the crime shows, they'll testify for days, and then tell one lie, and all their testimony is thrown out. That's in the world of fiction.
So on an individual level, their ability to syntax, their ability to parse, their ability to make some sort of forensics show some forensics on the document is enough to disqualify it before it goes any further.
Right, and if you know, and when
So
you...
I just want to hear that. Am I correct with that? Because that was my experience. That's been the experience with all
Right,
the
if
people
you
that
can
I've
show a fraud on the document in any capacity, like double spacing or adverb verb or adverb adjective pronoun, and when I do 100% syntax on a document, I show it was engineered to be a fraud. That's obstruction of the facts for the court. And when you are intentionally obstructing the court, that's a Title 18, 12, 15. That's a 15-year prison sentence. And every single case, every single person, all 92 people that are involved with holding Leighton in jail and have sent him paperwork are guilty of obstruction. And I have their signed confessions.
So with Leighton, as far as I understood it, when he filed his documents through the county courts, he was now in a position where he would be compensated, or his clients would be compensated
Yes.
for the damage that occurred.
And the banks would have to pay. But the banks, with their billions of dollars and trillions of dollars, can go out and buy justice. And so they take the moving party out of the formula and then do a slander. And every single person that I know that's ever had a run-in gets slandered with the government. That's the first thing they do is slander you. They slandered me all over the newspapers. But then they found out the more they try to slander me, the more they show how afraid they are, how much fiction they have in adverb verb. And people can see quantum versus fiction. And they're watching the videos. I get emails every day. I've just spent 6 months listening to you. You're on my PA system in my house. You're in my car. And I'm listening to hundreds and hundreds of hours of your lectures. That's all I do. So I understand and can see the fraud around me. I'm Neo in the movie Matrix, and I can see the 010101. I can see the code. And it just blows your mind. Yeah. When you can see the code, it virtually changes your life. You can see a liar coming to you. No one will ever put a piece of paper in front of you or ask you a question that you would even bother to answer unless you saw a contract that you had initiated, incorrect grammar, to get that individual to join with you in the first place. Even 2,000 years ago, when the tax man came up to Jesus and said, pay your taxes, he says, show me your contract. Who are you? He asked the question. And the guy walked away because he didn't have a contract. He couldn't walk the walk and talk the talk.
The principles of the olden days are the same principles today. I remember watching Victorian-based films, and the individual person on the street knew about contract law, writing their own contract. They knew about the postal systems and how to hire servants of the courts.
No, they didn't.
No?
No. They only guessed.
They only guess.
They have a couple of things right and about 95% wrong. You see, I have mortgage contracts that were from 1890. They have 3 stamps on them, postage stamps. Each one is 2 cents back then. The bank signed across the 2 cent stamp, the sellers signed across the 2 cent stamp, and the buyers signed across the 2 cent stamp. And they were actual autographs. They weren't scribbled. And I took it to 100 seminars and showed people. And I have an 1890 Postmaster's Codebook, which teaches you how to open a post office in the Wild West, in the middle of nowhere, put up your flag, how to collect to sell your stamps, that the postmaster of that station gets 80% and 20% is mailed back to Washington, D.C., to the Central Post Office. And the mail will be delivered for 2 cents anywhere in the world. In October 22nd, 1871, when the New World Order took over, you could send a document anywhere on planet Earth for 2 cents. And so all 250 countries signed the post office contract to have the letters delivered, or the mail delivered for 2 cents. And when they signed that 2-cent contract, they gave the post office jurisdiction over all vessels. Human beings are vessels. Trains, planes, automobiles, ships, all vessels.
In faith law,
And
we
the-
are known as
For
vessels.
2 cents, they took over everything that moves in all commerce on planet Earth. All money is vessels. And then the International Monetary Fund was put together.
Is it possible to take a photograph of the mortgage contract that you spoke about with postage stamps?
Yeah.
If it's accessible, we'll come to your place and just have a quick.
Well, I'm going to be here tomorrow.
I'll move away from the subject of law for a few minutes. There's a question here from Ingrid, which is about the Ten Commandments. She's essentially asking, when you have 10 commandments that are thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not do this, thou shalt not
Thou
do
shall not. There's your 3 words.
that, which is a negative state of condition, and you can never
And
perform
shall-
any commandments.
And shall is an adverb in future time, making not to be all things negative in the future. The future does not exist. You live in now time. It's for the performance of the killing is with the performance, or no, I'll rephrase that. For the performance of the murder is with the performance of the death. For the performance of the killing under mark, M-A-R-Q-U-E, the person who issues the mark is the government that hires the soldier to go out and defend under the laws of ARMA, A-R-M-A, to protect. But when the mark is also taken from the person you're supposed to be defending against, and you go to both sides against the middle, like you sign a mark with England, you sign a mark with France, now you're called a privateer or pirate. And that's how the pirates came about. Because they harvested both sides of the fight. Because who's there to witness out in the middle of the ocean? It's just the 2 ships, unless another ship is there to witness and then he gets away. To go tell the story as to who's the bad boy, like Blackbeard.
I remember scenes from George Bernard Shaw's book, if not film, of Major Barbara, where her father is an arms dealer, and he manufactures weapons and armaments for both sides, and does very well out of it. Major Barbara, I learned that.
See, in the United States, the 4th Amendment says thou has the right to bear arms, which means you guys can wear short sleeve shirts because it's spelled A-R-M-S, not A-R-M-A. ARMA is the correct word. ARMA means that you have a right to own a defense ARMA. You cannot own a defense weapon, a defense gun, or a defense rifle. You can only own a defense ARMA. That's why Armatech controls all computer-held guns worldwide. It has 18 manufacturing facilities worldwide.
And you shared
They're out
that
of Germany.
in your home yesterday, and I thank
Yeah.
you very much for it. Next question from Darcy herself. This is about the mayor's chase fraudulent loans. Perhaps since you're here, you would like to ask the question.
Sure. I contacted you a while back
Okay.
and shared with you what type of loan we have, and we confirmed that I have the
Fraudulent.
MERS
Okay.
Chase Bank fraudulent loan. And out of matter of principle, I would like to know how to correct this and get out of this fraudulent agreement, so I'm not partaking in it,
Okay.
and help others to understand what has truly happened.
That's what Leighton and I do. So, when you have a fraudulent, now there's exactly to date, this is 2018, February 3rd, there's about 70 million mortgages in the United States. MERS controls 40 million of their names, around 40 million of those, by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac.
Mhm.
And probably the other 30 million are done with some private contractor, but MERS has been put on there, or some trust organization. Now, MERS filed bankruptcy in 2002. And when we blew the whistle in January 6, 2008 on the mortgage fraud, It took the stock market from 12,400 down to 8,000 and cost the government several $1 trillion. We then syntaxed 100% the 4,700 word errors on the mortgage contract, 14 pages long, that Mears was assigned as trustee, never signed a contract, never autographed a contract, never paid money to anybody, never collected money from anybody. So therefore, they were a bankrupt corporation that could not participate in anything. Now, the United States of America Corporation was established on the 2nd of February 2000. On March 1st, 1997, I syntaxed the trust industries. There were currently 25 million trusts running in the United States, worth $40 trillion. And I took a trust document and I syntaxed it quite innocently at the time in front of 2 IRS agents. So they jumped out of their seats after about a 45-minute presentation, and when they realized what I had just done, I just qualified 25 million trusts and $40 trillion. So they both hit the door at the same time and locked shoulders in the door and couldn't get through the door to get to the telephone. Back in 1997, everybody had rotary phones. They looked like the Keystone Cops trying to get out of a phone booth. But, so they called the IRS, and the very next, that first week, they took $500 billion off the street in trusts. And the stock market stood at 6,000 points. You guys can go back and look this up yourself. The stock market on March 1st was at 6,000. By March 21st, it had fallen to 5,300 points. 10% of the value of the United States, or U.S. Stock market had collapsed. So I called up the IRS and the Securities and Exchange, and I says, why don't you guys start buying .coms? Because this is when computers were in their expansion, Apple computer and internet. I says, instead of cashing us all in and collapsing our economy, why don't you invest it? So that's what they did. Every week they took $500 billion off the street. And the stock market all of a sudden did a turnaround and went from 6,300 and shot straight up to 12,800, and then they did 9/11 in 2001. Now, in the interim of collecting 40 trillion, they took $32 trillion off the street by November 2nd, 1999. They paid off the $14.7 trillion national debt with England, with Rothschild, and put $6 trillion surplus in the United States Treasury, ending the third international bankruptcy. So the international bankruptcy trust called the United States of America no longer existed. Now for the next 9, no law becomes legal. The Congress, the Senate, and the legislature met on November 2nd, 1999. And when Bill Clinton said, just days before the end of the election, I will be the last United States of America president. He meant that because they were going to end the international bankruptcy. So for the next 90 days, the United States stood at DEFCON 2 with the finger on the nuclear launch buttons. If any of China, Russia, or any other government decided they were going to move on the United States. This is something that the public was never aware of. But so then at the stroke of midnight on February 2nd, 2000, the post office announced that they're taking control and filed claim for all water above and below ground and all land above and below ground in the United States. And so the post office then took over the lodial titles of the entire Americas under the United States of America Corporation. Now the post office controls all 3,800 branches of government, and the United States of America Corporation is the Congress, the Senate, the legislature, the Supreme Court to argue the settlement agreements of the adverb opinions of the Congress, the Senate, the legislature, and any rule of law that the president should make that should be too prejudicial from the president, then the Supreme Court, 5 of the 9, can overrule the president and send it back and take down the law. That's why the president can't start a war by himself or go crazy on people. They need Congress and the Senate and the legislature to get together on this thing.
As a fail-safe.
As a fail-safe, yes.
Okay. Here's Darcy. So I'm making an individual.
Well, I haven't answered your question yet.
Thank you.
We're getting there.
Okay.
When you ask me a question, you have to set foundations down as to who's in charge before you can answer the question. Okay. So now that the post office was in charge, but everything was still done in adverb jurisdiction, so there were still no laws, rules, regulations, or codes written in correct grammar. Anybody who had a debt with the Internal Revenue Service prior to the 2nd of February 2000, it was canceled on November 2nd, 1999. If you didn't pay taxes for 20 years and they never caught you, the IRS could not go back before 2nd of February 2000 and say you owed them anything, because the year, what's called the Year of Jubilee, cancels all the debts. So anybody that then made contract after the 2nd of February with an individual and traversed with it, like you had an existing mortgage and you continued paying on it because you weren't aware of it, then you made contract with that individual, which everybody did, because we didn't blow the whistle on the contracts until 2008. And so everyone in the United States, that all 68 million mortgages at that point in time that were outstanding, were still being rolled over, except the people who were unemployed. And in a foreclosure situation, but they didn't know better. So they were scared off the property. But the day they signed the contract to buy their property, it was their own Social Security money that they borrowed from their Social Security fund. Banks in the United States are not allowed to lend lenders money to buy real estate. When Bank of America bought a property in foreclosure and spent the bank's money, they were sued $1.3 billion by the banking industry for breaking that law, for taking investors' money and buying real estate, because banks are not allowed to own real estate. How do you spell it? R-E is no, and A-L is contract. And E-S is no, and Tate is tally, and T-E is contract. So you have no tally contract and you have no contract. So why would you spend the bank's money for a no contract document? That's why banks don't sign your mortgage contract. Your mortgage contract was never signed by the bank.
No, just.
So they don't hold title to your property. You don't have lodial title to your property. And because you live in Wyoming, the Shoshone Indians, and I'm the counsel for the Shoshone Indians, by the way, own the state of Wyoming. You're only on the reservation under their grace right now because of the complications to the city, and then they're paid benefits because they're renting the land. They get a kickback on the whole thing. But and why you have a casino now over in Riverton?
Multiple casinos.
Yes, that's because I disqualified all the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the internal Department of Interior. All the treaties written since 1800 in the United States for all Indian tribes has been disqualified by me.
Okay.
So that's why we built 200 casinos by 1999 in the United States. They have 97% of the American Indians now employed.
The way that I would understand that is that essentially some of the mortgage money actually goes to the tribespeople where she is.
That might be a true statement.
So,
I can't comment on some paperwork I don't have in front of me, but
and if that was the case, what type of an organisation would take receipt of that sort of money? Would it be the council? Would it be
again,
the
I don't
chief?
have that paperwork in front of me, so I can't answer the question.
I
Or their chain of title in Wyoming and how that tribe is currently functioning. When I go fishing up in Riverton, on Dickinson's Park, up in the Wind River Mountains for trout, the Shoshone Indians closed the Wind River several years in a row because of grievances with the state and licensing for the casinos and treaty violations that I had exposed at the powwows. But when my son and I, we drove up there, they had about 7 Indians surround my car, going, "This is the trail to Dickinson's Park is closed."
I can't go.
And yeah, and I said, I pulled out my business card. I says, "I'm your federal judge, David-Wynn Miller, of counsel to the tribe." "Oh, we know who you are. Get the gate open. You're welcome to go up there and fish." And we were the only people in the park the whole time, outside of the park rangers themselves. And some of the backpackers, which are in, the backpackers that are up there, Shoshone, and they were up there with us, and the DNR was up there planting trout and stuff. But we went up there and had a lot of fun. But I'm good with all the Indian tribes across the United States, no matter where I go.
That comes through very clearly. Coming back to Darcy, her apprehension would be, she hasn't got much left on it, but on principle, that is the mortgage, on principle, she don't want to pay it off anymore.
No, what you continue doing is you continue. The day you took out the mortgage, you weren't aware of who I am, what I do.
Right. I didn't.
Okay, so you had a volition, regardless what they gave you a check that created a chain reaction of events with other people who couldn't read and write above a second grade reading level.
Mhm.
The people working at the Treasury that gave them your money, that's me. The people who are working at the Treasury with a second grade reading level were presented with a mortgage contract. They could not read it any better than you could. Or the bank. The bank knew it was a fraud, but because they gave them the money. We're going to go now into the Rescissions Act, Title 15, Section 1635A. Now that says that if you find an error in 3 days, you can cancel the contract.
Right.
So the bank goes in with your mortgage contract and says, "We want to borrow $500,000 out of your Social Security account." Now, when you were born, they took and put $1 million into your account, and it grew at 6% a year interest, compounded. So when you finally got 30 years later to the point of buying a house, that was probably more like $8 or $9 million. So taking $500,000 out of your account for a bank was within scope. So they go ahead and they take the money out day one. The bank deposits $500,000 into their bank in their name, but they took it from your money without your signature. And they didn't sign the contract to make that possible. So what happened was we have a bank robbery where they have a fraudulent document to take money out of the Treasury. Day number 2, they write a check for $500,000. As soon as it goes into the bank, it gets fraction banked at 10-1, making it $5 million. Then they take $500,000 from that $5 million account, and they pay, day number 2, they walk back into the Treasury, and they write them a check for $500,000 from this new account with $5 million in it. They send $4.5 million over to MasterCard at 18 to 34% interest. And in 9 months, the MasterCard account earns $500,000 in interest. In the meantime, they then pay back your Social Security account, so Social Security can't yell fraud because they're within the 3-day window. It's also under Title 29, Section 2301, I believe it is, to call the lemon law, or buying a bad automobile. So there's several 3-day limit laws that are out there on the books for fraud. So now that the bank then walks up to you and gives you a document in a box, it's called a note, N-O-T-E. N-O is no, and T is contract. A no contract. They give you a long sheet of paper, 17 inches long, called a legal form. And everything that they put on the legal form is in boxes. They use only phraseology, small sentences, 4, 5, 6 words, or from 1 to 6 words in that box, which is not a legal sentence, but they put it in a box. Then that box goes over to another box in a line, which goes into another box in a line, and they put a number there, but the number doesn't have a dollar sign. And no place on there, anywhere on the sheet of paper, do they have a dollar sign. And when they write $500,000 in actual writing, they say the tenant owes. Now, thus an adverb making tenant to be an adjective. It didn't say you're the owner. It says you're a tenant, which means you're just renting. Owes and then they use square brackets, parentheses, and quotation marks around $500,000. So it's not only triple, it's triple removed from the document in writing, and then next to that, they write $500,000 in a square bracket. And if you look at all your personal checks, or the cashier's check, it's a box that they put the number in. Then they have another watermark box around the entire check.
Right.
And it says paid to the order of. Paid to, pay is a pronoun, to is an adverb, making order to be a no contract, or a T, well, two consonants. No contract of, which is now the adverb, and your name goes on there, and so now you're a dangling participle verb. But they cursive your name, or they write it in all caps, which means you're a dead person. And
I
because
see
it's
the
in
all
a
caps,
okay,
yes.
that's called a shout, but it's also it's in all caps when it's in dead. It's called a pseudium, it means you're a dead person. So now you have a dead person receiving an illusion on a check, and then they want you to pay it back. But the document they say to pay it back is all boxed, and it doesn't tell you what the numbers are valued at. They don't use a dollar sign anywhere on the numbers. So you can give a 500,000 pieces of sand, or gravel, or rice, or potato chips. I mean, just as long as they get 500,000 something, okay? But it never says on there anywhere that they're using United States dollars, because it's bracketed. Because the dollars are it says Federal Reserve, which means no contract. And Federal Reserve is also boxed on all the money. And then it says on the money, this is an adverb making note of verb, which is fiction. So how do you pay back the fiction? Now if they say dollars, well, Argentina has dollars, I think it's 6,700 of their dollars to one of our dollars. Mexico causes their dollar, and there's 10 to 1 on our dollars. So you just gotta pick a currency that's uses the word dollars and or some kind of value like that.
Thank you very much. I think I know remember.
So in the interim, your volition and your understanding without being able to read and write above a second grade reading level is not your fault. Not only you, but all 400 million people of this country were only educated to a second grade reading level. Whether you went to college or universities, TV, newspaper, magazines, all second grade reading level, all written in adverb verb. So therefore no one has ever said anything about anything. There are no laws, rules, regulations, or codes written in correct grammar. So the entire country is babbling with straight lines and curved lines.
And I find that to be true because I tried to dispute the debt, but I'm in this endless.
You know what the word dispute means? D-I-S means demon god of the underworld. And pute is contract. So you have no contract.
I have no contract.
Right. But
Okay,
you
plus-
made a no contract argument. By making a no contract argument, you said nothing. That's why we call it pro se. P-R-O means no, S-A is speak. So when you walk into court, you're trying to argue this thing in court. The judge is sitting up there with a big smile on his face. I can't see you. I can't hear you. You're on a different plane than me. If I took a sheet of paper and I put it on the floor and I stood on that sheet of paper, none of you could hear me in this room or see me. I became invisible. Because now I'm standing on a stage. It might be 1/100 of an inch high, but it's still a stage. I broke the continuance of evidence of the level plane that we are all on right now. And now I'm an actor on a stage. That's why all judges will always stand on something. It's called soapboxing. Glenn Ford ran for sheriff in one of the old Western movies back in the 50s. And he gets up in front of the audience, and somebody walks up and puts a soapbox down so he can stand above the crowd and talk to them about running for office. So they can't see or hear him, so no matter what he says is BS. He's an actor on a stage. All politicians always stand on a stage. We got a hearing up in Antigo, Wisconsin, in the auditorium. We went in there, no, this was in Chilton, Wisconsin. We went into the auditorium. The judge was sitting there on a 4x8 sheet of plywood, a 1/2 inch thick. There was a 4x4 foot piece of plywood with a chair on it next to him. He had a little tiny 3x4 inch, 3/4 of an inch by 1 inch, gold fringe flag on a toothpick and another one for the state of Wisconsin, stuck in a champagne cork on the desk. And he was advertising that this is my maritime court, and this is my plane. Now, Linda came into the court with me, and she had a 1 to 1.9 flag of the correct sentence structure, communication, parsing, syntax, grammar. And she held her flag in her hand. And the judge says, "Put down your flag." She says, "I will not surrender my flag. Take the witness stand." So she got up and she sat in the witness chair. She was on a box now, on a separate plane. That plane was not joined to the judge's plane. The district attorney was on my plane, on the regular floor of the courtroom, of the auditorium. And so the judge said to her, "Put down your flag, or I'll hold you in contempt for 6 months in prison." She says, "I do not surrender your flag." I told her before I went in there, "Do not surrender your flag under any circumstances." I says, "You will walk out of here a free lady." The judge says, "I want you to sign over this $385,000 trust to me and have my district attorney manage it." She says, "No, I will not do that." He says, "No, put down your flag or I'll sentence you to a year in prison." She says, "I will not surrender my flag." And then the district attorney stood up and says, "Well, you've held her in contempt twice." So he says, "I'm going to tell you a third time, put down your flag. It'll be 18 months in prison if you don't." She says, "I will not surrender my flag." And so the 2 sheriffs in the back of the room had a warrant for her arrest for 18 months in prison for contempt of court, for failure to put down the flag and listen to the judge's orders. And as they approached, the judge said, "Stop. You can't arrest her. She didn't surrender the flag. I don't have jurisdiction over her. She cannot see me or hear me." And the 2 sheriffs, I had briefed them because I was out in the hallway waiting for us to come in. For 45 minutes on exactly what was going to happen about flags, contempt, planes. Both of the sheriffs looked in and saw the plywood, realizing that the continuance of evidence was broken because he was on a half-inch different plane. And they took the warrants and they tore them up and threw them up in the air in the judge's face and said, "You do that again, we're going to arrest you and put you in prison for obstructing a police officer in his official duty." And walked out of the courtroom. Linda and I walked out of the courtroom then also. She kept her $385,000 in the trust that she was in charge of, and she was a free person.
So,
And people say, "Show me the laws that court cases that you win." I do these all the time, but they will not publish anything that is correct. When I sued Judge Wazalewski, 400 state judges and 37 federal judges recused themselves from that case. Stanley Miller, who was chief judge of Milwaukee County, after that case was won by me, and I got equal share parenting of my children, Stanley Miller and 12 other judges retired all on the same day, and that was my lawsuit that took them off the bench. That case was always kept in Stanley Miller, in Judge Stat Miller, he was the chief judge, was always kept in his vault, not in the public record. And Odell, which was his clerk, knew me very well, and every case that I filed in that courthouse went in. She was the only clerk allowed to touch it, read it, and he was the only judge allowed to handle anything that I did in that courtroom. I won a $30 million decision against Milwaukee County, and I have a $30 million lien against the courthouse. And that was all before I had any syntax.
and that's where I didn't have any of this knowledge, and so I've received very threatening letters, and then not only that, then they passed me on once I felt like maybe I was getting somewhere with getting an answer. So I started this in August, and now we're into.
Are you with the same bank, by the way?
No, they passed the servicing on to this company called Bayview.
Okay, another one.
And
Bayview, yes.
And the account number is not the same.
Right, they're going to change account numbers.
Yeah.
And the language they're using to transfer the document is an adverb or fiction, so it's illegal. So that's wire fraud, it's mail fraud, it's bank fraud.
And they've harassed me with calls at work,
Yes, they want to scare you off the property.
Mhm.
They want cash for keys.
and they said I could leave the property.
Mhm.
And I've gotten FedEx packages. I've gotten all kinds of mail. They've tried to call me on my cell phone. They've tried to call me at work. They have frightened my husband and my children
A
for
lot
my
of
safety.
people have died from the stress of being scared by the banks,
Mhm.
and they get cancer because they get so scared and so
Mhm.
weak.
Mhm.
They get cancer and they die, and then the bank just swoops in and picks up the asset.
Mhm.
Now,
And so I know I didn't have the right grade of education to understand what was happening. So now that I do, I want to know what to do to stand up to them as a matter of principle. That I don't want to see this to happen.
well, it
to
isn't
anyone
principle.
else.
You're actually going to. I've already got your mortgage syntax, by the way, for Wyoming. You got a Fannie Mae, Freddie Mae mortgage,
Mhm.
and so that's already been syntaxed. It's standard from 40 million copies. The only difference is the name of the bank on there,
Mhm.
and you and your husband. The the forensic evidence that you have, because it was your volition to initiate this process, and that's what the judge is going to put on trial. He's not going to put the language on trial. He's going to put your volition to do business with this bank. So, if you can, continue paying what you can, as long as you do a good faith. In the meantime, we will sue the bank for fraud. Even if you paid the property off, you can go back. There's no statute of limitations for fraud.
Mhm.
And this is bank robbery against the United States Treasury
Mhm.
and your Social Security account, and creating value out of nothing through
Okay.
fraudulent documents under Title 18, 1001, and under the Fair Trades Act, Title 15, Section 1692E. That's the Bernie Madoff case who stole $69 billion from Wall Street. They carries a $25 million fine and 30 years in prison for the bank. If they pay the $25 million to the Treasury and cooperate, they usually don't get the prison sentence, but there are 12,000 bank residents since I wrote the first lawsuit in January 6, 2008,
Okay.
that have been sentenced to 10 years in prison for writing fraudulent mortgages. And the prisons are maxed out at 6 million people right now. That's why they're doing 2/3 sentencing, because
Okay.
they got around. People will be on a bracelet for 3 or 4 years, and then they'll pull them off the street and put them in jail for 8 years.
So what we did is we disputed the debt, and we did.
No, that's still wrong.
Yeah.
First off,
And we did-
you don't dispute. You sue.
Well, we already did that.
Okay,
Wrong.
you're going to go back.
Mhm.
Under Title 42, 1986, you have now acquired knowledge of what a performance is.
Mhm.
Okay, so all the world of negativity going up to this point in time doesn't exist.
Okay. Let me tell you one more thing that we did incorrect that we can correct at this point is we stopped paying out of a matter of principle, engaging in this fraud.
Wrong.
We quit paying, but we kept the money so we could go and get caught up with we have the money set aside where I could get caught up on my mortgage payments.
Is that
And
a trust?
Huh?
Okay,
We just have the money. I
okay.
could put it in trust.
You have to put it into a trust
Okay.
that says this is for this in the event they can prove they have title.
Okay.
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 So therefore, you are still relinquishing. Otherwise, they say you've broken contract.
Okay.
So if you take this in front of a jury, the jury will order you to pay as soon as they have a correct grammar.
Okay.
And if they never create correct grammar, well, after a certain amount of time, it's yours. And they can put a limit on that as well.
Okay.
The second thing is prosecuting the fraud for what it actually is. When this was done in Iceland, they forgave all the mortgages at once. And everybody has clear title to their property in Iceland,
Okay.
including MasterCard was kicked out. And everybody has no debts in Iceland. They found value in my science, the technology, the mathematics. And we currently have 800 cases, 700 cases at the Treasury, Department of Justice, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The Senate Oversight Committee has this information, and the Senate Oversight Committee has not stopped and correct or passed laws to correct The first duty of Trump was to fire 47 attorney generals at the Justice Department, where they were sitting on these documents and didn't take action. They had a signed confession for criminal activity, all spelled out, and they didn't take action. And in his address to the Union Monday night, he said, if I find out that public officials are arresting innocent citizens and putting them in jail while engaged in fraudulent practices, I will personally get involved and have these people arrested. That was because President Trump has been summoned to the trial on the 24th of February.
Right.
If he comes with Secret Service, I just might walk in and walk out of there. But I was threatened that I would be killed by the Sheriff's Department in Lake Havasu if this goes sideways on them. And he did it in the courtroom. After they came out of there, and 10 other people in the courtroom held up my summons and saying, I've been summoned by David-Wynn Miller. He's sitting right there. The judge says, we will not talk about that in my courtroom. He says, I got one too. He says, and he set him on the side, and he says, so does my clerk, and my stenographer, and my marshal. We all got summonses too. He says, I don't believe that the federal postal court exists. Well, we do exist. We have treaties with the United States government. There are city courts, there are state courts, there are federal courts, there are county courts, there are magistrate courts, there are private courts. There are, in the United States and worldwide, there are many different types of courts under Title 28, Section 636. When the court system fails, and there is no court system of correct grammar, correct laws, correct rules, and the entire system is correct under Title 28, 636, I am authorized as a director of my own country and the elected King of Hawaii by the people as a leader to order open the court. And I did that in 2001 in the Dorothy Lamb's case and sued 22 judges and 12 U.S. attorneys and 2 clerks, U.S. clerks. And I won the case, and they were all sentenced to 20 years for treason against the people. And it then went to Bush was president at the time, and he refused to order the military in the Hawaiian Islands to put them in prison. But the case then went to the United States Supreme Court, and all 9 judges ruled in my favor that federal Judge David-Wynn Miller is in fact a federal judge. He conducted his trial correct. He has his oath on file correct. He did all of his summons and his commands were all correct. In the World Court at The Hague, all 17 judges was on the phone with that. And so were all the judges that I sued in Hawaii were also on the phone. We had a 4-way conference going on for 3 hours and 15 minutes. And the World Court at The Hague ruled that David-Wynn Miller is a federal judge recognized worldwide for correct grammar. The United States Supreme Court ruled that I am a federal judge, both in my own country as well as the Hawaiian Islands and in the United States court system. And it's an appointment for life, and his judgments will be upheld by the United States Supreme Court and World Court at The Hague. And so every time I went back to court in Hawaii, years later, these judges would come out, and I would be there with my clients, my Hawaiian clients. And I said, excuse me, sir, I have a warrant for your arrest. You can't hear this case. He said, who are you? I said, I'm federal Judge David-Wynn Miller. He says, that's right, the Dorothy Lamb case. He says, I got to recuse myself, gets up, walks out. The next judge, Kobayashi, comes walking, and he says, he says, who are you? I says, who are you? He says, I'm Kobayashi. I said, I got a warrant for your arrest. He goes, that's right. He says, I can't hear this hearing aid. He walks out, and Mulloway comes walking in. He says, I know you don't have a warrant for my arrest. I just got appointed by President Obama to deal with you specifically. And she says, we're not going to hear anything today. All 23 of you people that got foreclosures, and you come back on April 15th. So I flew back out to the island. All 23 of us showed up. The courthouse was locked down. It wasn't only our court, the federal courthouse. They locked down all the courthouses in the state of the Hawaiian Islands. They closed all the schools that day, and they announced there is a high wind alert that would blow school buses over and blow people off their feet. So we had to close all the government buildings and cancel all government activities in the state of Hawaii. There wasn't enough breeze that day to blow candle up. But it was a high wind alert, officially, that they announced all day long on the radio. That's Wag the Dog, Dustin Hoffman. Watch the movie.
So what I'm understanding is people like me are just caught in this huge web of interconnected lies.
Remember this, no matter where you go, there you are. And wherever you are, that's where you're supposed to be. You came from Wyoming, they came from New York, he came from London, he came from North Carolina. All to be here to ask the question, to an answer, to ask a question that you didn't have an answer to.
Mm-hmm.
And the answer is, we syntax the mortgage, and we prosecute it at the federal level because they're asking for money.
Okay.
This is not a state issue because it's over $75,000. It's a federal issue. And so as a whistleblower, you'll be filing a claim with the federal government and against the bank for bank fraud, bank robbery, fictitious conveyance of language, and it carries a $25 million fine.
So how other people can learn from this, that will hear this eventually, I hope, is that they wouldn't make the same mistakes I did. That
Well, this
the
is already
information-
published all over the internet now we're going on 10 years now. It's been published on my
okay,
website.
so the one thing, if people see this, I want them to know not to stop. Keep making
Right,
your
we are, see the word not, the word stop, the word negativity. We don't do negativity.
Okay, so
I am a judge that sues for a positive performance. Show us your performance that you have a mortgage bank. Show us the positive performance that you have an officer's oath with your corporation.
Mhm.
Show us a positive performance that you could go into the treasury and remove money with a fraudulent document.
Mhm.
It's all about positive performance.
well, and
facts.
I should have continued with the positive performance
That's a
Exactly.
tenant.
as a tenant, as I was
See, because
seeking
once you
help.
go past, now, within commercial laws, the UCC is copyrighted by attorneys. Therefore, if you use a UCC, it doesn't mean anything unless you're an attorney that's licensed to use the fiction. All UCC is, Uniform Commercial Codes, is all written in adverb verb. It still says nothing. As long as you sue nothing with nothing, you're going to get nothing.
Nothing.
0 times 0 equals 0. So you have to have a positive performance contract, which is what I write. And the forensic evidence is your mortgage contract.
Okay.
If you defeat the very first thing that happened, which was the mortgage contract, you had to sign the mortgage contract before they could go to the treasury. That was the first lie. Taking the money was the second lie. Writing the note was the third lie.
And I looked at it closer when I started this, and not only did they not sign it, there are 2 pages that that warn the person that was coming to our house not to sign anywhere on the documents, so that only our names appeared on it.
Right.
And that should have been a red flag to me.
I hope you didn't
But
sign anything.
We signed the mortgage document. But they were warned not to sign anything to make it a unilateral contract, which I didn't understand
Which
at the
it's not a
time.
contract. Contract means two.
Right.
The contract starts with
And
CO.
they signed nothing.
See, you have county, community, co-op, corporation. Every word that starts with CO in the dictionary means to join.
Mm-hmm.
Every word that starts with SI, sign, simulation, signature, is just that. It's a simulation.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, it's an illusion.
Right.
ILL. And anything starts with a vowel through consonants, there's no contract. So as long as you're dealing in the world of negativity of no, you have nothing. It's voluntary. You're volunteering to give the money. and they're volunteering to give you nothing in return.
But I can correct that for now and put the money in trust for the contract that I did get into that we are gonna prove as, or has been proven as fraud
Yes.
until we
Now,
do
when you
what?
when you go into a court system,
One, if I'm afraid to go into the court system.
their court system always rules in favor of the bank.
Mhm.
There's been a few courts now, like in Minnesota, in Ohio, and in Maine, that ruled nothing times nothing equals nothing. No matter how much nothingness you put on top of nothing, it's still nothing. So therefore, the banks are losing because the judge says you didn't put any money up. If you take the bank who is asking you for money and you put the bank representative on the witness stand and you ask the question, did the bank put any of the bank's money up to this? They'll say no. Where did the money come from? Well, we can't answer that. They're going to say because there's no contract for that. They
Okay.
never signed a contract to put any money up.
Right.
Then where's the title to the property? Do you have that? No. Well, why did you pay title insurance when the title company doesn't have a title to your company? The only thing the title company has is what they call the legal description for the tax rolls
Mm-hmm.
that you are getting sewer, water on that geographical location, police and fire and ambulance protection through 911. That's why the 911 is forced on you through your phone, both your cell phone and your house phone,
Mm-hmm.
so that they can tax you for that 911 emergency situation and then collect taxes for the 911. You may pay $1 on your cell phone bill or your house bill, but then it comes back under property tax as well for sewer, water, cleaning the streets, keeping the city clean, running city government with 1,860 jobs, job classifications. And if you do your research on job classifications to run a society, it is complicated. And for anyone, just like in what we were dealing in Hawaii, we have 1/3 Chinese, 1/3 Japanese, 1/3 Filipinos, and 1% Hawaiian. And the Hawaiians say, we want our island. And I says, well, there's 1,680 job classifications to fill. Now, do you have enough Hawaiian people to fill those positions? Now, the Hawaiian, the Chinese, the Japanese, and the Philippines have also been on the island for 200 years. And they're 6, 7 generations. They were born here. They're just as Hawaiian as you are. Does any one of the sovereign issue have enough people to move in and run government here, or an education above a second grade or even to run government? The answer was no. Okay, the 72 families got together, and I was the speaker. And I said, anybody in this room got an education above second grade, even though you might have blood type that says you're a king or a queen? Can any of you do the contract? Can any of you write the contract, translate the contract, go head to head with the judges, the attorneys, the lawyers, and all the invaders from 250 countries worldwide that are invading your country? The answer was no. Can David do it? The answer is yes, because I've been doing that all over the world, and successfully, and winning all my cases. I said, but everything I do is mathematics. And how are you going to argue with 3 + 3 = 6? I said, well, we can't. So, is there anybody in this room know syntax? Well, I've been spending 22 years teaching syntax in Hawaiian Islands, over 100 seminars, plus all the free video and books and everything to them. So, I says, is there anybody here that's qualified to be the king of Hawaii? He said, you are. I'm from Wisconsin. I'm a welder in Wisconsin. So I said, okay, you're it. You go to court, you open the court up, you be the judge, you sue all these judges that damaged us, then you win the case. Now we'll elect you king. Well, I won the case. And the 72 families elected me king. And I went in, I filed my oath of office, my kingship, my judge's oath, and I opened the court up and I prosecuted it. And I also opened the court up at the Iolani Palace, which has always been sovereign to the Hawaiian people. And I held court there all day long for the Hawaiians and made decisions. And that was all videotaped. And so the people respected, the tribal people that came in. They agreed with the trials. They were satisfied with the settlements between the arguing families. And every one of them that said he did or she did, I says, you can't do that. You can only talk about how smart you are and who damaged you. And you got to do it in correct grammar. Otherwise, you're just babbling in my court. If you don't take time to learn how to read and write in correct grammar, then you're just going to continue to babble and fight because you don't know what you're saying. Jesus said to the people, forgive them because they don't know what they're doing. And for 8,500 years, they don't know what they're doing because they babble in a second grade reading. And Babel comes from the Tower of Babel, where the world was set in 5,000 separate languages, so people couldn't communicate with each other. And even up until this time, when the unification of grammar came together mathematically, of 5,000 languages, no one ever went to war over a math problem. So it's the beginning of the human race. And so now, the communication skills in all 5,000 languages are mathematically certified. They now can write treaties, banking, do international trade, all correct. And when ET shows up here with your 300-mile-long spacecrafts, what are we going to do? Babble? So they throw a stone on us the size of Texas and end this nonsense? Or are we going to be able to communicate in the correct grammar and have intergalactic trade with the ETs? And with all the tens of thousands of sightings in all different kinds of crafts, with every single human on the planet walking around with a cell phone with a high-resolution 4K camera on it, if there's an ET flying, somebody's taking a picture of it. There's always somebody watching. And they got supercomputers that, like Person of Interest, the TV show, where you've got high-resolution cameras everywhere. 20,000 drones in the air at all times with 1,000 cameras in high resolution watching everything and anybody and tracking everything that's going on. So Big Brother is watching all the time, everywhere. So don't tell me there's no proof out there.
Thank you very much, David.
So I'm going to go back to school.
That's right. You have to go back to school and study correct grammar. It's all there published on the website. You have the book. You got the videos to watch. And as you become more and more aware of this, you're going to become very, very angry. But at the same time, you're going to be empowered. You're not going to walk around fearful. Because once you have the empowerment, you're going to have a very good feeling, not a sour stomach. You're going to have empowerment because you know that person's a liar. And you can prove he has a lie, and you have your signed confession of what he did already in your possession. You can put him in jail for 30 years. You can cause him a $25 million damage. You can get clear title to your property. You can even pay off your property because that was your initial volition, and then go back and say, this was a scam from the beginning. When you create a fraud, you may have to pay the principal. What was the interest on the principal? $750,000 on $500,000.
Right.
They have to refund you the $750,000 in interest. You're not allowed to charge interest during a criminal. You might have to pay back the $500,000 to wherever that came from for you to buy the property, but it is interest free because interest means no
And
earth
that makes
contract.
sense, yeah.
So that's part of the codes under maritime law.
What code is that?
Well, that you don't have to pay. Interest is forgiven. All the MasterCards have the same thing. If you syntax a MasterCard policy to get a MasterCard, and you're behind, and they want to charge you 32% interest, which is 3% a month, because you're late on your payment, and you sue them for fraudulent grammar to use the credit in the first place, you have to pay back the principal. Like if I go out and pay $1 for a cup of coffee, they say, well, I'm not going to pay for it now. That's earned income. When you say the word earned income, then because it was done in fiction, and income means no come me, which is fiction, then the Federal Reserve, which is fiction, you have to pay the tax on the fiction. So therefore, you're not claiming your taxes or the negativity of your performance. So even though you discharge your mortgage, now it's earned income that you didn't pay back because you borrowed the money, didn't pay it back, so now they hit you with $500,000 tax lien plus compounded interest and late fees, and it comes to 125% of the $500,000 mortgage. So pay back your mortgage because the IRS will come at you for not paying your loan back. As long as it's borrowed, it's tax free.
Okay.
If you don't pay it back, it's then they'll come after you for that. Now, let's look at the IRS codes, Title 20, Title 29. 100% of the IRS codes are written in adverb verb. They say absolutely nothing. Everything that they ask you to fill out is in a box. All the numbers they use are in a box. All your refund is in a box.
Right.
The check they give you is in a box. And everybody, which is in a closed area, can't be considered. You give to them to give back to you. The end result is you think that there's something going on here that's legitimate. It's an illusion. And you voluntarily pay your taxes. So I put the IRS on trial, and I ordered the people who were behind in their taxes, who they were being attacked by the IRS. And this is up on the Federal Post Court website. It was a 1-hour trial in North Carolina. I ordered my client to pay his taxes to the laws, rules, regulations, and codes of the Internal Revenue Service and the Treasury that have correct grammar. I says, if you don't have correct grammar, then nothing's been said. There's no instructions for you, or no duty for you, or incorrect duty for you to give anybody anything. But I'm ordering you, or commanding you, not order, but I'm commanding you to pay the taxes to the correct grammar, laws, rules, regulations, and codes. Because that is your duty. You understand? He says, yes. And the IRS goes, well, we don't have any correct laws, rules, regulations, or codes. I say, well, thank you for the confession of perjury. He says, while you're engaged in criminal activity of perjury, in Title 18, 1001, a fictitious conveyance of language, which carries a 10-year, $10,000 fine. In Title 15, Section 1692E, for false misleading statements, you're facing a $25 million fine for extorting money from people with false misleading information. And that's the treasury, and that's your IRS. And you have all these other people out there that are doing research their whole life, trying to do a chain of command of how the IRS is supposed to function, but you're using fiction to argue fiction, to collect fiction, and it doesn't exist. Save your energy. Get it right. It's so simple.
Now you tell me.
It is so simple. It is elementary that you use correct grammar and you go back to the styles manual. What is an adverb? What is a verb? What is an adjective? What is a pronoun? What is a preposition? What is an article? What is a fact? What is the future? What is the past? What is one? O-N-E. The number one is the least common denominator. You cannot have a math problem with a denominator less than 1. Because there is nothing negative in the world. There is only measurement of performance. And performance is energy. They try to get you to think negativity so that you accept the negativity of grammar. Yes?
When you said style manual, which one are you referring to?
All 250 countries have a styles manual.
So it's the government.
When you
style
go, United States government styles manual. Every dictionary has a styles manual in it, by the way. So just look up the words. What is an adverb? What is a verb? What is an adjective? Do you know the word lodial? L-O-D-I-A-L. Has been stricken from all dictionaries and all languages worldwide after 1947 when the UN was created. Because of the word ailing, A-I-L-I-N-G. Because man has been at war for 10,000 years and has corrupted everything on this planet. Even the island of Hawaii, which had 1,200, their people have been there 1,200 years, fought amongst themselves. And any place that war existed between 2 or more people, you have the condition of ailing. If you kill your neighbor and steal his land, it's ailing. which means it's a corrupt contract. So, who didn't have a corrupt contract in recent years? Tom Hanks in the movie Castaway. He was one man on a desert island that no one ever knew was there, and so therefore he had sovereignty. And the movie Martian. He was the only man on a planet that there was no proof of war. So under maritime law, he farmed and lived on the land for 1 year. Therefore, he commercialized it for 1 year by himself. And so he claimed Mars for the United States of America. And in the movie, they go through my law procedures of sovereignty and maritime law and the flag, and all that stuff is in the movie Martian. Pay attention.
I did.
And that's why the question came back. Is it important to save one and lose 6, which was the other 5, the other crew? Was it important to spend $4 billion to save one? And when he said, well, in maritime law, I work for NASA, who owns the government, and I'm a citizen of Earth. So if I now settled the planet Mars because I grew crops and I lived here, and I'm the only person on the planet, I'm the first to do everything, then whoever rescues me has access to maritime law and claim on Mars. And the whole world wakes up and says, get that man down here safe.
Salvage law.
Salvage law. Get up there and salvage him. So that we can get the mining crews up there and start doing business.
So on a practical level, with this being the end of January, where people are looking at their taxes, what should be their very first step so they start out correctly in handling?
Sue the IRS to give them money in correct grammar.
Okay.
They can syntax whatever law, the 1040. They can
Okay,
syntax the
the
instruction book.
Okay.
When you get, I did that
Okay.
already. And I gave it back to the IRS. It says, well, you got 125% fraud here. Can I have a copy of a correct one? They said, we don't have one. And then I got a letter in the mail that says, you can donate as much as you want, sir, but we are not going to ask you for anything. You owe us no tax. You know that all federal judges in the United States do not pay state or federal taxes because they know how to syntax. And they prove that there is no laws, rules, regulations, or codes. So the IRS said to the federal judges who live on a foreign vessel in dry dock, which is the courthouse, and that's where they do their business, and that's where they get paid, that in the fines that they're collected, and all courthouses are post offices, and all judges are postmasters and bankers. And so therefore, because they're postmasters, bankers, and judges, they can't tax them because they're not in the tax codes. The state of whatever the name is the name of a foreign vessel from another planet docked on planet Earth. It's not part of the territory of America.
Fiction.
The fiction territory and the fiction courts. So there's fiction on both sides of this. So they don't tax the judges because they can tear them apart and charge them with fraud, misleading sentences, fictitious conveyance, and 152 other fraud charges. I looked them all up. It took me several years to go through the 152 fraud charges, which came up to 1,221 years in prison and over $100 million in fines. But just using 3, perjury, fictitious conveyance, and under the Fair Trades Act, I got $62 million in fines and 26 years in prison. I think that's sufficient for anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have to bury a lot of paperwork. Makes it very simple. It's very quick. Yeah, it's quick for the people who read it. It's quick for everyone to understand it.
When you syntax the instruction of, I guess, 1040 instruction, that's not on your website, is it?
No, they changed it right away to a different fiction.
Mm-hmm.
So they're saying that doesn't apply anymore. We disqualified that. And then wrote another fiction. And they want to bury me in paperwork.
And everybody else?
I was in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and they arrested a friend of mine. And I flew down there. These are 38 family members brought me down there. And the judge says, okay, you'll be here at 4:15, we close at 4:30. And you can read the file. It was 6 inches thick. And the judge stood in front of me, handed me, and I had a marshal on both sides of me. He handed me 6 inches of paper. He says, there, I start reading. Yeah, it took me 12 minutes out of 15 minutes to get down 4,000 pages. I mean, yeah, because it was 6 inches there. 4 inches down the thing. Oh, there it is. Nobody's talking. Everybody's walking. We have no evidence. So I thought you cleaned that out so he couldn't find anything. He said, how did you read that and find the one thing that made that man innocent? He says, we were going to prosecute him on a pile of paper, not that he did anything wrong. And the jury would have saw how much work we did with just putting 6 inches of paper in front of him and finding him guilty. Then we put that much work into it. You know what the work was? Laundry slips, food receipts. That's all they were. And they gave him back his $96,000 and set him free. Because he was traveling between states with that much money on him. Where'd the money come from? Well, he sold a bunch of pedigree dogs in Atlanta, Georgia. It was all legit. He had all of his papers. Everything was in order. They said, well, a black man can't travel with $96,000 and not be a criminal. That should piss a few people off.
You've got some remarkable things to say. That kind of stamps me, and I'm processing the information. Every single thing is
In the Toby Brown case, which was where seven common law men appointed themselves as judges in Florida, prosecuted a county judge, and sentenced him to be hung. They arrested for, now mind you, this is before quantum. This is before the information on quantum. This was 1997, Toby Brown case. So I was just starting out. I had done probably 50 seminars by now around the United States. So I was doing radio and TV at the same time, so I was becoming popular, and word was getting out. So these 7 men formed an adverb court, what they thought was a common law court. And they were arrested and put in prison. And Toby Brown refused to take an attorney or a lawyer. But he never put down his American flag. And the court only had a yellow French flag. And this was in front of Judge Mangerson in Tampa, Florida. And there was only seating for 4 people in the courtroom. And I was sitting here with my mother, and Toby Brown's mother was a friend of my mother. So she asked me to come to court. I was just sitting there. It had nothing to do with the case. And Toby Brown was called up first. And he said, I want David-Wynn Miller to be my counsel. I called him to be on the witness stand. And Judge Mangerson had spent a couple of years studying my technology. He was well versed on who I was and what I had accomplished. So I took the witness stand. I got sworn in. And Toby Brown was so nervous he couldn't speak. He was stammering in his questions. I says, Your Honor, do you mind if I take over for Toby and put on a presentation as to what he's trying to say to you? And Mangerson says, yes, but before we do that, I want all the clerks in this courthouse, all the judges, all the attorneys in the courthouse shut down. I want everyone in this room, all 45 people in this courthouse. And you're going to put on a seminar here for us on the math interface and grammar. So they brought in a 4 by 8 foot easel, chalkboard, and I had chalk to use at that time. And everybody crowded there. The jury was sent out of the room for this. And I put on a presentation on the math interface and grammar. And then I showed how the court and the language that was used was fraudulently conveyed to prosecute him, including law of the flag and the planes that were being used in the courtroom. I said, because of the way the courtroom was set up and all the fiction from the indictment, and indictment was spelled I space, N space, D space, I space. So it's adverb, adjective, pronoun, adverb, adjective, adjective, pronoun, adverb, verb. That's how the word indictment was spelled. I says, it's not a word. It's just a series of phrases. Hang on, I'm going to take this. Hello? Okay.
I'll edit that out.
Huh?
I'll edit any comment.
Yeah, that's, no, it shut itself off. So, I then put on a presentation, and I disqualified the indictment, disqualified the venue, disqualified the planes in the courtroom. And Judge Magerson brought in 2 other federal judges to flag him, not a Court of Appeals, 3-judge panel. And about 30 minutes into this, the laughing and the jeering from the attorneys was getting so loud. Judge Magerson stands up and says, "Shut up. David-Wynn Miller is correct. If you'd listened to him, you'd learn something. I researched him for 2 years and he is correct. All of you are guilty of fraud." And so they, his charges were dropped and he was set free. The other 6 men had attorneys. And the other 6 men said to their attorneys, "David-Wynn Miller, I'm going to call them as a witness." And they all said, "No, you're not allowed to." They said, "You're either going to call him as a witness or we're going to break your nose in front of the judge and disrupt this courtroom when the jury is called in." And so they brought me in the second time. They put me on the witness stand. And I went through the definition of treason like I did with up in Shano. And Magerson realized what I was doing. And he stopped me before I said the word treason and kicked me out of his courtroom. And Toby Brown was set free, come out after me. And the other 6 men were sentenced to life in prison at hard labor, and they all died within 8 years of hard labor in prison of pneumonia because of they put them in concrete cells, hosed them down every day so they would get sick and die of pneumonia. Because they tried to kill a judge, to send a message to all the other sovereign groups in the United States. You form up and you go after our judges, we're going to kill you.
What does treason mean?
Treason means you're under contract, and the only way you correct treason.
Treason, the judge.
Toby Brown, well, he threw me out of the court. And as all the people in the court walked out, I said, and that was the definition of treason to every single one of them. So everybody still got it. When the 3 judges came out, they were just smoking, angry at me. I said, "Well, you know what I said." And they said, "We know what you said." From that day forward in the state of Florida, all the cases that took place in the next 20 years went in front of Judge Magerson until he retired. No matter what county I filed in, no matter, I did another 20-some seminars in the state of Florida because my mom and dad lived there. And every time I was brought into any court in Florida, or filed any cases in Florida, they all in front of Magerson because he was the only one qualified to hear a case from a federal judge.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Ferguson was California. Ferguson Sr. was 96 years old. He was also Chief Master Mason for the entire state of Florida. For California. His son, Junior, became the Chief Judge of Florida after he passed. And Ferguson then was only allowed to handle all cases. There were 70 million people in Florida at the time. California. And no matter where I filed, it was in LA, San Francisco, Fresno, Sacramento, San Diego. They all went up to the federal court in Los Angeles because no one was qualified to hear the cases, and I won three cases in a row, and then after that they banned all lawyers in the state of California are now banned from having anything to do with any case or foreclosure. My name's on it.
Wow.
In other words, if you, the only way you win is you don't have contact with me, period. There's a no contact order for 1.6 million attorneys and all 11,000 judges in the United States.
Does anybody have any questions? I'm overwhelmed with the things that you're
If they're saying that the federal court is a scam, that sure is a lot of endorsement. And it's coming from all over the world. It isn't just here. I'm being banned from traveling to many different countries, even though I'm a chief federal land court judge in New South Wales, Australia, and New Zealand. And because they're prosecuting 129 judges down there and winning several cases for the Aborigines and getting their land rights back. Because they were out there just, until 1957. They paid a bounty to kill Aborigine people, just like hunting deer or kangaroos. They were actually hunting human beings the same way. And that's genocide of a race.
It is, yeah.
And the same thing with the blood war, diamond wars in Africa. And so, not only was that put a stop to, but this is all blowing back now in the British Empire for having those letters of marque to kill human beings, just like they did with the Solomon Island Guadalcanal people. So I put a stop under letters of marque because it was a letter of marque in 1929 to kill 1,129 people in the Solomon Islands, which is piracy.
Can you walk me through the process you go through when you are suing somebody? When you're talking about suing them, people would have images in their head of you accessing their fictional courts or accessing the venues, taking it over, and then putting that on trial, or are you opening up a federal court, postal court?
We open up the federal postal court under Title 28, 636, and we must have physical evidence. Words written on paper is a physical evidence. If the judge, the attorney, the lawyer, or private citizen is engaged in fictitious conveyance of language to cause a damage against another human being under Title 42, 1983, Note 319, 329, and 349, which is policy, custom, and usage, then a damage is established. Under Title 42, 1985, subsection 1, it's a conspiracy civil. Under subsection 2, it's blocking evidence and witnesses from testifying. Under subsection 3 of Title 42, 1985, they use the word obstruction, but it's the same thing, blocking evidence and witnesses, which goes through the RICO charge of Title 18. A racketeering charge, Title 18, Section 1961, which carries a 30-year prison sentence and a $1 million fine. So when you're using fiction language to damage anybody or fool anybody, then you create an environment of racketeering. Once that is exposed to you, then under Title 18, Section U.S.C. 4, which is you are party to a crime, and under Title 42, 1986, you witnessed a crime, but you didn't stop to correct it, making you a co-conspirator. Under Title 18, 241, and you can take my back of my business card and stay on that procedure and walk it right down.
As well as one of the
And those business cards are worth their weight in gold for the information that's on it. It took 35 years to write those business cards. I had to sort through 4 billion codes to get there. And that's just the tip of the iceberg, because I've got several hundred procedures that I can put together under grammar and fraud, using not only our codes, but any country I go into. You see, the word perjury, translated 5,000 ways in 250 countries, is still perjury. Some countries will kill you, some people will hang you, some will put you in prison, but all 12 billion humans on this planet know what a lie is. They know when they've been wronged by a lie. And I have the signed confession of all 12 billion people making me Pandora. And I can prove it in all languages. No matter what language you put in front of me, you give me a dictionary in a couple minutes, I will translate that and prove it frontwards and backwards to be a lie. And all the laws that associate with it in any country's language you choose. And no matter where I go around the world as I traveled, I have kept that promise, not promise, but duty to the people to be mathematically correct. And I win my cases.
I understand.
And I would
So-
like to interject that on a personal level, for him to be here talking with me, with all that you've done on the international level, I appreciate that I've had this opportunity to talk with you today.
Well,
Thank
like
you.
I said, no matter where you go, there you are, where you are, that's where you're supposed to be. You were, this started off yesterday morning where you came to my house, but you drove away. And Mark says, hey, there's people here. But we didn't want to intrude upon you. I says, well, if you're here, that's where you're supposed to be, so call them back.
And he did. So, to everybody, he loves us all.
Thank you.
You've won the case and they've respected it, which means that they are following rules and procedures on a global level, and they're respecting it, and therefore they're moving away. Now, with the Queen coming on the BBC, I remember that, and I even spoke about it in one of my talks.
I watched her. She said all United Kingdom constitutions are disqualified. 48 hours after Ireland got their independence and recognized the quantum constitution that they voted on at the Parliament of England. And now,
So there are rules that they're following, and you're using those rules.
that was
And that's-
660 years of war over fiction, fighting fiction. And when quantum was put on the table, they won their freedom. And the Bible always said the correctness, not the truth. Truth is an opinion. The correctness will set you free. And they got the freedom when they proved that they could be correct. Because Ireland then said, we are damaged by the fictitious conveyance of language of the England Constitution. And they got their freedom.
I remember the Queen coming on, doing exactly that, and I was talking about it, and it was on YouTube, and I also mentioned that you did it with the Magna Carta, and on that talk,
Yeah, that was way back in 2002. I did the Magna Carta.
and when I did the talk, I showed the people on a website called Rightmove, which is a real estate website. You had the place for sale, the way they signed the Magna Carta. It was for sale, okay, proving exactly what you are saying, and I did that. And the Magna Carta was sold to an American billionaire, which essentially means that you've torn away the place where the Magna Carta was signed, because as far as I know, the Constitution is tied to the land that it was tied in, that it was signed in. They sold that premises, and the billionaire bought it as a
Historical document, that's all.
as an antique.
But
But when I released that information, when I mentioned it, the next day it was off Rightmove. That was the website. So it was.
they took it down.
Yeah, they took it down the next day.
Okay, there's something else that we can put this up then. During World War II, Hitler ordered 250 stormtroopers to attack the Historical Archive Center of London to capture the Magna Carta and destroy it. The British Special Forces put 350 men in the battle, and about 250 people died between the two battles before the Nazis were captured. The Magna Carta was then safe.
And they even made a film about it because Michael Caine
Right.
was in it.
Right, they made a film about it. But what they didn't tell the people was that what the Germans didn't know, and the English didn't tell, is the Magna Carta was always a fraud, and it had no value, and all those people died for nothing. And Hitler thought by destroying the nothingness document that he would destroy England's ability to claim sovereignty as a nation from 1215 forward. So the lie is 800 years old. And now that we blew the whistle on that, that's been disqualified. All the courts worldwide that are functioning under Magna Carta are as equal as a lie as that is.
And just to express myself a little bit more with the level of corruption, a few years back, the Queen had an opening of the lands, of common law lands under the Magna Carta, and the first act she did to make that celebration on a particular strip of land in common ground, as it were, it was occupied by travellers. She evicted the travellers, expressing themselves with the Magna Carta, the right to travel. That was the first act that she did to perform the ritual of trying to bring back the Magna Carta.
Well, here's your little trick right there. Right to travel. Right is a pronoun. No, no, no. To is an adverb in future time, means travel doesn't exist in now time as a verb. There's no such thing as a verb travel. Traveling is a conditional state, or travel is a conditional state as a fact. When you use it as a verb in the future, all things that are in now time can't move. And if you can't move, they stop time. And time is commerce, which is banking, or interest. So therefore you violate the doctrines of the church by doing so. Because the church has the clock.
Yes.
Or interest.
Yes.
Catholic Church. And so the Queen, it's a catch-22. You can't use the phrase, even our Constitution, they said you have a right to travel. No, it doesn't. You have a right to bear arms. All things about a right to in the future, because to is a future adverb. So therefore you have no Bill of Rights. And I disqualified the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence.
And that's what I'm saying, to seal that.
That is an
The
adverb
travellers
making
were kicked out of
declaration.
that land who were using Magna
Right.
Carta.
And DE is no
saying that
clear.
there is no Magna Carta, there is no free man on the land, and so on and so forth. That's the point I was making.
Declaration. DE is no, declare is speak, act is location, ION is contract. No spoken location contract. And then independence, in is no, D is no, pen is right, ans is contract. You shall not write a contract or speak a contract. Then the use of both the contracts will always be in verb and the and other adverbs because they're separated. So therefore the syntax shows the true nature. And Benjamin Franklin, after I published all this, who was regarded as the president or the first postmaster general in the United States, to show exactly what it means that our federal postal court is not only legitimate but treated with Canada and the United States. I have the forensic evidence with me here, because 45 days after the treaties were filed on 12/21/2012 with the government, the British government issued they issued Benjamin Franklin postage stamps, and if you look at the if you look at the postage stamps, and then you look at a $100 bill, they're both identical. They were both printed on the 45th day after the Federal Postal Court were opened to honor the opening of the Federal Postal Court, backdated to July 4, 1775, 24 years before the United States Supreme Court was created. And on November 2nd, 1999, the red fox stamp with 2 bars through the dollar sign made it a gold certificate. The first one published in the United States since 1899, 100 years later. And on the back it tells you the story from Britain, from Canada, honoring the Federal Postal Corp to be a legitimate organization. And they keep asking, where's the proof? It's right there on that stamp that the government recognized us.
See, when you say things like that, with the film Mars, I know exactly what you're talking about. With the film Jupiter Ascending, I think it's called.
Yes.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is about. With so many of these films, I know exactly what they're about. So, what the federal government is doing is that they are recognizing you by reissuing these stamps because the Queen, the head that is on the stamp, that is the postmaster. And he opened the Benjamin Franklin Post Office in Philadelphia, I believe.
Right.
Philadelphia, and that's the Philadelphia building on the
Correct.
$100
Right.
note. Okay, and they are recognizing one and the same thing. So if this was the Queen, it would have the Queen's head, and if it was £100, which I think would be a sovereign, wouldn't it? Be a sovereign. It would have what building would they have on it? Not Parliament, perhaps they
Had the post office in Britain.
the post office, which is post. Its postcode ends with H. Sorry.
But the Queen, when she becomes she keeps calling herself a queen. She's not a queen.
No.
She is the postmaster of Britain, and when she put the crown on, it has a Maltese cross on top, and she's an Eastern Star, and she has to surrender her queenship to the Eastern Star Masons.
I just remembered the postcode, headquarters 1. That's the postcode for the head office for the post office. HQ 1, headquarters 1. So that's the language you're talking about when you're talking about the publications of the stamps and etc.
This picture was taken in 2000 in Kona, Hawaii, on the beach, and I had 2 sparrows sitting on my hand. I was out on my Speedos, and in 1849, King Kamehameha I made a proclamation that a white man from America with birds would come to Hawaii, and set Hawaii free. And 6 times now, since when I first landed in Hawaii in 1995, I had a female sparrow fly out of a palm tree and land on my right hand, and sat there for 2 hours and 45 minutes while I broke the housing code and wrote the first quo warranto complaint against the government for housing fraud in Hawaii for water rights. And we won that case. And then 6 times since then I've had the birds land on me because I'm a pure spirit, and the Hawaiians, they watch that and they see wild birds land on me. And it's a sign, you know.
Yes, it is.
And that's what you mean by when you say you are supposed to be where you are, because that's what is supposed to happen.
Just like being dead for 55 hours and coming back. It's supposed to be here. Oh, did you see? Oh. I used to carry a lot of different pictures of me and the birds, but they got ruined over the years. So. Okay, and yesterday I was explaining to you about the cross.
Yeah.
When you go and you walk into St. Peter's Basilica, you cross the stones with the 2 red keys in granite, and they're connected by a rope on the in the granite. Okay. Then when you look at the Pope's seal, the 2 keys are hanging on the belt of St. Peter's and the Pope, and they're formed like that. And the 2 towers on all the Catholic churches have 2 towers facing the middle where the doors are to enter the Catholic Church, which has 2 keys on it for banking. And then when you turn it around the other way, it's the cross. The same. It's the cross, which represents fire on the top, wind, water, and dome of earth. And you plant food, we breathe air, we drink water, and we have energy for warmth. And you tax those four things, and that's how you control the people through taxation.
May I just take some?
Not so fast.
Like I say, I've got lots of physical evidence for secrets.
Yesterday you also said that the playing cards, the Torah cards.
And that's another 4 or 5 hour seminar
Yeah.
all by itself.
Right.
Tarot cards, playing cards, the keys.
I understand.
That was my key to get into the Vatican. To know how to do that.
Everything in plain sight.
To know how to do that and what it meant, and translate it. The popes, the cardinals, the bishops, the nuns, when they saw me do that, they were completely blown away by it. And then they knew the secret of the cross. It's always about, like they always tell you, follow the money. All the way back. And where do you think money came from? Well, the gold standard has been established in China 6,000 years, India 6,000 years. The Romans were 3,000 years on the gold standard. Greece had a gold standard for about 1,000 years. Egypt had it for thousands of years. And when the Catholic Church was going to form, they needed money, so they went to Persia. Because everything going east to west had to go through Persia and pay in gold. And when Rothschild in 1750 wanted money, he went to Persia to get gold to open the first stock market in 1750. And then he never paid him back. That's why there's so much bombing taking place in Iran and Iraq. And all the wars to go in there and blow up the vaults and destroy the notes that says Rothschild has to pay back the money, which is now the number 26 with 213 zeros after it. Welcome to the International Monetary Fund.
And of course, they're a Muslim country and not exactly allowed to charge interest, so they can't release the information to the general public because the general public in that country would know that they're not practicing exactly religion or faith. That's
a
how
lot
I would
of.
understand it.
Then you have your driver's licenses, folks. And if you have my business card,
We do.
okay, a driver's license is not legal until you put a stamp on the back of it with $1 and print your name on it. And when you do that, it makes you the postmaster transporting the mail of your body, M-A-I-L, because your body is a vessel. And this is your bill of lading to transport your vessel from point A to point B. And as a mailman, or as the postmaster, once you cancel the stamp, you are always delivering the mail to the address where you live. And you can't, a police officer is not allowed to stop the mailman from delivering the mail.
Yes.
And if he does so, he violates all the laws in the back of this, because there are no legal, lawful, or correct parse, syntax, grammar, laws, rules, regulations, or codes written in the entire world, in any country or language. Henceforth, the flag of correct grammar is on the front, saying that this is a grammar flag, and your vessel is flying the flag of correct grammar for you to travel. So he hands you a fraudulent bill of lading. You gave him notice, and you showed him the laws that he would be violating to stop the postmaster from delivering the mail to your home. And all mail trucks do not have licenses on them because the post office owns the Department of Transportation.
I thought you wanted to say.
So
Can I see
now
your
you know.
license?
Now you know
Can
the
I
rest.
see your license?
Oh,
You saw it yesterday.
No, I didn't never saw the license.
now you know the rest of the story. There's secrets are they're all around you in plain view. So, and there's I tell secrets for 400 hours. So, what else you got?
Tell me about the Tesla coil. As much as you can.
Go on the internet. Get it from Tesla himself. It's all up there. Blueprints how to build them. My buddy Sam lives in Quebec. I mean in Toronto, Vancouver, Canada. Yeah, Vancouver. He lives in Vancouver. He's built 2 Tesla coils. I got a picture of him standing in a room with a 10-foot coil, and they're about this size, and the electricity covers the whole room, and he's there, just sitting in his chair, but all this 10 million volts of electricity scrambling all around him and going through him, and it's not hurting him at all. He's a electronic genius. We met in Hawaii. I was at the airport, and he says, "Hey, you're Dave Miller." And we were over in Hilo, Big Island. He goes, "Yeah." And we got to talking, and we wound up sharing a hotel room for a week. Him and his girlfriend, and the 3 of us stayed at the same location for a week. And all we did is talk electronics and play chess. I'm 2,000 rated chess player. I've done over 5,000 tournament games. And so
These things roll out of your mouth so easy.
we went head to head on chess and string theories and quantum physics and astrophysics and Nikola Tesla technologies and frequencies, and we just, he'd start a sentence, I'd end it, I'd start a sentence, he'd end it, and we were both on the same page of music and that, and we became good friends, and then we took off and we went to China for 22 days together and traveled all over China. I'm an ambassador, so we got VIP treatment, and then we went back 10 days later for banking and did 10 more days down in Hong Kong, and then 2 days in Macau at the casinos. And I was in Macau, and I won $54,000 in 20 minutes on 5 slot machines. Now, when the ambassador of China gets on a slot machine, there's somebody upstairs watching, and I have a bunch of Chinese Secret Service agents all around me, protecting the ambassador, and the buttons are pushed to make the machines pay. I was totally blown away.
We're also kind of blown away.
Yeah, totally.
Make sure the man that gave us a $20 trillion a year windfall at least wins at the casino.
It's the least they could do.
Yeah, so paid for my trip over there and all my expenses. Any out-of-pocket expenses, So it was fun. Great people, wonderful time. Everybody was very respectful, and they were very proud to show off the Great Wall and the Forbidden City and all the temples and the temple. The palace, Queen's Palace up at the lake. And I went there a couple of times, took the boat rides, and Shushan was our guide for 3 days. And she was a 32-year-old Chinese lady who spoke English very well, went to the university. And she showed us around. And I had my cell phone. I wore that around my neck with Mandarin Chinese on it, and I'd speak English, and my cell phone would speak Mandarin Chinese, and also printed out on the screen. And then when they spoke to me in Chinese, it translated back to me in English instantly, and so no problem. Got to talk to everybody, cabs, buy tickets,
Google Translate.
Google
Voice
Translate,
activated Google
Mandarin
Translate.
Chinese. I went all over it for 32 days and had no problems. So there's always a workaround.
Yes. You've got so many things to say. All my questions are kind of muddled up, and so I'll just go with what's there. Do you want to continue, or should we take a break, or stop?
You
Or
guys want dinner? I mean, it's like, all right, 6:30 already.
Okay.
Plugging in for 3 hours. Good, like 3 hours even.
No?
do you wanna? No, it doesn't. Time flies.
You're speaking.
No.
I see kind of one lifespan, which is you, and a multi-dimensional person sitting there having like 50, 60 different lifespans of 50, 60 different dimensions.
Well, every country I've been in, the stories of meeting people. There was a real comical story I like to tell people. It took place in France. We got into a roundabout. I was the driver, and we had a full Passat. And we came into town. We didn't know where we were. 4 guys with a compass couldn't figure out where north was because it was cloudy. And here's a man pulling a coaster wagon with a dog in it. So the man is walking the dog, not the dog walking the man. So, and he's got a bottle of wine, and he's drunk as a skunk. He's just stumbling along. He's got his little grandson with him, and the dog. And we're laughing at him, and we're teasing him about him not knowing where he's going. An hour and 15 minutes later, we're still in the same town trying to get out of it because we can't find the exit. And we come across this same guy again, walking with this coaster wagon, pulling the dog. And we're going, hey, how do you get out of this town? He says, an hour ago you told me that I didn't know where I was going. And you guys don't know where you're going. Well, we finally figured it out. We went and asked somebody that was sober. Then another little thing that happened was coffee. Espresso coffee. I went into this pub, and I wanted to get a cup of coffee. And he wanted $5 US for a 1 ounce cup of coffee. Now you see, when you were children, you had these little teacups, and you were 5 years old. I got these 250-pound guys sitting there at the coffee bar, and they got these little teacups, and they're all drinking their coffee. They pay $5 a piece for it. So I come in with my 1-quart thermos, and I says, I'd like to buy some, not like that, was filled up with coffee. He looks at that, and he says, that's going to cost you $300 US. I'm going, what? I just stepped off the boat today? $300 US for that? For that? Yeah. $1,000 is a thermos of coffee. It's even my own thermos. No, that much. I'm going like, that's ridiculous. So I walked out, I went across the street, and I bought a pound of coffee, grounds. And of course we're traveling and it's hot. The window of the car, so I had a half-gallon jug of apple juice. After I drank that, I filled it full of water, bottled water. And then I took the coffee grounds and I put it just dumped them in the half-gallon of water and put it in the window of the car. And the window of the car goes up to 200 degrees Fahrenheit. So I had hot coffee, a half-gallon of it, for about 25 cents. for 225 hours of driving. I just kept filling up, throwing more grounds in there. We call it campfire coffee because you drink the grounds. It's fiber with the coffee. It's black and it's very, very strong. But I drove for 225 hours without sleep. Got to see all of Europe, 2,000 miles, and didn't miss anything. Wonderful experience.
Is that with Russell?
Yeah, Russell and I, and Eric Bondu. He's from Canada.
You drove for
225 hours, 1,000 miles.
Without a single sleep.
Without stopping for sleep.
Right. What about Russell?
No, these guys were wasted. Totally sound asleep all the time. But that's where we got to see all the churches there. And when we went through customs, I don't know, every single time we went to customs border thing, they just waved us through. Of course, we had Secret Service behind us, all through, Interpol followed us all through Europe. Had 2 cars. And then we stopped at this lake. There was this swimming resort at the lake over by Bern, Switzerland, where they film all the James Bond movies.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like 5 o'clock in the morning. The sun was just coming up. This was in July. And so we put on our swimming trunks and we dove off the pier and went for a swim in the lake. And because we hadn't had a shower in about 3 days because we were traveling day and night. And then when we got done swimming, they had showers there and they were hot water. So we just walked in there and had a hot shower and soaked up and washed our hair and got cleaned up, rinsed our clothes off with hot water and jumped back in the car and took off again before anybody knew we were there. And it completely went around the whole lake. It's in all the same villas you see in the James Bond movies and that. The place was loaded with all these multi-million-dollar villas. Beautiful, beautiful lake. Big lake too. I think it's like 60 miles long. And then we went over to Burns and seen the Postmaster General there. Put on an hour, 15-minute presentation. He comes out with boxes of claims of the life that people sent to the Postmaster General of the world in Bern, Switzerland, from my website. He says, the Universal Postal Union is copyrighted, and you have it up on your website. Oh, okay. And I picked up the phone. I called my webmaster in Milwaukee. I says, take everything that says Universal Postal Union off the website. It's copyrighted material. And 15 minutes later, he came back and he says, it's not there anymore. It's all gone. I says, I'm an honorable man. I don't trespass. And he said, thank you. But we had a very enlightening conversation with the Universal Postal Union. Now, mind you, I mailed Russell to Europe and back to the United States. When it came time to leave Paris, we were on a DC-10 with 300 people on board. And they held the plane for 3 hours. This was supposed to be an 11 o'clock at night flight. When they found out there were 2 keepmasters from the Vatican, they called head of security because Russell didn't have a passport or state ID. But we did have Interpol and the Universal Postal Union's president from Switzerland and the bankers from Zurich that all vouched for Russell and I by phone to the head of security at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. And that man was a keymaster with the Vatican. So he held the plane up so he could spend 3 hours with us, with the people sitting on board for 3 hours to visit and learn the secrets of the keymasters and compare notes with what he knew versus what we knew. And he was blown away by it. After we were done, he walked us on the ambassador's red carpet, and we got on board in first class, and we got permission to land in Philadelphia before we even left. Russell had to get permission to come back to the States. And they all vouched for him. And I mailed him back, registered mail, to Philadelphia from Paris. And that was our story with that. And as we were getting on the plane, one of the immigration security guards, because I had signed my name across the stamp on the back of my passport, says he was going to confiscate my passport for altering it. And my keymaster, head of security, walked up and says, "No, you're not. This guy's ambassador. You don't touch him." And the two of them looked at each other and he says, "Okay, get on the plane." But there was going to be problems if I didn't have their keymaster verify our position to leave the country.
I understand the keymaster now completely different. It is knowledge-based because you crack the code. Or am I thinking that the keymaster role is something that the Vatican have bestowed upon you?
No, the Vatican honored us with the position because we knew the secrets above and beyond their secrets. The mathematical interface on grammar put the missing codes in that have been secret for 2,000 years
By the Master Masons.
by the Masons. And even the Masons only had the adverb-verb version for 8,500 years. Russell and I were the only two people in possession of the missing codes and could fill it in for not only the religions of the Muslims, the samurai, the Christians, but for the Masons and the Eastern Stars. And because we had these secrets, and we were gracious about keeping our secrets, and then proving them to the people that were in charge, that we knew what we were doing, that this was not an accident, and this was mathematically certified, frontwards and backwards. That's where they honored us with these positions. And even though you're shooting a video and I'm saying this, I have divulged no secrets to the public. The fact is, if you have the qualifications to ask me a question, then you will have the qualifications to get the correct answer. And that's all I can say to you about that.
Or I can work it out myself.
Or you can try and figure it out yourself,
Yeah.
which would be quite difficult.
I won't accept that.
Because
That's no
you don't have a
contract
nice,
word, so I
you're
reject
not reading 400 words a second for 90,000 hours and memorizing it. Both Russell and I have photographic memories, so when you cross-reference that with everything that's out there, it's a lot to think about. And then you've got to go there. You've got to spend the money to travel around the world, to go to the museums, go to the churches, meet the people. And every one of them's got a little piece of a secret. When you put all the pieces together, it starts to make a real big picture.
And that's why I'm here.
And you won't live long enough to because I got a 38-year jump on you, being 68 years old. And so, when you go to look, you have to know where to look. And you have to be qualified to even enter the secret vaults of the 5th level library under the Philadelphia Law Library, to a museum, to get into the 500-year-old books and 1,000-year-old books, to find the secrets and then be able to syntax those secrets and be able to know where to look in those secrets to connect the dots.
Insofar as you've made the journey already, I would say you've made it a little bit easier for all of us to make that journey as well.
You won't get in there because you're not
I'm
part of their organization.
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on.
I had to do we had to have many treaties established. Both Russell and I are our own sovereigns with our own country as presidents or as directors. And because of that, we hold the king director's status and postmaster general status on a global basis with the UN. So we first put things in place in that 1999 before we went out and did everything else. We just added more and more and more levels and layers to everything that's out there, and they closed the door behind us. Because every time we tell a new secret and we correct a new procedure, they go ahead and the fiction goes out there and they get together with their 1.8 million attorneys and their judges, and they brainstorm this thing into a place where they don't want anybody following or interfering with their fiction. But then the internet allows me to talk to the world. By the time they find out, the world's already had the information for 17 years. They're the last man standing.
Thank you. I think if we don't have any more questions, I'll
Let's
end
go
it.
eat. 7 o'clock.
Sure. I think me having a chat with you in the private, I think probably will only need to last about 5 minutes from what you've told me, so I'll do that whenever you're ready.
Sure.
But certainly I'll do that before Sunday.
Once in a while, we'll do our webinar, and after that, I got the whole day Sunday free, so.
Okay, I would like to do it before. It'll only take 5 minutes. That is the actual reason why I've come here, is to share that knowledge with you.
Come and cook up some more good questions for me.
Oh, I will. You see, you are quite overwhelming. You know that, yeah? You're quite overwhelming.
I
You are.
had a man in Sam, it was his name, in Sydney, Australia. He was head of a group of 40 people, and they spent 6 months putting together questions to fill an 80-page spiral notebook that took 40 hours to answer. I didn't miss any questions. An 80-page spiral notebook in 40 hours. It was really, this is seminars up on the internet from Australia to Sydney. Very, very good seminar. Very in-depth, dealing with grammar and breaking down the what-ifs in like 1,000 questions. I think there's more than that in there because there's 30 lines, there's 25 lines to a page times 80. So.
This is the 8-hour video presentation.
No, that's a 40-hour video from Sydney.
We don't have access to it. Never been able to find it.
Oh yeah, just type in David Miller, Sydney, Australia.
Damn it, it's my students are
They
very
keep
hungry.
putting
I'm
it
very,
up.
very hungry with all this stuff. In fact, we've tried it. It's not
They keep putting it up. They keep tearing it down. But it's out there. He's probably under a different category. I don't know. The other day I went up on my name, just typed in my name, and there was like 100 websites on me in all these different categories of stuff.
Yeah.
It's just all broken up and a little scattered now. So.